Hi everyone, welcome to World Leaders Summit. This is year six, and as you know, we started long back, just before COVID, as a physical program, and then eventually COVID hit, and we moved to online as a uh, online platform. For 2 years, we run it for online, and then eventually in Dubai, we did that in physical format. So 2020 was the year when we did first time in Dubai World Leader Summit, wherein we proposed a model with the Chamber of Commerce, wherein we hosted a investor roundtable with a concept called 2020, where 20 different startups from various parts of European countries, like 20 different European countries, they came in Dubai on 20th of the month with 20 different investors to pitch in. And that became a huge success. So we parallelly started three different models in World Leader Summit. One is for SMEs and startup to pitch in front of the investors. Second model that we run is called B2B and B2G, where we take business delegations and put it in front of the local business people as well as government people. The third thing that we do is called Leaders Meetup, where in every month, in every corner of the world, we do a physical meetup with various different part of the people. Usually the footfall comes with 15 people to approximate 50 people, 15 to 50, that's the footfall that you do a small gathering every month as a networking session. So this is the summit that we run every year in a hybrid mode, which is online and offline both. So we have a country partner at the moment, which is South Africa. So now we are doing the sixth version of the year. And for the first speaker, I'll be taking the liberty to pull up the first speaker from Finland, and then we'll go directly to Dubai with our another friend, and he's an amazing gentleman. He's CEO of an amazing group company of Alquesime, and sequentially we'll take forward with one by one speakers. So I'll request all the speakers, because this is only the speakers room, to put yourself in the mute mode, and I'll be taking the first speaker of the day. Mark, if you can kindly unmute yourself. So the format for World Leader Summit for every speaker is 15 minutes, is all yours, 5 minutes for Q&A. This live is broadcasted in multiple different universities all across the world. And when I say all across the world, I'm talking about 100 plus countries, and it's not a joke. So thank you so much for coming, Mark, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm very happy to join you all today. So let's start with what I believe in. So I think I always believe that innovation should make life better, But then earlier in my career, I started scaling companies fast across the countries, continents, and so on. And basically something was missing. Many of the ventures I worked, they really focused on growth, but not necessarily on purpose. So that made me realize something, that even the best growth stories can feel hollow, when they don't align with impact. And fast forward today, we all know that AI is giving us an unprecedented power to accelerate everything, whether it comes to making decisions or creativity and even in innovation. But if we don't grow with purpose, we risk scaling the wrong things faster than ever. So as we move forward, what some call it the technological singularity. Many of you probably know that, the point where AI may surpass human intelligence. The question isn't just how fast we can grow, but why and toward what outcome. So today, the real challenge isn't technology or speed anymore. It's alignment. And that means that we need to make sure that innovation, growth, and sustainability move forward together, which is why I'm here today. I would like to share 3 lessons for you, from scaling innovation for global impact, from AI to climate tech, and also let's talk about why the future isn't just about growing faster, but about growing better. So let's start with lesson 1. It's obvious, but let's scale with alignment, not just speed. Growth alone isn't success. We escaped globally and exited successfully an IoT smart building business in Tieto, in Finland here, but sustainability wasn't really part of the picture. It was missing, and basically it was growth without impact, and that, to be honest, left a little bit of a a kind of bitter aftertaste. So that's how I learned that growth should amplify purpose and not dilute it. This means that scale requires alignment between capability and values, alignment between business incentives and positive outcomes. At the end of the day, we see a lot of companies that scale is like the scale is like the target they have, their main objective. They want to be faster, bigger, etc. But sustainability innovation will happen when you align your growth metrics with your mission. At plastics, we link, for example, blockchain to plastic recovery, and then at business, efficiency improvements directly reduce emissions. And when growth and impact move together, then scale will become exponential. So what is required for that? A North Star metric, something that connects financial performance with impact, whether it's being CO2 reduction or resource efficiency, inclusion, you name it. The culture is also very important. We need to have a culture of measuring what truly matters. It's not just what's easy to measure. And then leadership needs to be very strict, being able to say no to, growth that undermines this long-term value that we are all seeking. So before scaling, define what better means for your organization. And then whether it's economically, socially, or environmentally, possibly all together. Then the future of scale is just not bigger, it's better. So if growth doesn't serve your purpose, it will be just acceleration without any direction. Second lesson, build systems for optimal understanding, not silos. Breakthrough impact happens when data, technology, and sustainability, human insights are connected across the organizations. At Tieto, I helped that Arjen here knows that quite a lot. That's where we met. I helped build AI incubator that was supporting more than 100 startups. And the most successful weren't the ones that had the best algorithms, It was just the ones that were building systems, particularly learning systems for optimal understanding, as I call them. That means combining data from IoT sensors or then AI analytics, human insights, basically to reduce waste or optimize energy or improve safety. For this, what you need is interdisciplinary teams. That now means bringing into the picture sustainability officers, but then, of course, the engineers, product managers, growth leads, as it has always been, but always bring the sustainability team working all together. And then shared platforms for data and feedback loops that allow learning at every level. That's very important. Investments also in ecosystem thinking, not just about internal efficiency. So it's no longer about scaling products, but it's about scaling systems that connect people, technology, and purpose. If not, innovation will fail because it grows faster than your own understanding. Lesson 3, lead with human purpose. People don't just power innovation, they shape its direction. Whether it's AI, IoT, or climate tech, all of these can optimize processes, but only human purpose is what's ensuring those processes will serve society. For this, we need leaders who communicate why and not just the what or the how. We also need empowering teams that align personal values with the company mission. And finally, it's all about building empathy into your products and your culture and the customer relationships. So the strongest engine of sustainable growth is a motivated team that understands their impact on the world. Technology is one that drives progress, but purpose will give it meaning. At business, where I am now leading growth, we build industrial climate tech that improves productivity, enhances safety, and reduces emissions. But the real engine behind all that is, behind all this innovation, is people. And when teams understand why their work matters, whether it's reducing CO2 or preventing accidents, improving lives, they perform with energy that there's no KPI that can measure that, because purpose is not going to slow you down. It will fuel you. So to wrap it up, if innovation is the engine and then sustainability is the compass, altogether they define the future that we want to scale. In the next decade, we won't be talking about who scales faster, but we will talk about who scales better. So whether you are building AI or industrial tech or your next big idea, make sure that your growth leaves a footprint of progress and not pollution. I hope that these lessons spark some ideas with you and you can apply them in your own journey towards scaling innovation for global impact.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you so much for the beautiful, lovely speech of yours. A quick one question which I have got, which is there's a question from university, it's a local one. They're asking, what is the possible opportunity for local startups coming from India to expand their horizon, and what kind of support they can get in Finland?
In Finland? Well, Finland is a small country, It's probably not. Well, okay. I think that here, it's a great question, by the way. So for local startups, I would think that linking impact with your core business model early is something that's good. Don't treat it as something that you will add later. You can start the foundational, the core of your business. You can already start with that. So if your tech reduces energy emissions, waste, anything, make that metric part of your definition, your success definition, from day one. That will keep your team aligned, and then it will give investors also a clear sense that grow and impact scale together. In here, when we're thinking about Finland or the Nordics, sustainability is one of the first priority of many countries. So aligning this from early stage, that will already give you entry doors to those markets.
Thank you, Mark. I'll ask yourself to please keep your microphone in a mute mode. I'll be requesting our next speaker, Mr. Dunstan. Mr. Dunstan is coming all the way from Middle East in a part of the world which we call is land of opportunity, called Dubai. And so over to you, Mr. Dunstan, and I'll keep myself in the mute mode. Please introduce yourself, and then the floor is yours.
Yeah. Good afternoon to everyone at the World Leaders Summit 2025. I take this opportunity to welcome you all on behalf of the office of Sheikh Ahmed bin Faisal Al Qasmi, which is one of the ruling families in UAE, and I head their operations as the group CEO. Well, we are living in one of the most transformative eras in human history, an age where technology is not just advancing, but redefining how we live, how we work, and how we connect. Artificial intelligence, flying cars, drones, and robotics are no longer distant dreams. They are becoming part of our daily life. We are standing at the crossroads of innovation and opportunity. The world is rapidly evolving, powered by artificial intelligence, flying cars, drones, and robotics, transforming industries and creating new frontiers of investments and growth. AI is redefining efficiency, enabling businesses to make smarter, faster decisions. Drones are revolutionizing logistics, real estate, and security operations, while robotics is reshaping the workforce and driving automation to new heights. In the Middle East, this technology evolution is not just being observed, it's being led. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, and other forward-looking nations are investing heavily in smart ecosystems, from drone-powered logistics network to AI-driven governance and robotics in hospitality, the region is rapidly becoming a global hub for next generation technology. For entrepreneurs and investors, the message is clear. The time to engage is now. The Middle East is not merely adapting to the future, it is building it. Those who invest in innovation today will define the opportunities of tomorrow. With this brief words, I once again thanks to the organizer and my brother Arjit of WLS for giving me this opportunity, and I wish you all a great day and a great event ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, brother, for the lovely and very, very short and crisp talk of yours. Even though the speech time is for 15 minutes, you finished it within 9 minutes. Oh my God, that is like too much entrepreneurial. Okay, we have a few bit of I have a few bit of questions. For an example, if somebody from Europe or maybe from Asia or maybe even from USA, they want to expand their operation into Middle East and they want to enter in Dubai as a royal family, as a CEO, as a group CEO, you're helping a lot many companies. Why don't you talk a little bit about those opportunities? Because there are multiple different people who usually listen to us, and they would love to know about those opportunities and the
Yeah, see, as I was mentioning in the beginning, the UAE is the land of opportunities. So any entrepreneur or any business entities that wishes to come into UAE and establish their business here, we as a family office are open to partner with them and create an SPV or a joint venture to be registered in Dubai, where normal structure is that the external entity will hold about 80% of the shares and the family office will hold 20% of the shares. So we create an entity, we will provide them with all the necessary licenses, necessary approvals, and we handhold them into starting their business in this country. Subsequently, as business starts and they show some kind of attraction, say around 6 months, 1 year down the line, we will look at a growth phase or an expansion phase where, as a family office, we will also step in as an investor. So this is how we are facilitating the companies who would like to come into the country. Now, for any companies to come into the country today, there is 100% ownership available in the country, which means there is no need for a local partner to be aligned with them. However, having said that, any businesses who starts 100% on their own takes its own time to settle in this country, basically because the businesses is the business ecosystem is new to them, as well as the local players find these new entities also new to them. So this is where we as a family office step in by providing them the partnership and the credibility. So once they partner with the family office, automatically that business becomes much more credible in the local ecosystem, and they get accepted fast into the local system and they can grow faster. So this is how we kind of support the new entities.
Okay. I have quick 2 questions which I got from 2 different people. Okay. What are the most accessible funding option for SMEs in their early stages in Dubai, and how can you help us to get that, which is very
No, we can facilitate. No, there are a lot of ecosystems and there are a lot of venture capitals available in UAE, which is facilitating or supporting SMEs and new startups. Plus, we also have a incubation system wherein we mentor the startups and we put them across to global investors who can look at their projects and understand the nature of the business and the ROI, and then step in as an investor. So there is a possibility and there's a huge growth because it's a global platform where we find investors from across the world, and we can also facilitate those SMEs.
Quick another question, which is probably the last one I'm going to take. What are the best strategies for SMEs to maintain a cash flow and sustainability after receiving the fund?
See, they need to be, they need to have aligned the entire business plan well in advance before the funding starts in. And they need to make sure that the funds are deployed for the real business and the growth, rather than it getting diverted for other activities and the business gets stuck. So normally that happens because whenever somebody receives a fund, the fund is utilized for other aspects like office setup, etc., etc. Which I think today for an SME they don't need those kind of things, because the incubation system that we have is also providing them with workstations or co-working spaces and other things, which I think they should utilize in the beginning. And as they scale it up, as they grow, as they get into the next phase, yes, why not a bigger office, bigger team, and etc., etc. I think that's how we need to plan the funds utilization.
Thank you so much for coming and then sharing your wisdom with all of us, even though I have got 4 more questions, but then I'll keep it maybe for the chat engine. Thank you, audience, for asking us all these questions. But to be very honest, it's pretty easy to start operation in Middle East. And if you want to get in touch with the gentleman, he's there in LinkedIn. You can directly follow him or probably send us the questions. If that is a valid one and you want to really start, feel free to let us know. We'll be more than happy to help in this sector. Fortunately, I'm there in their company as well as a part of the company. So we'll be more than happy to guide you to expand your operations there. Thank you so much, Mr. Dunstan, for.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me call our next speaker. He's from India. So from Finland to Dubai to India, we are hopping from one part of the world to another part of the world. That's the beauty of online summit. Mr. Zafar, if you can kindly unmute yourself, and then I'm sure that the video is working fine now. Mr. Zafar, can you hear me? I can see that he's in the room. Mr. Zafar? Okay, in that case, if the internet is not working, may I call our next speaker, Namit? Namit, if you're here, can you please unmute yourself? Namit is a young gentleman. I met him during his days of NIT, and he's an NIT graduate now doing massive work. Floor is yours, Namit. And then probably if Zafar is here, we can call him again. Yes, Namit, over to you.
Thank you so much. That was indeed a great introduction, and it was actually an overwhelming word coming from your end, Arjit sir. And it gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this international summit, although it is a virtual, but I feel like it is very organic, and it makes great sense to be with the minds who share the stages accordingly with each other, so that the platform is maintained in the decorum of development under the diversity. So as far as my topic is for the discussion, which is for the personality development, I would like to begin with the first and the foremost point, which is what basically is development. Anything that is moving ahead in a positive way or a direction is termed as development, which supports the ecosystem as well as the entropy of the society for the well-being. So for that part, if we talk about the development, it is not only for an individual, but it is also considered for a group of people, society, organization, or any government-run units. Second comes is the personality. So how can we calculate that? What are the parameters that are effectively required for the personality to be developed? The coach plays a major role for analyzing the personality as well as its development, because the mentor plays an important role, so that more or less whatsoever is the phenomena that is happening behind any individual, he or she will be able to retaliate to a point that whether the individual is going through a positive mindset or he or she is facing any challenge. So the coach plays a major role in the personality development. The way of talking, the way of speaking, or the way of communicating also plays a major role in expressing one's personality. As far as we already are on a platform where we find ourselves very educated and coming from a well-worth family, it makes our responsibility to inculcate the well-being and the good being to other individuals. Basically, what plays a major role into the personality development part? So I would like to tell you that the deadlines that we make for ourselves is a very major and crucial factor that plays a major role into the development of our personality. If we follow the curriculum and follow our deadlines, that will totally lead us to our desired goal. The laziness has to be dismantled in any of the ways so that the procrastination plays a defined role. There is no laziness that has to happen. The commitments should be at most so that the deliver of our own commitment is on the time. Anytime that we plan anything and we procrastinate it, it is actually not achieved. Procrastination is a factor that plays a very crucial role in not achieving our goal. We have to maintain the calendar, we have to maintain our to-dos for a daily basis. And when we follow that, we actually, at the end of the day, get to know what our commitment was for our own self. That will help us in a major boost for the personality development. Dressing up well. Actually, we all focus up for our own self-pamper, but the way we dress up for any occasion plays a major role for our own positive attitude towards that individual performance into that module. Anyway, if we follow all these things, we will surely be able to conquer and achieve what we have desired for. Summarizing to the basic etiquettes and the fundamental of personality development is the circle which we are living in. Because it is rightly said that we are average of 5 people with whom we communicate. So if we are having a group of people who are entrepreneurs, who are discussing ideas, who are discussing on incubations, who are discussing on reforms, who are discussing on various parameters that can boost our economy and as well as our own social circle, obviously we are in the good circle. Secondly, if we talk about the belief system, because most of us lack is that although we are confident about ourselves, we are confident about achieving our aim, but we are having a lack in the belief system. Any government, any individual, any society, any organization should have a belief system which will actually promote and excel that whole community. Either we create one belief system or we follow the belief system. So it is in ourselves that should we create a belief system for other, or we should just follow a belief system that is already page written. Secondly, we should be stubborn about our goal and flexible about our methods, because our goal should be fixed and a desired way, in a desired way, but the method to reach to that goal can be modulated, which will be the molding which can easily happen through our personality. And in the last, I would like to tell that the man who pays respect to the great paves a way for his own greatness. And by this, it was a great moment for me to express my ideas regarding the personality development, and any thought and point is welcome. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Namit. Thanks for the lovely speech of yours. I'll ask you to kindly please stay put with us. Please mute yourself. Let me call Zafar first, and then we'll move towards the Q&A for both of you. Zafar, you are here.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I am. Hope you can hear me, Arijit.
Yes, we all can hear you now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really extremely sorry for the technical glitch that happened 5 minutes back, and I'm really appreciate and thanks a lot for giving us the opportunity and the platform to keep our words on, so that the world hears. And for those who may not know me, I'm also an AI strategist and consultant to the Commonwealth Secretariat, wherein I train policymakers and diplomats across 56 member countries on applying artificial intelligence. As per my regular roles, I'm the director of De Novo Glossop Limited and Fadal Industries Limited. I mean, your platform gave us privilege to share our thought with the inspiring global leaders and thinkers who are going to shape tomorrow. So this platform is indeed a great platform wherein the thinkers and the leaders from, I mean, from the global stage join together and have their words. So, fine, with this introduction of mine, very good morning to everyone. All the fellow leaders, innovators, and friends. It's truly a privilege to speak before you today at this World Leaders Summit, a gathering where ideas, technology, and purpose converge to shape our shared future. So I'm just jumping on to my topic. The topic is use of artificial intelligence in the international business. So let's start with a simple thought. A few decades ago, the fax machine was like revolutionary. Then came email, the internet, and the e-commerce. Each were rewriting how we connect, do business, and communicate. Now we are in the era of artificial intelligence, the most transformative force since the Industrial Revolution. But there's something crucial to understand. AI is not here to replace humans, it's here to enhance us, to amplify our intelligence, not substitute it. When computers arrived, those who adopted them moved ahead. When the internet arrived, those who embraced it thrived. And now, as AI takes the center stage now, those who adopt early will define the future of business. Think of AI as the electricity of the 21st century, invisible yet powering everything what we do. So what exactly does AI do in the international business? At its core, AI turns complexity into the clarity. It helps us make a faster, fairer, and more data-driven decisions. Imagine custom clearance that once took days, now getting completed in minutes with intelligent systems like ASYCUDA, ASYCUDA, or TradeLens. Or think of business negotiations simulated by AI. Like the diplomats, even before entering the room, identify the ideal tariff model or forecasting the likely economic impact of the deal. The small businesses too are becoming global players. A local artisan in Kenya can now use AI-powered tools like the ChatGPT, the Google Market Finder, or the Octopus to find new markets and negotiate better export prices, all from the mobile phone. AI automates the routine, predicts the uncertain, and personalizes the global. It's not a replacing expertise. It's giving every nation, big or small, the ability to compete smarter. Let's make this real with a few examples from my own, from my own study. In Singapore, the TradeNet system uses AI algorithm to identify potential shipping risks and automatically process custom documents, cutting clearance time dramatically. In India, exporters use predictive models that track international demand patterns. One AI tool recently predicted a surge in European market for turmeric-infused textiles. So these insights helped small exporters adjust production early and capture a growing market. In Rwanda, AI-driven satellites and sensors help farmers analyze soil health and predict harvest with remarkable accuracy. Those insights are shared through mobile platforms, allowing farmers to sell their crops directly to the global buyers. And in Barbados, since it's like a tourist spot, AI has re-emerged tourism and hospitality by analyzing travel trends and online sentiments through tools like Alexa Analytics, maybe the Google Data Studio. So these tools, by using these tools, resorts personalized guest offers prices in real time. These are not futuristic case studies. These are happening today. It's about possibility. Now let's talk about the real opportunities. AI, AI reshapes business in three transformational ways. One is efficiency, transparency, and competitiveness. In terms of efficiency, AI automates everything from a document validation to tariff calculation. Platforms like E2Open and SAP Global Trade Services can analyze complex custom data in seconds, freeing human efforts for higher level decision making. What took days now take minutes, and the savings are enormous. When, when we talk about transparency, imagine tracking a container ship the same way as you track your Uber ride. AI combined with blockchain systems like the Cargo X ensures every step from the warehouse to the port is transparent and tamper-proof. This level of visibility builds trust, reduces fraud, and boosts compliance. Then comes the competitiveness. Tools like the Blue Yonder and the Google Supply Chain AI allows companies to forecast demand, plan logistics, and optimize costs. AI even enables small nations and businesses to operate with the same efficiency as large corporations, and that's a game changer. In short, AI doesn't just make business faster or cheaper, it makes it fairer, cleaner, and more inclusive. Now let's talk about something close to my heart. How AI empowers smaller economies and developing regions, like maybe the African regions or the remote inter-region. For example, a small island nation trying to do business globally, infrastructure is limited, shipping is expensive, bureaucracy slows things down, but AI is leveling the field. The, a farmer in Fiji can now access real-time price trends, real-time price trends. Yeah. Shipping is expensive. Through the predictive analytics on his phone, a small port in the Caribbean can use IBM's as supply chain suite to predict congestion before it happens. A policymaker in East Africa can stimulate a proposed trade agreement with the tools like AnyLogic or the Simular AR and see its projected impact before signing it. This is not a charity, this is empowerment through the intelligence. AI does not just support the strong, it gives strength to those who were never part of the conversation. Now imagine you are a trade negotiator holding a 1,000-page agreement. Finding one clause on tariff could take weeks. Today, tools like IBM Watson Discovery or maybe the Trade NLP and even ChatGPT-based assistants also can scan, summarize, and highlight key issues in seconds. They flag potential risks, simulate different outcomes, and even suggest a negotiation strategies. Negotiators can now test what-if scenarios, like what if scenario drops by 15%? What if tariff goes high? What if the demand curve shifts in Asia? AI provides the foresight, and in diplomacy, foresight is power. This is the shift from a negotiation based on intuition to negotiation guided by intelligence. Let's talk about trust, the heart of every trade relationship. Every year, billions are lost to fake documents, delayed payments, or unverified shipments. But AI and blockchain together are changing that story altogether. And of course, I know that Arijit would agree on these points. Arijit himself is a master of the blockchain and the AI. But the AI and blockchain are together changing changing their story. AI acts as the intelligent verifier. It scans, checks, and detects irregularities. Blockchains act as a permanent record. Once verified, no one can alter it. In Kenya, AI models now validate tea exports through blockchain ledgers, tracing every shipment from farm to port. In Bangladesh, tools like Veritas protocol detect duplicate invoices and flag a suspicious activity before payment is made. Smart contracts on platforms like the Glorify now releases funds automatically once the goods are delivered, ensuring trust without intermediaries. Together, AI and blockchain make trade not only faster but also fairer. Because in tomorrow's world, transparency won't be an opinion; it will be the default. Of course, with great power comes great responsibility. AI must be ethical, explainable, and inclusive. We have seen biases creep into systems trained only on data from large economies or dominant region. That's why it's crucial that AI reflects all voices. Tools like IBM AI Fairness 360 helps audit algorithm for bias. Google's explainable AI allows policymakers see what a model see why a model reached a particular conclusion. An open mind tool ensures that sensitive trade or the financial data remains encrypted and protected. The message is simple. AI must have humanity, not dominate it. It should serve the humanity. Ethics is not the opposite of innovation, it's what gives innovation trust. Let me address a common question. Will AI replace people? Absolutely not. AI can process numbers, but it cannot understand nuance. It can predict trend, but it cannot build relationships. Trade at its heart is a human. It's about trust, diplomacy, and dialogue. AI simply handles the data while we focus on the vision. Think of it as your tireless co-pilot, one that never sleeps, never forgets, never gets tired. Together, human plus machine can achieve what neither could alone. So the future is not man versus machine, it's man with machine leading a smarter, faster, and fairer trade. We are entering a new era, which is AI empowered globalization. Data flows are now as vital as trade flows. Borders are becoming digital, and trade is no longer just goods, it's data, creativity, and digital services. Technologies like a generative AI, agentic AI, and the blockchain integrated AI are already redefining logistics, compliance, and trade finance. Imagine using Tableau with IBM Watson X to predict a trade deficits before that happens. Or maybe the Planter Foundry is a tool that, that is used to model a real-time disruption in shipping routes. AI can even detect fraud patterns through a platform like FICO Falcon before a transaction is completed. This is not science fiction, it's happening right now. Let's take a quick trip across the supply chain where delays cost millions, precision drives profits. AI is transforming how goods move, predict, and arrive. Companies now use Waymo's AI logistics to find the fastest route, while automobiles warehouse movement with zero error. Predictive maintenance tools like Uptake warn of breakdown before they happen, saving fuel, time, and frustration. When the storms or port congestion hit, AI tools like Defer Analytics reroute shipments automatically, ensuring goods will reach on time. As we use in Uber, like if some route has got congestion, automatically it diverts to some other route. Even small exporters now rely on Oracle Logistics AI to plan cargo space and forecast demand. It's simple. AI makes global logistics as predictable as local delivery. It doesn't just move containers, it moves confidence. In every technological revolution, there are two kinds of players, those who wait and those who lead. The leaders of tomorrow will not be those with the largest economies, but those with the smartest use of AI. AI does not recognize borders or the GDPs. It rewards agility, adaptability, and vision. So whether you are a policymaker, entrepreneur, businessman, exporters, or diplomat, your most valuable skill today is not coding, it's curiosity. The courage to explore new tools, test new ideas, and keep learning. Let me end this session. I hope I have taken my 13, 14 minutes now. Let me end with a simple truth. Artificial intelligence will not replace human, but humans who use AI will replace those who don't. So let's not view AI as a buzzword. As a buzzword, let's see it as a bridge that can connect economies, a bridge that empowers small businesses, a bridge that brings fairness, transparency, and opportunity to it. Let's not fear the future. Let's lead it intelligently. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rajit. Thank you, World Leaders Summit. It's an honor speaking with you today. And thanks for hearing me patiently.
Thank you. Quick question, and then we'll move to the next speaker.
Yes, please.
What are the biggest untapped industries where generative AI can create a disruptive business model in the next 3 to 5 years? This question coming from all the way from Central Asia.
Okay. See, in the present scenario, generative AI has not been used to its fullest. Actually, the potential has not been used. People are like using creating images and all those things. All the industry, entire industry, wheresoever you feel, you can use the generative AI everywhere. It's helpful and it's going to disrupt. That and and its requirement is like everywhere. Yes, please.
Sure. Thank you so much for this answer. Question, I'll take only one because we have lined up of speakers. Question to Namit. We skipped his question. Namit, a quick question from probably a school kid, if I'm not wrong. She's from class 8 standard, asking about how she can grow her own personality in terms of she's coming from a sports background, but if she wants to enhance the skill set towards better person, towards a corporate world, what she should do. Oh my God. Two tiny little girl asking this kind of question. Okay.
Yeah, actually, as the way you have elaborated the question, so I feel immense. It was an immense pleasure listening to this question, because in itself, this question is a great ideology that a person is showing if he or she is in 8th standard. So although, see, you are already holding a best personality at now, if you are thinking so much about your future, but only one thing that I would say is that sports, as you are following up currently at a tender age of say 12 or 13 years, so sports also requires a great amount of skill set, discipline, and a curriculum that has to be followed. And secondly, so if you're doing it well, precisely to the point in your sports, so I think that will not be a much of your worry for converting it same into your corporate world, because still you have maybe more than a couple of years while you start preparing for your college preparation or anything similar to corporate. So only thing that will play a major role is time management, so that you can give proper time to your sports as well as your co-curricular activities, your academics, as well as few moments of your 24 hours for your own self personality development, because any athlete should prepare himself or herself into that way in the which sports he or she is dealing with. But accordingly, if you are trying for a corporate or what to say into a holistic development, so I think in the major case, if you try to give some time on your speaking skills, on your personality, and reading some personality development books, or following a curriculum, going through the interviews, mock interviews, that will actually boost your skill, and I hope you're already good to go. Thanks.
Super. Thank you so much for the brief and sweet answer. I'll tell you what happens after World Leader Summit. So maybe some of the people feel that it's a monologue dialogue that is happening in the room, but to be very honest, you will be probably blasted with several different questions in your social media. People are smart enough nowadays when you speak and it is directly broadcasted and of course telecasted in several different universities. I know there is a gentleman, I should take these names. Rahul, thank you for broadcasting it into IEST Shibpur. Thank you so much, Zuan, for broadcasting it in Central Asia. Thank you, Salvador, for broadcasting in Uzbekistan. Thank you so much, Kyle, for broadcasting it in US. So there are plenty of other people. I will take their name one by one. What happens after your speech? I'm sure that you'll be probably getting several different questions. And of course, we have a mechanism after summit where people usually fill up their form and then we get back to you, whether that is for business or for their personal question. We usually redirect it to each and every speaker. And there is a option after World Leaders Summit 10 days. It usually happens for continuous 10 days. What will happen? We will connect back to you, circulate back to you, all the speakers, with opportunities for business, in the sense there are usually questions related to business collaboration. If things are maturing, we usually conduct a B2B matchmaking session, and then, of course, you can take it forward. So I'll not take more of your time. I already took 1 minute extra. So I'll go directly from India to Nigeria. I can see that our beautiful speaker, she is already there waiting. And then after that, we'll be going to Singapore. So Olabenki, I'm sure that you are there, and the floor is yours for 15 minutes. It's a pleasure to have you on board.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Olabanke Nwanze. So I'm speaking from Nigeria. I am the founder of Wonga Fix, Nigerian Business Consult. So I will be talking about green fintech, planned fund for inclusive and sustainable growth. Once again, it is my pleasure to be here with you at this important summit. I would like to start with a story. You know, a few years ago, I met a young man. His name is Tunde. He's a factory worker in Lagos. He's one of those quiet heroes who keeps the city running 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, and rarely taking a break. But every time life throws him a curveball, it's either a medical emergency, or maybe he wants to pay his children's school fees, you know, maybe pay rent, and he has nowhere to go, nowhere to turn to. Why? Because the bank said no to him because of his income. His income is either too small, you know, maybe he doesn't have credit history, he has no collateral, or maybe he's where he's working is not a blue chip company. So the traditional banks in Nigeria are generally not interested in him. Then he turns to informal lenders. They will say yes, but at an interest rate that only pushed him deeper into debt. And in that same time, his community was changing. You know, the community was changing, and he's having the informal, sorry, at that same time, when he needs a loan, his community is maybe it's flooded, the trees are not growing as they should, and every time he looks for, every time Tunde keeps fighting two battles at the same time: financial hardship and environmental decline. But at Wonga Fix, what we have decided is to change the story. We ask ourselves, what if access to finance could also be a force for good? You know, just a year ago, over a year ago, we launched our employer loan program designed to give low-income earners fair and affordable access to credit, backed by stability of their employers. We partnered with companies integrated directly with their payroll system and made it possible to disburse loans and make seamless monthly deductions. And the result is, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, because we have a lot of employees that are partaking in this, you know, a lot of employees now have access to funds when they need when they need them most, for healthcare, for education, or small businesses, without fear of stress. Employers have seen increased productivity and strong loyalty from their employees. That is our present reality for now. But we know true progress means going beyond finance to protect environments that sustain us all. It's not only financing. We need to sustain our environment because that is what gives us life. And this brings us to our next step, combining financial inclusion with environmental sustainability. We call it green fintech. We call it Plant Fund for Inclusive and Sustainable Growth. It's a simple but powerful idea. For every loan that is disbursed, for every repayment, a tree is planted. For every loan that we give out, the employer also partakes in it. That means every borrower becomes part of a green movement. Every repayment becomes an act of renewal. And every financial milestone becomes a tangible contribution to our planet, to our very environment, when we bring it home. So we are turning lending into a circle of life where financial growth fuels environmental recovery. The model is very, very simple, and how it works here in our company is that it is built in three ways partnership. That is between the borrowers, the employers, and the tree planting NGOs that we have. We have a lot of NGOs, but I think we are partnering with one called Lekki Conservation Center in Nigeria. Each borrower is invited to plant a tree, either when their loan begins or when they finish repayments, when they finish repaying it, or every month, the monthly repayment that they make every month, they make a contribution towards that tree that is being planted. First, the borrower. Each borrower is invited to plant a tree, either when their loan begins, when they finish repaying it. It's a symbolic act that says, I am part of something bigger than just borrowing money, And then the second partner is actually the employer. Every participating companies contribute a small amount per loan to support the tree planting fund, a way of investing not just in their people, but in their environment as well. So the employer contributes to the tree that is being planted per employee. It can be something very small, but they do that contribution as well. So then the third partner is actually us, that's Wonga Fix. We also co-fund every tree that is planted because we believe sustainability is not just a slogan, it is a shared responsibility. So with the help of our NGO partners and digital tools like geotagging and mapping, every single tree planted will be tracked, recorded, monitored, and so that our impact is transparent, it is verifiable and measurable. And for companies not yet integrated into our payroll system, what we do is, it's very easy so that everybody will be, everybody is integrated, everybody is carried along. So repayment can be done through, we have something called, we have a platform called Remita in Nigeria, where you can do direct debit, direct deductions, or maybe we can also do deductions via our partner banks. We have some banks that we have partnered with in Nigeria where the people can open their accounts, and then every month when their employer paid their salaries, they have a standing order put in place where we'll do the deductions and also the deductions for the tree planting. So if your loan is actually for like 6 months, so you maybe every month you pay like $20 every month, you know. The amount, the tree maybe cost like $10. So every month we share that $10 into 6 months. So that will be the contribution that the employee contributes to the tree planting as well. So it's very simple. It's not going to be stressing them as well. It's going to be easy to make all those repayments. So no one is actually left behind in this journey towards inclusion and sustainability. So the impact, so let's talk about the impact of all of this. You know, when you imagine, you know, every time a worker takes a loan to pay school fees, a tree is planted. Every time they finish repayment, another tree grows somewhere in Lagos, in Nigeria. That is not just financial. That is not just financial data, it's life and landscape being restored together. So our model drives change in 3 powerful ways: financial inclusion, giving low-income earners fair access to loan and helping them build stability and opportunity; environmental restoration, reversing deforestation and reducing carbon emission, 1 tree at a time; cultural awareness. So we are building a new generation of borrowers who understands that economic empowerment and environmental care goes hand in hand. So at Wonga Fix, every loan plants a tree, every repayment nurtures the heads, and every borrower becomes a catalyst for change. So, but in the beginning, we envision a future where every financial transaction leaves footprints, green footprints, where fintech isn't just about speed or convenience, but about conscience. You know, when you imagine a world where lending drives both prosperity and the planetary health, where companies measure success not only by profit margin, but by number of trees that have been helped to grow. And where borrowers like Tunde, the factory worker, can proudly say, my loan changed my life and helped heal the hurt. That is the future we are building, and a future where inclusive finance and climate action move forward together. So as we close, let's remember this simple truth: money can grow business, tree can grow life, but when we bring both together, we grow sustainable future. So at Wonga Fix, we are proving that doing good and doing well can happen at the same time. That lending can be inclusive and it can be green. So together, we can turn every loan into a seed of hope for people, for community, and for our environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the beautiful speech, and there is much required, to be very honest.
Thank you.
I'll highly request you to please be in touch with me after the summit. We'll be more than happy to connect you with a few bit of maybe decision makers. If you don't know, ma'am, we run a business accelerator called Co-Innovate Ventures, and we run a fund based out of US. Maybe you have heard from the gentleman whom you probably got our reference.
Okay.
I'm also in the board of Global Wealth Forum. So we usually try to help companies, organizations to grow, to communicate and see that together if we can do some impact.
Something, yeah.
A
Thank
quick,
you so
quick
much.
question coming from Asia. I can't understand their country. The IP is not detectable, but then the question is really sweet. They're asking that what is the main factor which is not giving a lot of boost to the countries like Nigeria, Tanzania, and few big part of Africa. Africa is full with natural resources. All the possible skill sets probably is there. Maybe a lot of, I'm just reading it from the question, yeah. Maybe a lot of political improvement is required, or what is the exact gap that we can't see Africa is coming in a very, very fast and larger way? That's the question.
Okay, yeah, I think the problem is I think the problem really is the leaders, and we have a lot of corruption in Africa. So with all of that put together, insecurity in the country, so a lot of people are not able to grow out of the poverty in the country, especially Nigeria. We have a lot of people that are not educated. The schools are no longer what it used to be like in the 70s. What we have now, it's the government is not funding education as it should. We have a lot of private schools, private universities, private primary and secondary. So if the poor people cannot have access to quality education, we do not have quality education in Nigeria anymore. So that coupled up with bad governance, some policies that are not friendly to the people. So you see that, especially in Nigeria and Africa in general, we can't come out of that poverty.
Okay, so we have a partner country at this time. As I was talking a lot about South Africa, so she is there in the platform as well. My sweet and beautiful and very encouraging partner. Yes, please, you can add the answer, please. Shermine. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Thanks, Arijit. Yes, just to answer or just to add to the answer that you've given, coming from South Africa, Cape Town in South Africa, and, trying very much to address the unemployment crisis. I mean, in South Africa, I mean, how 50% of our country is unemployed. And on the African continent, we face mass unemployment. One of the big issues is that despite the fact that we are one of the richest in the world with resources, we are the richest. We have got all the resources, all the raw material, we've got everything. The biggest drawback to that is the fact that our leadership has failed the African continent. Coming from South Africa, leadership, every day it's in the news, such a lot of politics, poor leadership, bribery, fraud, corruption, everything in the government sector. So that puts a huge dampen on everything on the entire economy. And the same thing, interestingly enough, has a knock-on effect on all other African countries. It's like leadership is just non-existent. We kind of like fighting a losing battle and just trying with the baby steps. So just to add to that, it's even in South Africa, we are actually on the same page as you are, trying very hard, hopefully to get there one day. We don't know if we'll ever get there, but yeah, it's challenging every single day.
Super. Probably I will add a lot of things, but this is not my platform. I'm just a host. But we started a platform called deeptechknowledge.com. For education, anyone and everyone is welcome, more than welcome. If you want to become a partner, please be a partner country. We can educate your youth. We can give access to business and growth through co-innovate ventures. The entire ecosystem is with us. We never ever entered into that part of the world, mainly in Nigeria itself at the moment. But there is an AI teacher and human teacher, which is actually giving training hand in hand. So when Zafar talked about me talking about AI, yes, I'm coming from approximate 25 plus years of industry experience on artificial intelligence, 27 plus years of experience on technology, innovation, and business. I'll skip myself. I will probably introduce myself and my partners later on, but this is the time we move from Africa to another beautiful part of the world, which is Singapore. I visited that part of the world multiple times. Like amazing food, great people to do business with. People become friend-like without any kind of question, I would say, two of the most beautiful countries I would love, or maybe three now, I would love to mention Korea, Singapore, and Kazakhstan. Oh my God, I'm touched with these people. When I travel there, I really don't have to pull out my wallet. That's kind of relationship that we have. And what best we can have two different speakers coming from Singapore. So I'll call upon pretty early Mr. James, and then probably after that, the sweet, beautiful lady, Pat Chen. I can read your name in a different way, actually, because the name is written in my database is Chen Zhuo, but it's okay. I can, yeah. So over to you, Mr. James, and then Madam. Yes, Mr. James, over to you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Arijit. This is my first time at the World Leader Summit. What a nice atmosphere and what a nice energy for connecting the world. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share. I'm going to share my deck. 1 second. You guys can see so far?
Yeah.
Good. Wonderful. I have 15 minutes. I appreciate the time very much. I'm going to talk about something called AI for Humanity as United Nations SDG number 18, towards a global, unified, balanced, and sustainable development of AI. I am the founder and MD of Artificial Intelligence International Institute based in Singapore, but I'm active across the world. I've given talk in China, Southeast Asia, India, Davos, US as well, to promote this AI for humanity. I'm also a professor at Singapore University of Technology and Design. So I founded a think tank about 8 years ago, promoting, advocating sustainable AI for humanity. First of all, it's about thought leaderships. I hope in Asia we have more effort to have original thinking, to have our own perspective. Second part of that is to promote ecosystem engagement, and this World Leader Summit is actually a very good platform to do so. And also, we also act on it, not just advocating. So there are initiatives that we promote. For more information you want to find out, you can check out my book called AI for Humanity, available on Amazon, published by Wiley. So I'm going to talk about three things. First thing is, why do we want to advocate AI for humanity as SDG number 18? Second of all, I'd like to share with you some of the tractions. How do we go about making it happen? Because engaging the UN is a long and a complex process. And third of all, what are the initiatives? How do we plan about doing it? And in the future, when we have more time, we talk about some of the initiatives that is happening. So why? One of the things, there's a lot of discussion about AI for the last few years because of ChatGPT, even earlier. But AI has been around for 70 years. And one of the biggest risks or danger of AI is that everybody conclude that they understand what it is. But to me, having been in AI for 40 years, also learning still, trying to figure out, I started my career in 1986 in the research lab in the US. I think people seem to think they know what it is, but at the time they look at what is AI today, tomorrow, it has really changed because it's evolving, right? So that is the biggest risk, and we should never think we know about it. But of course, we understand what it is today, but we should never underestimate what it can become. Of course, the United Nations has published a report last year in September about governing AI for humanity. So basically, no one currently understands the inner working of AI to fully control or predict its evolution. I think with so many experts globally involved in this particular report, to make such a statement also given us some indication why we need to be ready, right? At the same time, so as part of the thing I've covered in my book, based on my 40 years of experience, I really want people to understand, the first thing to understand the nature of AI is that it is digitally organic. It's like we have designed AI in the image of the human. We human are organic, we'll grow, we'll evolve, we'll learn. So AI actually always learn from humans and the environment today, and is constantly evolving. And you will learn and may reason differently from us because the computational or the reasoning model is different. And it may surprise us, and it may or may not be within our control. And so this is important to know. If one of the way to look at the whole thing is talk to the sci-fi director like James Cameron, who has done the movie Avatar, also the Terminator. I'm not saying that all the things he planned out are relevant, but many of these foresight are actually happening today. And one of the things he recently said is that the fusion of AI and robotics that's happening right now is one of the most thrilling technology leap of our lifetime. And he said that we are no longer just building machines that execute commands. We are designing systems that can learn, adapt, and even evolve on its own. So as a sci-fi director, he has the foresight, and I think he's spot on. I'm very glad that he actually bring the awareness to everybody through his foresight and hopefully through his movie to bring awareness to the rest of the world. It confirmed many of our understanding at our think tank, as well as by myself about 40 years ago. And I think it's just amazing that it's happening so quickly. And Google recently DeepMind is working on a project called the Alba Evolve, which is figuring out how to get AI to evolve itself by learning recursively, etc. This shows that we are already at the forefront and the frontier AI to figure out how to get AI to learn by itself without human intervention, potentially, so that it can scale exponentially. We may not be there, but we never know when we're going to hit the alpha go moment, right? When things will just take off and you supersede the current capability without us knowing. So I think we need to get ready. There are many reports, including books like Precipice, that actually talk about the risk of AI. I highly recommend everybody to take a look at it. And also, there's a report by the RAND Corporation for the US Homeland Security, which I think also talk about many of the risks compared to other risks like asteroid and etc. that we need to deal with in terms of catastrophic risks that I want to bring to everybody's attention. Recently, there's also a paper in the Silicon Valley called the San Francisco Consensus that talk about the AI 2027 that paint out the different scenario. These are actually all downloadable. You can take a look and look at the risk of all this happening. There's another one also by Silicon Valley by Leopold Brenner. Also talk about some of the scenario just in as early as June last year. So basically, it's a reminder that the formation of the United Nations UNESCO talk about since war or safety begins in the minds of men and women, it's in the mind and minds of women that the defenses of peace, as well as such existential risk, should be constructed. So one of the things about why is that we need to learn from history. If you look at the genesis of AI when proposed by John McCarthy, Marvin Minsky, Mr. Rochester, and Shannon, in 1955, if you read the paper, many of the things they talk about, they aspire to want to do, are actually already happening today. Yes, we went through 2 winter and 3 boom right now, but it shows that we are actually growing exponentially in terms of our capability to do so. And if you look at the history of AI, 2 winter and 3 booms, we have gone through difficulties. But every time there's a boom, we have a winter because the challenges is not easy to do so. And there's already a lot of discussion about the AI hype with the data center build up, as well as another winter coming. But these are financial so-called winter, and the technology continue to evolve. A good example is that between the last winter, many AI company was actually incubated and developed. Including Google, Facebook, they were actually deploying AI algorithm. And it's what I call the AI in disguise, as discussed in my book. And the beautiful thing about this whole thing is that we actually have people with foresight, like many of the think tank that was started in 1993 in Montreal by Benjo, that actually look into many of the ethical and safety of AI as far back as 1993. And that's one of the reasons why I want to start an AI think tank in 2017 based out of Singapore, engaging the community in Southeast Asia, in US, Europe, and in China as well. So as such, these are the reasons why. And interestingly, in the last few years, because of the ChatGPT, there's really a global calling for AI for humanity. So that is a very good news at the macro level. So my book actually talked about many of these things, was published last year, but it's actually started writing the ideas about 4 or 5 years ago. And the United Nations Secretary General actually called for a future of AI by humanity, with humanity, and for humanity just recently as last month. At the same time, the report was generated called Governing AI for Humanity. Benjo, who is the Turing Award winner for deep learning, he basically started a new non-profit movement called Law Zero to bring safe AI for humanity. So there's a lot of global calling. Professor Li Feifei from Stanford, actually, she wrote a book. She also started the Human-Centered AI in Stanford. These are all interlinked effort by different thought leaders and influential people to want to make sure that we are ready for that. Recently, also at the United Nations level, there's a global signature calling for the AI red line so that we can get the whole global attention to make sure that there's certain things we do not cross so that we cannot deal with unacceptable AI risks. And this is available for everybody to sign up and show your voice. Geoffrey Hinton at the World AI Conference in July this year traveled all the way to Shanghai to talk about will digital intelligence replace biological intelligence, which is his calling. Whether you agree or disagree with him, but this is something that we want to pay attention to. And at the same time, at the conference, he called to call for global AI cooperations in 2025 at WAIC. So what are the traction right now we are doing? So there's already some traction. The first calling, at least by myself, I was in the United Nations event called by the Department of Economic and Social Affairs at the International Conference on Data and Digital Governance in Shanghai. I was given the stage to call for UN SDG number 18. It was attended by about 20 over developing country representative. It was a very informal setting. I was very encouraged by how well received it is by the developing country. Of course, we have Singapore as well as South Korea at the part of the developed country. So luckily, in this October this year at the United Nations University in Macau at the AI conference, we were given a platform to advocate AI for humanity as SDG number 18. And very fortunately, the conference is also called AI for Humanity, Building an Equitable Digital Future. Together with different speakers, we were given a stage to do so, and we are very glad to have Stephanie Hang, the CIO of Asia Development Bank. We have Samir Golab from India government. We have Dr. Ileana Bejarano from Colombia, also in Spain, representing Europe, her point of view living in the West, as well as Hai Hao Liao, a young researcher in AI safety based in Hong Kong. It's the beginning of that engagement, and we have a very exciting and very fruitful conversation, and we're going to continue after that. So how are we going to do it? Given the limited time, I'm going to keep it very simple. The three focus areas for AI for humanity is AI for sustainability, the sustainability of AI itself, as well as governing AI for humanity. In terms of AI for sustainability, basically, we keep it very simple so that it's very easy to understand. The use of AI, the adoption of AI, the design of AI should be all aligned with the United Nations SDG goal 1 to 17 to actually help it to achieve the goal. At the same time, it's about alignment as well, so that it aligns to the human value that at least more or less the global population of 8 billion people represented by United Nations are aligned towards that. That is the first start. Second of all is the sustainability of AI. AI has gone through 2 winters. We want to make sure that the AI development continue to sustain and avoid another winter. At the same time, we want to make sure there's a green development of AI so that the energy use and the water, all these things at the data center are done properly. Third but not least is governing AI for humanity. Many of the concepts are already proposed at the United Nations, but we will need some oversight at the appropriate level. And there are many more frameworks that can be covered that I actually discussed in my book to balance the 3 pillars of technology, commercialization, as well as governance. As such, I'll conclude my presentation. And feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, WhatsApp, and WeChat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for a beautiful speech. And of course, people will try to connect you. Even though we have 4 different questions coming from one question that we got is from Australia. I'm really happy and glad that that part of the world became active now. Well, a quick question. If we look at the manufacturing industries, probably in the upcoming next 2 decades, there will be a lot of implementation of IoT and, of course, energy efficiency. How exactly AI can play a role? That's question number 1. I'll go one by one, Professor. Hope that is
Okay.
yeah.
I just came back from China, from Hong Kong and Shenzhen, where there's probably the most concentrated level of manufacturing. Basically, I think for manufacturing, everybody is going to be very much run by robots at some point. Basically, there will be dark manufacturing, dark room, where there won't be any so-called, there'll be less and less human involved in the manufacturing itself. Now, I think with the IoT, those are additional sensors that could be useful. I think at the manufacturing level, as well as many other so-called physical places like the so-called like the farm, etc., that we can actually link up to what people are working on called the Web3 to the RWA, the real world asset. So there are things that AI can actually help to connect the provability and the trustworthiness of the actual asset itself, connecting to that. And also supervising the factory in terms of those visibility. And I think that is one. Second of all, I've to say that using AI to do governance is also good, but we need to use the appropriate type of AI so that it's explainable to do so. We cannot use the unexplained AI to govern the manufacturing facility.
Thank you. The next question is coming from India. What is the advantage of creating a Gen AI ecosystem? The question is coming from a young guy. He started a platform called Nexoxa, which is probably AI image generation and AI prompt upgradation system, along with an ecosystem for sharing the AI content, music, video, and pictures. So that's the exact question is, what is the advantage of creating ecosystem for AI content creators? Yeah.
Wonderful. In fact, this is so coincident. This is one of the initiatives we do for the AI for Humanity as SDG number 18 is we recently launched AI Con 2025 in Singapore, which is advocating AI for everyone and to promote AI awareness, literacy, and fluency. And we have the Singapore Minister of State actually being our guest of honor. Part of that is actually powered by young people who are doing Gen AI.
Professor? Professor?
Really creative. It's transforming in different ways. For example, that in the TV and filmmaking industry, as well as animation, we are also receiving the project from the biography film from Taiwan project. It's a documentary project that are creating a series of documentary based on the true story of the Taiwan master. Then everybody knows that it's really hard to capture or recover the old footage of all those masters. So we're using AI to recover those. We're receiving a lot of orders from the promotion video, especially from the tourism board, to use a creative way to help them to promote their cultures, as well as the VR virtual reality and comic books and training projects. And the training project is very interesting. It's not only about teaching AIGC, but to invite students to join some world-class projects. For example, that we are collaborating with a lot of IP owners, like publishers. They have a lot of award-winning novels. And all those novels are done by the good directors and many famous good writers, and many famous directors already indicate their interest to work on the project. So the student can come together with the work class directors, writers to accomplish the project. Along the way, then can get their technology knowledge, not only knowledge, but as well as the practice opportunities to make sure their capability is at the cutting edge level when they graduate from the program. And they can also learn from the very experienced director writers in the storytelling and in all the aspects in the movie. So this is a very interesting project. And along the way, we're promoting this educational program, and more IPs are being recovered. And in the end, there's a commercial advertisement. This is generate most of the revenue because it's a traditional industry, the structure never been changed. Okay, so we are also collaborating with a lot of creators to incubate their own IPs. You can see it's very creative, and we are creating with big organizations and authorities to working on their own movie projects. You know that in the world there are a lot of movie projects it's not continue because of the financial reasons, but if then convert into the AIGC movie, so there's a way for them to continue. So this is also one of the key projects vertical that we're working on. Yeah, so we not only create the elements, we're also helping people to distribute their content. So basically that's all for the AIGC creator ecosystem platform. And thank you so much for this. And if there is any question, please let me know. Yeah.
Thank you for the beautiful presentation. You may probably come to the main screen, stop your presentation. It will be easier. Yeah. Okay, so we have several different creators, which are maybe coming from various different parts of the world. Not only from India, we have a creator coming from Europe. I'm sure that you are coming from Singapore, China, that region. We have creators who are registered with us from various different parts. Example, the USA. Example, a few bit of Eastern Europe. Couple of people who launched their AI applications, not only movie. So we helped one young chap to create their own ecosystem. So is there a possibility that we can probably handshake with your AIGC and maybe make it large and big? So this question is coming from the young gentleman. His name is Yash. He started this platform called Nexoxa at the age of 17. So willing to handshake and collaborate with you. I'm sorry about the technical glitch. There was some internet issues in my end and I lost you in between, but I was watching from the live session. So the question coming from Yash, a young chap willing to handshake with your platform. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. We are happy to collaborate with all those talents. And also that the AIGC era, a lot of young people that are working on the individual startup projects because it's so easy to do a startup nowadays. You don't need a group of programmers. You can start from your own by taking the tuition from the YouTube. And right now we're also, because we have the ecosystem, we have the technology infrastructure, we're also collaborating with a lot of individuals. So we call them as super individual, meaning that themselves, they can work on the project, they can work on the product, they can do the sales. We're working with them and we put their product into a part of our infrastructure and promote it to our ecosystem users. And we can understand more about his platform and seeing that how to proceed. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, we have a email, business@facedragon.com. If he's interested, he can send an email to follow up.
Yeah, he already got I think around 1,000 collaborators in his platform. So hopefully you guys can collaborate with each other. Please ping me with your email ID. I will connect both of you so that you guys can collaborate with each other.
Thank you
Okay,
so much.
so coming back to the point, like we had another speaker. His name is Nazar. He's also coming from maybe Singapore, but somehow he's sending me a text that he's traveling, which is really sad. We'll miss you because my team and my employees, we usually send emails around a month back, and every week we keep in touch with you. Even personally, I have texted all the speakers. Anyway, we'll miss you, Mr. Nazar. It's a pity that you can't join, and we'll move to our next speaker at the moment. So I'm not sure if Mr. Ramesh is here, and then next we can move to Mr. Francis Tao. Mr. Ramesh, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here, sir.
Sure. So the stage is yours, Mr. Ramesh.
Yeah.
And I'll be more than happy to ask more questions if there is any. Please be there with us. People
Sure.
from Singapore,
Sure.
give me 5 minutes to accumulate all the questions. Mr. Ramesh, the stage is yours for 15 minutes. Please enlighten us with your knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Distinguished leaders and colleagues, very good day to you. It is an honor to speak before you today on a subject that sits at the heart of global transformation, the nuances of building a thriving startup ecosystem. So why I'm talking on this topic is basically I am an assistant professor working in a Present Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. And while working here, I started a startup called Arkinlab Private Limited, which is basically working on building drones for next generation efforts. For example, if you look at the drones, everywhere you see, there'll be a pilot who will be sitting in a particular place, and he'll be flying the drone. Right? What we have done is we have created a drone which can be connected over the cloud technology, and anybody can fly the drone from anywhere in the world. That opened up a lot of opportunities in that particular sector. Right. So in just a decade, startups have moved from garages to global stages. They are no longer fringe players. They are now the new engines of economic reliance, social progress, and technological solidarity. So today, we'll be seeing how the global startup revolution is happening, and what are things we as a leader we can do to contribute to that particular things. Right. So if you look at the startup ecosystem, it is a $3 trillion spanning across every continent. Right. So innovation is no longer a local thing which we see. It is a geopolitical thing. Right. Nations are competing not for land or not just for resources, but they are looking on the talents, they are looking on the innovation, and they are looking on an ecosystem which can build the entire innovation. All right. So the new thing is innovation is no longer confined to like Silicon Valley or Shenzhen or kind of thing. People or the students who are studying in tier 2 or tier 3 cities, right? They are doing a lot of innovations, and as a leader, we are in a situation to throw light on those tier 2 and tier 3 city students, and to bring up all the innovations they have. If you when as part of this thing, I also teach entrepreneurship to all our undergrad students. So when we teach those students, what I look is, a lot of students are having very good ideas, but they don't know how to take that idea forward and create a startup. That's the major thing which we see while we teach. So as a leader, what we are supposed to do is we need to help them to grow in a area where they can able to build their startup and essentially go into a kind of unicorn, right? So for that, basically what I propose is we need to have basically 4 pillars which enables that particular ecosystem. The first one is policy predictability, right? So if you take, since I'm from India, I'll take the example of Startup India. Right, Startup India is one of the flagship initiative which is taken by the Indian government to help all the startups. Right, with the help of Startup India, now the entire thing which people is very easier in India. Similarly, we had all these kind of schemes in every country, which is going to help all the startups, all the students, all the people who wants to start their own startup, right? So it becomes much easier. So that's policy predictability. The next one is capital accessibility. As the Startup India turns every student into an entrepreneur, right? The main thing is the fund, how they are able to get funds for their startups, right? So through Startup India schemes, through Startup India, lot of initiatives have been proposed by Government of India, and every now and then they are providing lot of grants and other kinds of instruments to all the students as well as the individual people who are innovating things. And again, that is very, very important. The next one is talent pipeline. Again, through Startup India, again, government is conducting a lot of Smart India. There is a thing in India, we have something called the Smart India Hackathon. So through Smart India Hackathon, lot of problem statements has been given to all the educational institutions. Students from any part of India can able to participate in that. And through that, the government is finding lot of talents from students, especially from the student sector. And the last one is infrastructure for innovation. Though the government is doing a lot of initiatives like this, at the end of the day, students should have a platform to do all these things. And that's where incubators come into the play. So incubators play a very important role in India, not only in India and across the world, right? So incubators play a very important role wherein they guide all the individuals to build from idea to next level. And that's where these are the four important things. Once again, I repeat, the first one is policy, second one is capital, and third one is talent pipelines, and the fourth one is infrastructure. Right, infrastructure through incubators. So with these four things, I think we could able to create a very good ecosystem which will transform our world into a new world wherein all the SDGs will also be covered. Right now, the SDG people are looking on SDGs, on all the startups, all the young minds are looking on SDGs, wherein we could able to transform the world we live in. Right. And coming back to my startup, we got help from all these sectors, from Government of India, from the incubators, from the education institution which I work, right? All these things, the policies which they create, right? So all these things we could able to get a very good support system which will enable us to move forward. We started from a very scratch with no money with no money in our hand. And right now, our company is valued at around more than 50 crores. So that is the ecosystem we require, right? And all these things started from academia. As I said, I work in an education institution. Basically, our startup started from a project which I given to my students. So from that particular final year project to a big startup, everything started from the academia. So academic also plays a very important role in building all the ecosystem, right? So basically, to conclude, what my takeaway or what the idea which I propose to the conclave is, we need to have a stronger ecosystem wherein we could able to build from the idea from the students. So because young people are the one who is going to shape the future world. So we need to create an environment wherein anybody who wish to start their vision, the ecosystem should enable them to do it. Right. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And this is what I wish to share among the fellow participants. Thank you
so much. Thank you, Mr. Ramesh.
Thank you.
Ramesh, somehow I'm a evaluator in the Smart India Hackathon. Plus, our company is actually the corporate company who gives problems to the ministry.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah. So you are right, perfectly right, that this is what is changing entire India, and this is really, really amazing. Well, the opportunity in WLS as a platform, if you can see, we have almost for last 2 hours, we have almost 7 to 8 different countries who are coming, and these people are very, very selective. Like when we choose someone, it is by invitation, you can say. It's not open as a open market. So anything that you feel that you want to do with business, with collaboration, feel free to get back to us. Me
Sure.
and Jermaine both are actually partner into the platform. She has got an amazing platform called CGM. So we handshake with each other to make it happen. We are also collaborating with multiple other entities. For an example, Francis is a dear brother to me who was there in the room. Maybe he will come soon. He's facing some technical glitch, maybe. But he's from Singapore. Francis and me, we traveled together in Kazakhstan in just a month back. We were there as a speaker in the largest Southeast. I'm sure that this is probably the Central Asia's largest, biggest digital summit. The reason I'm taking all these names because I feel personally, as a chairman and founder of World Leaders Summit, I personally feel that collaboration is the only key where you can grow strategically in a smart way and systematically. So more than happy and welcome to probably have you on board. I really enjoyed the speech of the two earlier speakers from Singapore. A quick question to you when you're mentioning about Smart India Hackathon and
Yeah.
incubations. 4 questions came from students fraternity.
Yeah.
They're saying that when they build any kind of product and it is there in the idea stage, there is no actual support which comes from university level, which is supposed to.
Exactly.
So where is the problem? Where is the gap?
Exactly. In our institute too, most of the students will face this problem. The solution to this problem is they need to validate the idea. Everybody comes with an idea, but every idea cannot be built into a product. So what we are supposed to do, what the students are supposed to do, they are supposed to go and validate with their customer. That
Right.
part, most of the people are missing. If they
Right.
do it, they will come up with a very good company, very good startup.
Super. Then there is another quick question which came again from the student fraternity. It is probably one of the finest university in our country. NRF rank 3, if I'm not wrong. The
Okay.
question is the group of people, they are only 2 people as a co-founder, aged about 17 and 18. They already build applications. They have been creating games. One of the guy, he has been creating games from the age of 12. So
Okay.
they have already built the platform. They are getting traction. They are getting customers. They are collaborating. What is the way of uplifting students as student founders at this early age, and then get some professors actively with them
Okay.
with the concept of entrepreneurship rather than only teaching them entrepreneurship? That's the
Okay.
question that is coming.
Right. Right. So if you look at the Indian country, lot of institutes have started entrepreneurship courses, and my answer to them is they have to look for a professor who is interested in entrepreneurship. For example, if I take institutions like IIT Madras or IIT Delhi, right? Every institution has this kind of entrepreneurial separate incubation center, wherein all the professors will be part of that incubation center. And what they are supposed to do is they need to find a professor who is interested in their particular sector. Not every professor will guide every sector, right? So a professor probably, since they are developing games, probably I'll look on professor who's working in computer science engineering. There are a lot of professors here in IIT Madras, wherein they work on a lot of game theories, lot of algorithms, and lot of software applications, right? Probably they should go to those kind of professors, and they should pitch their idea to the professor, and if he is more willing to help them, they can take these students to the incubation center, and probably they'll kick off.
So a quick input from me. I'm there as a mentor in IIT Madras. I don't want to reveal the entire fact in front of the global audience.
Okay.
But it's a sad part in India. I'm so sorry. I'm being very, very straight and brutal. It's a sad part in India that when you look at students who are coming from maybe non-computer science department, it doesn't matter department they're coming. If they have built a product which is connecting maybe the real industry, very hard to get a real mentor for them. I'll give you my 2 cents of understanding of university.
Okay.
If an incubation center can have real industry people plus a professor and they are guiding a startup, then only the startup will flourish. I'm sorry to make this
Obviously.
statement, but being a professor in a university, be that in any university, it is impossible for them to guide them on the real business side. There is a
Obvious.
big gap.
Yeah, obviously.
Big gap of,
Obviously.
can say, teaching methods and doing real business. Maybe we can find out a middle way to make it happen. Mr. Ramesh, Dr. Ramesh will be highly appreciate if we can maybe make that happen together. I will request my partner Chairman to put some thoughts, and then we'll probably go to Francis. And the reason I'm bringing this subject, because Francis, as I said, we traveled together, we met each other many places. I met him in Malaysia, we traveled together in Kazakhstan. This is the exact point we also discussed. So there is a gap in the industry. There's a
Obviously.
gap in the university level. So it's not happening. So somehow we need to bridge the gap. Chairman, over to you.
So I just want to add to that, Arijit. I think I always say that we want a whole. We don't want half. So basically, the person that actually does the entrepreneurship is a person who can give you the theoretical background, but also someone who, or the mentor who's got the hands-on practical approach. Because what I'm seeing in universities, but this is not only in India, because I do universities across the globe, even in South Africa, in Indonesia, it's very theoretical. You have got to make it a more practical based approach. And if we continue with only bombarding students with theory, they're never going to get to the crux of being a founder or actually really starting up a business. And I think the more we can collaborate with universities and go the mentorship route, then maybe we'll be able to make a difference. But until universities stick to that huge theoretical compound of theirs, it's never gonna change.
Thank you so much for bringing this, Jermaine. I'm also actually sharing it from Global University's perspective, even though I don't teach maybe on a you can say daily basis, but I also take sessions. Mainly, I take sessions of faculty members. I take FDP programs in multiple universities, be that in US, be that in Europe or in Southeast Asia. The same thing I also felt. We need to come up with a solution, in-between solution, where we can have practical implementation, practical entrepreneurs who have passion to give back to the community, not just doing a business. So there is a big difference between a businessman and a passionate entrepreneur. A passionate entrepreneur works for passion, not only for money. A very few rare individuals you can find in the world. But if you find someone, grab that in your university, maybe as a visiting lecturer. That has a lot of value. And this thing is happening in the first world countries. They are actually picking up people from the industry instead of only the theoretical approach. I completely go with that and appreciate your thoughts, Dr. Ramesh. So we will go to our next speaker, an amazing brother, a great person with a golden heart, Francis. Francis is coming from Singapore, joining us from there, but he's a global personality. Just like me, he travels a lot. Every week, he's either there in Malaysia or Indonesia or Vietnam and then go back to Singapore. Again, he travels with me in Kazakhstan. We cherish good moments, and then we travel to several universities together as well over there. So yes, Francis, over to you, my brother. 15 minutes, all yours, with all the practical knowledge that you have. You're muted, Francis.
Yeah, okay. I think I'm ready. Okay, yeah, turn my song. Yeah. Okay, so am I able to share anything?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Let me share the PPT.
Sure. You have the permission.
Okay. Where am I able to share the PPT?
Click on more, and then you have a menu.
Okay.
The dot.
The more, huh? And where's the share?
Share will be one of the first options.
Oh yeah, I got it. Okay, there you go. Oh, sorry. I hate to lose this. This is one? Okay. Can you see the thing now?
You have to share the full screen. There is a share
Okay.
button. If you click on that, it will ask you to share your screen or document. If you have a document which is like a PPT, go to document, click on the document, it will be shared.
Yeah, I just can't find the button. Okay, share. Yeah, is it share?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah. Share it, right? Long time we use. Okay, share. Okay, share. Keep on coming up. Is it being shared?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why is it being paused? Okay, okay. Now, okay, I will just go to the first page and then yeah. So here it is. Okay. Today I will be talking about this. It's called the revolution of TV, because I actually started up a company called AITV, and I spent about 3 years to actually understand the trend on the how the TV actually evolved, and we actually realized something that is it is quite interesting in the sense that we understand that most of my clients, because we are into broadcasting business, and my clients include CNN and Huawei and RTM, several countries, nations wide TV stations. So, but we understand that by going through all clients, we understand that one interesting phenomenon that's happening is that less and less people are actually watching TV nowadays. And most of them are no longer watching TV on the TV set, and then they are actually moving towards the mobile. That's one of the trend. And then another trend is that most of them doesn't actually want to watch directly from the TV stations. So yeah, we have major problems for a lot of TV stations, and that's the reason why we are trying to solve it. So today's presentation is to actually share with everybody what's the revolution of a TV trend, what kind of trend is actually coming up. And my name is Francis Teo is my name. I actually is a certified enterprise architect, and I'm by myself is a blockchain, and I train myself to be artificial intelligence enabled for 20 years. So basically, we are actually intending to actually create a TV that knows you, not just by manipulating you, but and empowering you. That's the future that we are trying to create. Okay, so my entire team, we have Mark from Oracle, is an ex-CIO, Ahmad from this US, okay, and Stephen from US as well. While he has written millions of books, while Vijay, he's actually from a NASDAQ company, while me, Francis, is a CTO for this company itself. In fact, what I'm sharing with you, everybody is here now, is that we are actually sharing with you what's the upcoming trend and what's the revolution that's upcoming. Okay, now for us, right, we call ourselves AITV, but I'm not here to actually to promote my company. My role is to actually show everybody there is a mega problem that's happening to the broadcasting world, to the TV stations. The major problem to the TV stations is to the broadcasters, okay, is actually to the advertisers, because advertisers are the revenue or the profit centers for broadcasters. And so because the advertisers have problems, therefore the broadcasters aren't actually getting their money. So that's the reason why we actually want to revamp how TV will be like. Currently, the TV at the OTT stage, but we want to create another new level whereby generation 4 of a TV, and that's where this presentation is all about. So Today, I would like to show to everybody that TV is broken and everybody feels it, especially the advertisers. They are not getting the result that they actually deem it should have. Once I do, in the past, once I put an advertisement in TV, I will get a loss of sales. That's the result that you want. But nowadays, advertisers put advertisement dollars, but they aren't getting the kind of results that they want. So advertisers spend 51 billions into the TV ads, but they actually are blind, they are broken, and they find that it's irrelevant because it is mostly doesn't get the kind of results that you want. While broadcasters, they are losing Generation Z and Generation X and Y. A lot of them, 85% of the 16 years old to the 34 years old are already left behind the linear TV. They are moving towards IOTT, Netflix, and VOD TV. So a lot of the viewers are furious because they find that they are violated by creepy, irrelevant ads, advertisement. They actually want control because for us, even me as a Generation Y, will feel that a lot of irrelevant advertisement is not that important, it's wasting our time. And we want the control, we want the value. And this industry is actually fragmented, inefficient, and it's still stuck in way 2005. The technology has not evolved since then. Yeah. So what is the situation? So the growing trend nowadays, right, for TV revolution. So now what we are actually proposing to the world, and we are actually inviting partners, inviting innovators to come and join us into this movement, because we believe that it is a chance, there's a big opportunity for everybody to actually to be involved into this movement, to create a TV that learns your taste, not by spying, but by asking. An advertisement that feel like recommendation instead of just pushing. And broadcasting is one-way direction. No, it shouldn't, advertisement shouldn't be one directional. It should be recommendation, okay? And because they are useful and not intrusive, therefore the viewers love it. So broadcasters will want to have 3 times more the revenue, while Generation Z wants to come rushing back. We want to create an iPhone movement for television. So I'm actually 20 years building AI video architecture. That's the reason why I am shouting this. And I would love to actually push this motion to the world and get innovators see what can we do to actually make this happen. Now, Dr. Moradi will say that this is a movement. This is a massive industrial transformation. This is an opportunity for 400 billion. That's the market size that we are talking about. It is all about entertainment. It is all about engagement. It is about healthcare. It is about sustainability. And it is about creating user-created content, user-generated content. So, end of the day, if we can actually do all this together within the framework, within the standardized industrial standard, we can actually change the entire way how all the TV will work. So we want to fix the broken relationship between the people, the technology, as well as the media. Okay. So let's take a look at what do I mean by that. Okay, actually, it should be the last page. Okay, now we want to deploy the latest technology TV revolution. So we actually define 4 categories that we want to actually work on. And we want to actually use enhanced intelligence and personalization to let the TV predict what you want. And just like AI ChatGPT, integration of LLM inside the TV will be doing wonders. And in fact, we have done a prototype on that already. And we are able to do an AI-powered interactive TV. Let you, as the user, shape the story, shape the drama, shape the ending of the story. Yeah, and make it immersive, become an immersive TV. Makes you feel the world like you are really inside the TV, inside the story. While on top of that, we want to make sure all the text that's within the TV that's being sent out is real and it's not deep fake. So we actually have watermark using advanced cryptography to actually verify the videos itself. So this is what we actually thought of how it should be for the next generation of TV. So let's take a look at what we deem as a audience perspective. Your TV knows you better and allow you to do ultra personalization that hits billions of homes. Let's take a look at
Babe, it's Friday night. Let's watch something scary, but I don't know what's good anymore.
Yeah, last time we loved that ghost thriller with the haunted house. Hey TV, recommend us a horror movie like the one we watched before.
Evening, Francis and Gina. Based on your recent watch, The Haunted Manor, hot new horror flick, Shadows of the Abyss. It's packed with creepy ghosts, wild plot twists, and it's got 90% Hollywood likes. Want me to fire it up?
Whoa, that's awesome. Sounds perfect.
Okay, so actually it is supposed to be a video, but I think I have some technical issues here. But what it happens is that when we are enabling, we have created a prototype of interactive TV. You talk to the TV, the TV is able to voice enable and able to talk back to you and to recommend you the videos and movies or the drama that you want. So using an AI butler, real-time tailored recommendation so that it can be more immersive. While also we want to actually create AI-powered interactive TV turning viewers into directors. 80% of the live primetime budget is shifted towards interactive formats. So we have our own proprietary software technologies that allows the end user, the end audience to choose the ending of the drama, the beginning of a drama or the middle of a drama. So allowing the viewers to co-direct the life stories, allows them to stay 3 times longer and sharing by 11 times more compared to just passive watching. Yeah. So with these, right, advertisers and brands can actually integrate their viewer chosen plot lines and command 5 times more CPMs and 7 times more conversion at 90% lower creative costs. So this is something that we actually are already doing. And on top of that, we always believe that the advertisers is the king of the story. They have to actually be able to personalize the advertisement experience, the advertiser's experience. Just imagine a single TV channel with multiple personalized advertisement. So to increase the ROI, we will actually have to create this. You take a look at this. This is a single channel. While I'm having 3 different TV sets showing you that it's
Reese's came out with their new chocolate lava big cup with a delicious layer of chocolate lava. People visiting the lava flows have been pretty confused.
So you can see that 3 different TV, but 3 different ads within the same single channel. That means we are already able to actually personalize the advertisement based on the user profile. This is exact technology that we want to showcase to the world. And this is the first time we are showing case in World Leaders Summit and to tell the world's innovators what we can actually offer. Yeah. So for us, right, we also believe that newscaster perspective to prevent deepfake, cryptography verified videos and live stream must be used. Because nowadays with deepfake, we can actually see Donald Trump actually running amok, running naked or dancing within the police car. This can be done using a AIGC video creator easily by a kid 10 years old. So if anyone can create a deepfake so easily, now for a newscaster, we cannot actually allow deepfake to be in the news source and deepfake to be spread and broadcast to the entire world, right? So what we actually believe that we actually need to come up with a system, a way to actually verify and prevent deepfake to come into the news sources as well as for newscaster. So we actually have embedded cryptography verified videos and live streams. We watermark and decrypt the watermarking terms using encoding. So basically, right, we actually believe that there's a few algorithms that is already available, but MLDSA 44 and SLHDSA and Moya is the three main crypto algorithms that we are actually looking at. But in fact, right, I'm telling you the secret that we are actually doing. We are actually using Moya because of the shortest signature size. And in fact, we have the entire protocol and the process and the procedure, workflow, everything done up. Yeah. So that is one thing that we actually believe that this is the way of how we can actually revolutionize how TV will work in the next generation. So while at the same time, we are actually using the chance to actually speak with Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, which has actually 250 TV stations, European Broadcasting Union, 450 TV stations, and Africa Broadcasting Union, 750 TV stations. So we have all these TV stations already. As long as we have actually created the commercial entity, we can actually have all the 1,450 broadcasters ready to flip the switch. So this is exactly what we are waiting for, and we are announcing this the situation to the world that hey, these are some of the inherent technology advancement and things that we are already doing. So basically, right, the mobs that we have, right, that is incomparable and irresistible because of the privacy by design. We have clean room plus federated learnings, cookies, and plus fingerprinting. We have actually incorporated Google's AI, Google's coding, which we are actually their partner. We are actually working with NetStairs, and we are working with Zoom. So therefore, we have actually integrated numerous technology and numerous proprietary technologies that will be actually incorporated to make this a new TV totally revolutionary. Yep. So the TV screen is dying, but together I will actually looking for new innovators that can give us more ideas, and together we can reset it, and as well as become a smarter, fairer, and alive with more possibility. Because join us, not because of the TAM is actually 400 billion, but because the ROI is 12 times more. And because we, and also Dr. Moraidi, one of our founder, has waited 45 years for this moment. He's actually betting his legacy on it. While 1,450 broadcasters are ready to click the switch, and 10,000 households will prove it by the mid of 2026. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not actually selling anything. I'm actually asking everybody, say, hey, we are looking for innovators. We are looking for more partners that we can actually work together. And let's build a TV that the world deserves before someone else does. Thank you very much. I end my speech.
Thank you for the beautiful and lovely presentation of yours, Francis. We are all encouraged to see and getting our information that TV is dying. Not sure whether it will happen very soon or not, but then yes, this is the future for sure. Broadcasting needs these kind of disruption for sure. Yes, so we have one quick question. When we talk about your IPTV and then sharing content, the question is basically coming from Asian part, probably from southern part of Asia. We can see Vietnam as a IP. The question is where exactly this is happening? Like, is it only happening in China, or you have openness of doing it in few part of the world as well?
Basically, we have partners in 13 countries already. We have partners in Belgium, US, China, and in fact, Malaysia, Singapore, and we would love to actually include you from India.
Okay, super. So we have got a couple of more questions. Francis, please bear with us. We have the next speaker. Time is running. I can see Dr. Nazar is always with us. Thank you so much for joining, Doctor, and the stage is yours. And I'll ask Francis to please step put. We have got 3 more questions for you. Yes. Dr. Nazar, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you, and especially the organizer and all the participants from all across the world. I'm Dr. Nazar. I am from NASCOP, nascopusa.com. We are a waste management and a sustainability solution provider. We have our HQ in US, California, and a branch office in Houston. And we have Asia Pac HQ in Singapore. So I head Asia Pac as well as some part in US as a leadership team. So now I'll tell you about NASCORPs and why we are into sustainable waste management in today's world, which is our main topic. It starts with everyone, the global challenge. You know, every year, globally, approximate 2 billion tons of electronic waste is generated. And it is with our knowledge, which we have in the data in the papers, globally, only 20 to 30% is recycled properly. So that's why when we talk about sustainable waste management in today's world, this is very important to discuss and share with everyone of you, because in this forum right now, we have multiple countries, multiple nations, and people who have a same interest of educating awareness about waste management, proper waste management, and what are the resources and what are the results and what are the options we have to sustainably practice a waste management way to reduce the waste for future. So what is the sustainable approach? Sustainable approach is 4 R's: reuse, refuse, recycle, and recover, which is also called refurbishing. So if you are using the plastic, example of a plastic, which can be in your phone, which can be in your computer, which can be in your laptops, which can be in your keyboard, a mouse. Most of the companies, like if you call bigger manufacturers like Dell, HP, Lenovo, IBM, these all brands have taken a sustainable approach. They're using recycled or plastic material, which can be repurposed every time when it goes for recycling. Apart from this, all these big organizations, we work with Fortune 500 companies all across the world, and we have global clients from banking, IT, call centers, as well as finance and manufacturing also. So when we face them, we analyzed and we observed and we studied, we did research. My doctorate is in waste management and renewable energy. And when I gave my time on that, I realized one thing, that waste management is a huge problem for a lot of economies, but it is ignored, or it is coming in presence now, it is coming in, it's highlighted, but we still have time to cope on that. We still have time to solve that, or we cannot solve it completely, but we can slow it down, because the way electronic gadgets are coming and taking over our life and our work and our businesses and our families, even our kids, you will see that the use of electronic is going haywire. It's too much. Even if we just an example, if we see in our own house, you will see you have an iPad, you have a phone, you have a tablet, and you have a spare laptop, and your kid have the same devices, 2 or 3 devices at least. In each house, you have at least 10 to 15 devices in a family of 4, including your monitors, TVs, keyboard, mouse, and all those electronic gadgets. So as we say, zero waste, what we are looking at is we start doing the waste at our own end first, from home, from offices, from corporates, from government agencies, how we can reduce the waste, or how we can educate people to reduce the waste and make it as reusable, repurposable stuff, so that we can have a sustainable future. Smart and green solutions, which as NASCOP also implements, is when we talk to a corporate, as basically our main focus area is corporates, Fortune 500, B2B, which is business to business, and business to government. So we are already providing waste management solutions like STP, which is sludge waste, construction and destruction waste, which is also called C&D waste, which is a huge problem coming in because of a lot of infrastructure building everywhere, and the waste is not managed in a way, and it's all going in landfills. Electronic waste, which was not highlighted in past, but now it is coming in picture. Reason being, people were just making money out of it instead of really sending it for disposal or proper disposal. We call it formal disposal. If you have, there are two sectors, formal and non-formal disposal sectors, where people are focused on just making money, which is non-formal, where they don't have any, most of them don't have, not everyone, but most of them don't have compliance. They don't have knowledge what is compliance. They don't have knowledge about proper hazardous waste management or proper electronic waste management, because electronic waste also contain a lot of hazardous chemical in some way. As a layman's language, a computer is just a computer. They will use it, and after 2, 3 years, 5 years, they will throw it. But they don't know the LCD inside there, the motherboard inside there, the plastic which goes off with the lifetime of that. Those all have chemicals inside. And if it is not handled properly, you will see that there's a huge impact on environment and human health. And that is why we, as NASCOP, we are trying to provide awareness events. We are participating wherever it is possible, educating women, educating kids. We are giving school awareness programs. We are giving office awareness programs. We are also tying up with agencies, public and private, both, to get involved in more awareness events for the non-formal and formal recycling companies, for the people, schools, education boards, and so that they are the base. When they train the young generation, what is a proper recycling? What are the red bin, yellow bin, green bin, blue bin? What are the categories? They will know where to throw rubbish, like where the paper goes, where the plastic goes, where the battery goes, where the electronic e-waste goes. Because if they don't know, for them, every waste is just a simple same waste, and they just throw it. And when it goes to the next level, which is basically solution, which comes to companies like ours, we provide consultancy, we have our own warehouses, we have our own recycle centers in Singapore, in Poland, we have partner warehouses also in most of our countries where we are working. We are working globally with a presence in approximate 20 countries right now with local partners as well as global partners. We are serving companies like Fortune 500 names. I don't have right to tell the names, but I will give you an example like Visa, MasterCard, Siemens, HP, Dell, Lenovo, HCL, Infosys, these kind of brands we are working with as a partner, as a subcon or a contractor. But we are in some ways, we are working with them to educate, to implement the sustainable way of handling their electronic waste, which is generated from their companies, from their employees, as well as from their education sectors. So this is a solution. Solution is now, first is awareness, proper awareness, then proper compliance has to be implemented, and there should be a proper infrastructure. Like my experience being into 30 plus countries, I've personally traveled, I have seen, I've experienced, I have trained, I have I got educated myself. I have learned a lot from different countries with different technologies they are using. And the conclusion is, it's one world. The earth is one. We are sitting in different parts of different countries, but we have one earth to serve. The earth is serving us. Our future, our kids, they have not seen so many species which is no more, because the evaluation of the earth, evolution of the technology, a lot of things are going off. Reason being, we are not recycling properly. It goes to landfills, which is becoming like mountains of landfills, mountains of waste. You go to third world countries, some third world countries have all this illegal dumping happening in those countries. Reason being, lack of awareness, lack of e-waste awareness, lack of education. So I got a little bit emotional on that, so I'm sorry about that. But it is not about us. It is now about our future, our world, our children, our kids, our families. And if we are doing a proper disposal, proper recycling, companies like ours, we don't get any funds. We don't take any funds from any government agencies. But Singapore, US, EPA, National Environment Agency, Indian Pollution Board, because I work with a lot of diplomatic relationship also. So when I see that these agencies are trying to now come into action and they are trying to help companies like us and organization and people like you all to think about how we can implement sustainable solutions for waste management. We are also providing waste to energy project consultancy and implementation also. In some part of India is already implemented. Few parts in US is also already implemented. Singapore is already generating waste, and every day the waste is going off. Managed properly. Why? Because awareness is good. Enterprise SG, one of the agencies in Singapore, so supportive that it is asking all the organizations to participate, go globally to generate awareness and generate Singapore businesses to go and work in this sustainability concept, recycling concept. And we are very happy to be associated, doing joint ventures, guiding you, consulting, or any kind of help you require for waste management and renewable energy all across the world. It is also fulfilling the SDG goal 12, responsible consumption and production. So, future, I'll just tell you, future is AI-driven, IoTs, technology, how we are connected, 90 over countries connected in one call. It's because of technology. So it needs to be appreciated, but at the same time, we need to control and manage our waste, which is generated with this technology coming in. And if we have proper recyclers with proper awareness, proper education, proper setup, proper infrastructure, and policies which will help people to be motivated and companies like us to be motivated to be part of a sustainable goal, that's it we need. So that's what I will say. AI-driven recycling, bioplastic, circular design, these all are the future. Government, companies, individual must act. We all have to act together. A world where there's only one slogan: go green, save the world. So if you have any questions, any of you, I personally, I'm always available to try to give you as much as help I can give you. Fundings is all yours. Funding you all have to arrange, or agencies, you take the help. I'm sure government agency, private agencies, private investors are also coming in this sector because it's growing. So if you require any kind of consultancy in waste management or renewable energy, you require any help of running projects which you are lacking of any kind of information or help which you think it can add value to you, you need global help in global waste management, especially electronic waste. We have local partners in most of the countries, especially in different regions. So major cities, major countries, if you need waste management, electronic waste management, or want to set up a plant, you can always look for our help. NASCORP, NASCORPUSA.com, and Destroy Drive EU is always with you in all the initiative. If you have a commercial mindset, we will help you, but we will have our own, because we are a small SME for profit. So we will have a commercial mindset, but not at the stake of sustainability. We will have it at the stake of everybody has to have a green future, a healthy, sustainable future, and a healthy waste management to be at place. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate all the partners, all the people, all the individuals who are in this. As being a green ambassador for some organizations in Dubai, in Singapore, in India, I am always there to help or to educate or to guide or to learn from you all as a joint venture, as a collaboration, or as partners all across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nazar. The way it happens is pretty simple. We usually do it on a B2B handshaking method. That happens centrally. Thank you for all of your inputs. I will jump into the questions for Francis. Francis, if you are here, there is one question I'm going to take, and then I will hop into our next speaker, Huda. She's from Dubai itself. Probably she is there. Huda, if you can kindly unmute yourself and say hi.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Wa alaikum assalam. Francis, a quick question to you. If you're there, Francis, can you unmute yourself? Francis? If not, I will go to our next speaker, and then maybe I can share these questions to you in your WhatsApp and your email, Francis. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. So the stage is all yours. She is logging from Dubai. Of course, this is called the real professionalism. She is there in a nursing home trying to help one of our friend, and that's not a very cozy situation that she is in. But because she gave a promise to World Leader Summit that she will be speaking and sharing her thoughts, she is there. Kudos to you. Even a couple of years back, there was another lady, Yelena from Luxembourg. She had COVID. During COVID time, she also came, and with COVID, she spoke. Thank you so much. You are the woman power. Huda, over to you.
Thank you so much for that. No, I truly believe in commitments, and where there's a will, there's a way. And so, alhamdulillah, everything is good on that side. But wonderful to be here. Thank you for organizing, distinguished guests, colleagues, partners. By way of introduction, my name is Huda Ahmed. When it comes to impact and passion, my background is, of course, banking and economic development and government relations. I had left the banking world and joined Dubai government on an economic level when it came to helping entrepreneurs expand into the region, into UAE particularly. And so upon seeing the region and how fertile it is for innovation, for disruption, for true partnership in when it comes to AI and entrepreneurship, I decided to pivot and support the government in parallel through advisory. So our advisory firm actually does everything when it comes to foreign direct investment, so FDI, when it comes to towards NIPs, nationally important projects. And why is this important? Is because the UAE, and just a little background, I've lived in multiple countries. I've lived in China. I speak many multiple languages, and I've seen globalization. I've experienced it. And so when you think of UAE as a jumping point, and I believe Dr. Nazar mentioned awareness, Francis mentioned we're ready for innovation. And all of those words touch on what the UAE represents, and that is readiness. They are not only waiting for the future, they're engineering it, they're building it. And so a few aspects that we are focused on in parallel to UAE and their vision is that over the past decade, UAE, as you know, has built one of the most resilient and diversified investment environments. When you think of economic zones that provide multiple benefits, that act as almost jurisdictional safe havens, right? You think of artificial intelligence and how now the economic multiplier of that is that AI as a focus and focal point is in fact an investment multiplier. So when you think of the UAE and its readiness and its appetite, it really looks at AI as the single most important focus because, for example, it amplifies production, it accelerates market entry, and it fuels new sectors. So the UAE, so Dubai is one aspect, Abu Dhabi is one aspect. We work emirate agnostic, which means that we will support the entrepreneur and the company depending on which region it's most fitting, depending on which government, body, and agency it most resonates with. And so what that means is that localization is a very big topic. So Francis mentioned his innovation. When you think of what that does for the region, I always speak to investors almost, daily, and we talk about what does this innovation do for the region. So not just coming here to benefit from the fertility of the environment as a trade hub, as a business hub, but also looking at what can this company contribute when it comes to AI, when it comes to IP and knowledge transfer, when it comes to job creation, right? It's looking at the entire aspect and the transfer of knowledge that can happen here and the kind of partnerships you are looking for. So that's a small introduction of what we are doing on a daily basis for the right FDI, foreign direct investment projects and innovations. Now, investment today is no longer passive, right? It's more participatory capital. So what that means is that when you look at UAE, they are not just chasing, they are looking for the right players, for the right projects, for the right predictive technologies that will come here and add value. That is why not just Dubai, but also Abu Dhabi, they're looking at supply chain resilience. They're looking at manufacturing being a focal point, the supply chain aspect of that. They're looking at let's involve a cluster. So we bring chips, why don't we bring the entire supply chain of that, right? And so it's more of a co-authoring of the future. And so when we think of what the UAE can unlock, I always say it can do multiple things, but it's where investment meets innovation. Now, a lot of people say, well, it's hard to really access the right partners or access the right entities. And I would challenge that. And I say, actually, no, it's actually one of the most accessible markets. You see how, where else in the world? So I've lived in multiple countries, as I mentioned. Where else in the world can you go and find exact economic vision, like D33, Dubai Economic Vision of 2033, which is to double the GDP. So when we look at GDP, what are we looking at? We're looking at the raw material imports. We're looking at exports. We're looking at job creation. We're looking at IP. And so we look at everything holistically. And so D33 is Dubai's vision. The Falcon economy is Abu Dhabi's vision. It all feeds up to UAE's overall federal vision. And what that means is that when you look at how your ecosystem needs to be activated or who the partners are that will help propel your innovation, it's about just knocking on the right doors. And I tell you, the different authorities, different departments, different sovereign funds, investment arms, everyone is ready to support the right innovation and the right entrepreneurs to come and create smart infrastructure. And so I'm a champion for UAE. I love this country. And I'm a champion for innovation and disruption. And so when you think of a leadership that truly supports and also enables and gives confidence to entrepreneurs that want disruption, it's the United Arab Emirates. And I'm sure we're calling from many different countries, and I'm not sure how many people are on this call. But I hope it echoes that you can truly be a part of the innovation happening in the United Arab Emirates. And it's just a matter of, and we're happy to, of course, do a call and just do high level, maybe sounding board or brainstorming with my colleague here. But otherwise, I believe that if anyone on this call is looking to find a home for disruption, right? So it's like you look at the question, and if the question is, where can I, so if you're an investor on this call and you say, where can I invest? If you are a technologist on this call and say, where can my technology really prosper? If you are an entrepreneur or a business owner and you say, where can I truly be supported? The answer is, where in the world do you feel like you are a part of the future being built together? And I say the United Arab Emirates, hands down. And so with that, I'm open to any questions, but there's a blueprint here in the region. That we have a lot of strong partners. We are very strong ecosystem players, but I myself as an individual, an advisor as well, beyond the advisory firm that I am with called G8 Capital Holdings. But beyond that, it's a lot is happening here. Let's just say that. And I'm sure that everyone on this call, if you're already in the UAE, bravo, let's continue contributing to this wonderful nation. If you're not in the UAE, let's have a chat and find out why you haven't made the investment in yourself and your company yet.
Super. Thank you so much. She has been a dear friend and very, 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 very near and close to my heart, to be very, very honest. Doing massive work, not only in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, she is doing globally. And definitely most welcome anybody who is looking for expanding the horizon and then go for an innovation. We will be more than happy to assist and take it forward. A quick question to you. It is coming from, again, I mean, we have a lot of young people who are listening to us in
Wonderful.
several different parts of the world. The question is coming again from that young chap, 17 years old. I think that guy is asking a lot of questions. I'll take only one of your question, Yash. He's asking that he's a young guy from India right now, studying in the university, just got chance in the first year in one of the premium, most valuable universities in India, and he already built multiple games in his life and now running 2 different platforms directly connected with artificial intelligence and machine learning. What is the best opportunity for young kids like him to expand his horizon and his startup in the land of opportunity, Dubai? He don't have a lot of money, but then willing to see that if there is a university program or maybe a startup program which he can avail. Question to you, Huda.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question, and really wonderful to see them starting so young nowadays, and so that's really incredible. So we have to keep fostering that and keep encouraging it. And so, good question. The thing is that there are multiple economic zones. Dubai itself has over 30, and it's growing. Economic zones meaning jurisdictions or free zones. There are beyond Dubai, Abu Dhabi, there's Sharjah, of course, Ras Al Khaimah, you name it, the other Emirates. And so when it comes to licensing and cost reservation, there are cheap not cheap, I would say starter licenses, even mainland, which is the central jurisdiction in each emirate. You can find cost-effective ways of getting an innovation license, for example, that is very cost-effective. When it comes to cross-pollination and finding the right system to support you, there are multiple innovation hubs that actually look at different profiles that you can apply to. You can either do an incubation. There are many incubators that are government incubators, but also private incubators that you can plug into. The gaming space is growing quite a bit. There's actually an entire economic zone that has an entire gaming central hub that you can also cross-pollinate, meet like-minded business owners that are in the same field, be an incubation that is tailored to that kind of sector. Gaming's an interesting one. I feel like UAE right now is propelling in that, but Saudi is the muscle of gaming. So I believe that between the two, you see that it's a big lot of focus is happening towards that, and I'm sure you know this from the behind the curtain. But there are many incubation that he can plug into. And I'm happy to give a few links and some guidance offline to kind of help him get started in the information quest that he's going to be going on. But I believe I just want to leave with this one note when it comes to I would say the safety aspect of it, because UAE is very stable. So the stability, the tax clarity, it's very forward when it comes to governance and how it helps and positions actual cross-border deals, cross-border infrastructure, and as a jumping off point for the rest of the world, like Asia, Africa, Europe, having a jumping off point here. So that tax benefit as well is a huge one, because then you can truly redirect leaked revenue to R&D, or redirect leaked revenue to growing the business and growing product lines. So there are many ways of benefiting from the stability of the region. But I think going back to the question, there are several incubation accelerators, innovation hubs, entire economic zones tailored to gaming that he can plug into as well, and cost-effective licensing that he can get as a starter, depending on what actual regulation he will be doing, because everything is standardized regulation codes for every economic zone, regardless of how different they are. And so really it comes down to smart structuring and plugging into the right ecosystem.
Yeah. For your information, Yash, long back in 2016, if I'm not wrong, the exact year, we launched Saudi Arabia with Love, probably Saudi Arabia's first game, jointly with one of my brother. I call him Abdul Karim Radadi as my brother. I can take this name proudly.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah.
Till date, we are brothers. I mean, we'll be more than happy to make an introduction with you, Yash, with her. She is one of the nicest person that you can think of. I'm a guy, sometimes I miss those opportunities because of many things that I do, but I love the energy that she has got. Maybe she can guide you more. We have got two more questions. I'll take only one for the time's sake because we have another speaker lined up, Dr. Sveta. I'm sure that she is there. The quick question to you, Huda, if somebody is looking for expanding their horizon in the land of UAE, what is the infrastructure development and licensing support that you can do? And is there a business acceleration model? The answer is yes. I will take one answer. Yes, there is a business acceleration model. We also have it, and also she has got it. I will let her speak because it's like an extended answer. She can give you better. Huda, over to you.
No, well said, well said. And jointly, we can also join hands and do the acceleration as well. On the infrastructure, I would say that the beautiful thing is it's a two-sided answer. Step one is yes, there's infrastructure to support the licensing capacity, depending on what kind of structuring you need, and we can help you with that. The second is that certain markets, not markets, certain sectors, the infrastructure is being created. So let's say you're doing autonomous vehicles. Let's say you're doing a data center or chip manufacturing. It's quite new to the region. So that infrastructure is being co-created at a government level, at a cluster level for the supply chain that I mentioned, supply chain resilience, and at a regulation level. So the two-sided answer, yes, the infrastructure is ready, and licensing structuring is more than possible. I'm not sure what sector they're in. But the other answer for some on the call who probably say, well, actually, no, my sector's not there yet. I can tell you they're preparing for it if it's not here yet. So it's a dual answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Allow me a second to switch the recording and then I will go back to Dr. Sveta. She's already there. Please unmute yourself. Give me a sec.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Ciao, everyone.
Pleasure. Yes, ma'am. All yours.
Yeah, good evening, sir. I'm eagerly waiting because last time is my first speech, so I gained lot of knowledge. And now I'm waiting for this meeting when it is going to happen because I want to meet all the dignitaries who are going to share our knowledge. So when I given the speech in the last meeting in the last November, so you suggested me that how it is going to be collaborate with the all over India. So over that I started working and slowly connecting each other. So in that way, today just I want to talk about not only science, not only sustainability, as Najar sir told that we have to think about zero waste also. So good evening everyone. This is Shweta, working as associate professor in Aurora University from Hyderabad, India. My mainly research focus is on because I had done PhD and postdoc on solar panels only. So right now everyone choosing the zero waste. As Nazar sir told, actually I didn't get the time to ask the question. Ajit sir didn't give me chance to ask the question. Okay. So thank you Nazar sir for your insightful speech on zero waste. And my special thanks to the Ajit for providing this platform to share my views because as you told, it is very good platform like our young researchers where we can share our views. And coming to the topic, as we are looking for greener and sustainable energy, so we have chosen one of the energy as the solar energy. As you know, most of the world is looking for the solar panels. Even in India, DST, Department of Science and Technology, launched many schemes to provide the solar panels to rural people also. That is fine. That growth is happening. But what about after using, after the lifetime is expired? Where we are going to dismantle that one or how we are going to recycle that one? So on this topic only, I started research. I'm going through the literature and everything what is available on the research community. So I came to know that the solar panel which is right now already available, it consists of metal called silicon, which is an inorganic element. So the silicon, you will not get in the form of as it is silicon, you have to extract from the ore. So when you are going to extract the silicon, you may need lot of, it is a caustic, that is obviously, and you can have more manpower to extract the silicon ore. So once the solar panel stop working, how we are going to recycle the silicon? So in that way I started and worked on that one. I came to know that as a chemist, can I replace that inorganic element with another element which is going to be regradable or recyclable? So in that I have started and I came to know that, so why can't we use any material which is going to be water soluble? Once the solar panel usage is done, we can go into recycle it, or we can dismantle it with the help of the water. So in that case, means I am not sure about how we are going to be recycling, but I came to know that we can dismantle is more harder than the recycling. So I concentrated. I have taken the topic recycling, how we are going to recycle the solar panels. So in that way, I came to know that just to try to take which is the heart of the solar panel, that is a silicon. So can we have chance to replace that one? Then the recycling is going to be more easy for us. Actually, another side told me my same point. People who are going to dismantle, they are not know that which part is going to be, how much poisonous we are going to get for earth, how we are going to leading the world earthworm also. So in that case, whatever it may be, the person who are going to dismantle our solar panels, we should take care about human beings as well as the earth also. So in that case, we came up with one idea. We are going to prepare one organic molecules. It is very simple molecules. In that molecules, when we are going to incorporate in the place of silicon, then the recycling is going to happen easily. In what way means, when you are going to see the silicon panels, most of the solar panels now you saw on the roof of the home only, right? So what about in the rainy season and winter season? There is no plenty of sun and the usage of solar panel is not that much use, right? So in that case, what we are going to do, we are going to just replace with the organic molecules and we are making the flexible solar panels. What is the use of flexibility? So when you are going to use flexibility, it is going to like your sellotape. You can fix it anywhere. You don't need just the roof of the home only. And moreover, as usual, people are more attracted towards colorful world. And the solar panels now all are in the black or gray. So in that, to add the flavor to solar panels to maintain the recyclability, we are going to prepare the colorful organic molecules. So when you are going to incorporate that one, you don't need to look for sun only. Just you are going to give the light what you are going to use in the home. For suppose 100 lux, 200 lux, that is enough to convert the light into electricity. The electricity you are going to use for your home needs. So up to this, it is fine that well-established research done and solar panel came into picture they are using. So now my only worry is that how we are going to recycle the solar panels. Just we want to open up the pathway how we are going to dismantle or recycle the solar panels. When obviously now most of the people started using solar panels. After 25 to 30 years, we can see most of the houses are going to have the solar panels. So in the India government also encouraging the people to go for the scheme. With the help of the scheme, they can install solar panels on their home. So once it is the work is done, in that place, can we incorporate the other solar panels where we are going to use the organic molecules, which is going to be recyclable and it is not going to have any harm to the earth. Most of them, we are going to dismantle our solar panels in earth only. So when you are going to prepare the solar panels completely, you are going to change the phenomenon of the solar panels without compromising the functionality. Then you have the chance to recycle the solar panels also. So in this case, I have submitted my project to for the funding where I can implement my knowledge. Then I can make the solar panels recyclable. In that case, one is the idea is the we have to replace the metal. And after that, okay, fine, we are going to replace the metal. It is fine. But the what alternative material you are going to use? For that also have checked the reproducibility, recyclability. If we are going to replace, we have prepared 1 into 1 centimeter solar panels, including the organic molecules which is prepared by us. Then we have checked their efficiency also. Means how it is going to be work in the winter season, like when you are going to have humidifier in the room, how it is going to work. If there is no humidifier, how it is going to work, and what is the minimum efficiency it is giving. And after that, how we are going to be, we can dismantle the solar panels. So when we come across this experiment, we came to know that the cell is working fine. That 1 centimeter into 1 centimeter is working very fine. And after when we are going for 100 meter, 100, that is also working fine. But coming to recyclable, and when we are going to dismantle the solar panels, obviously we are using some organic solvent. Organic solvent is nothing but what you know, that chloroform, methanol, and all these things, the organic solvents. That is also not good for the humans. But here I'm taking the help of the organic solvent, then only I can able to recycle the solar panels. So in that case, I have changed my idea. Why can't we prepare the molecule which is going to be water soluble? If it is going to be soluble in the water, then recycling of the solar panel is going to be easy. So in this case, so we have done with our chemistry part, just we are looking for the engineering where we can look into for the programming, how the solar panel is going to be work. First 1 hour, how it's going to work, second hour, how it is going to work, after some 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, the efficiency, how it is going to be maintained. And when it's coming to the recycling part, how we are going to maintain the same property of the solar panels, which is very available silicon panels. So in this area, if anyone is have any ideas, I'm ready to learn from them, or they can come to closer, then we can discuss further. Just my intention is to recycle the solar panels, because after 25 to 30 years, every home is going to have the solar panel. That is pakka. In that case, what is the future? By dismantling that thing, the poisonous gases which is releasing from them, it may have harm to the human beings also. How to avoid this one? So in this platform, if anyone have to share their knowledge, or I'm ready to learn from them. So that's why I'm looking for this World Summit to share my views, sir. Thank you so much. So this is my area where I'm working. I want to share my views, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor, for sharing your inputs. Yes, I'm really happy that you have progressed from the last time, and really happy to see you after a year and saw all the progress that you have done so far. Quick 2 cents of questions. When we are talking about funding, are you basically talking about government grants, or you're actually talking about industry funding?
So any funding is fine. Because right now I'm working for the industry funding, because where I can implement my ideas and everything. So I have already done one project. I have submitted one project for Department of Science and Technology in India. I'm looking for that one. When they're going to give the funding, I'm going to establish my own lab. So in that lab, I'm going to do all these experiments.
Right. Okay. Feel free to write to us if we can help. Probably we'll be more than happy to help and then introduce you. We have quick 2 questions which were left. I can't see Francis, so can't ask this question. I'll forward it to him. Okay, so I think we will move from India now to another part of the world, which is
It is the beauty of this summit, sir.
yes, that's the beauty. Even actually, Dr. Sweta, if you realized, in last couple of years we did hybrid mode, online and offline both. So in few part of the world we did offline networking and pitching sessions. People raised capital. Even in in my town, we collaborated with, last year, we collaborated with another platform, which is one of the largest media house here. And I bring in several different investors from Germany, from Dubai, and from Singapore as well, here in India. And multiple startups, they actually pitched in front of those investors. Happy to see that if we can do it once again next year, we'll be continuing doing the same. So looking forward, with this note, I will move to a country now, and I'll be calling one by one speakers from that particular part of the world, which is one of the beautiful country I have visited so far in this year. I was there in last month, speaking in one of the conference, and then moved to from one part of the world. I moved to another part of the world, and then when I was there, I was actually moving in the hot countries. I was in Malaysia, and then eventually I went to Dubai. Then I came back to India, and then I moved to a country called Kazakhstan. So when I talk about a country like Kazakhstan, I was there in cold temperature, which I personally love. I am a lover of snow and mountains and cold. And there I met several different impact maker. So I'll be more than happy to probably bring speakers from that part of the world. Okay, before I mention that, I should say this to all the audience. World Leader Summit, in the website, you can probably see that we are 101 countries network. And then when I visited Kazakhstan, I gave a promise to the country people that I will add another country into the list. So we are now 102 countries family network. We call WLS as a family. The previous speakers, maybe from the beginning, people who keep coming back as a speaker, we had continuous 4 years speaker as well. They get benefit, that's why they keep coming back. So when you are in, you are actually inside a family. With this note, let me call upon our next speaker. I'm sure that he is there and he will be speaking more on incubation. He will be more speaking on the opportunity in the path of Almaty. And he wants to say the new Silicon Valley of Central Eurasia. So, Mr. Speaker, if you can unmute yourself and then turn on your video and share your insights, please. Isati, are you there? I can see you here in the Zoom.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. Hello, Ajit. It was very good pleasure to meet you here in Astana, in Almaty. It's a great pleasure to speak today. I'm very sorry. I'm on my way to the office, and my name is Isa. From my family name is Jahangir. So I think in India you have also Jahangir. Isa is mainly called like Jesus. So you may call me just Jesus. And I'm very happy to speak today. We are going to speak about our new hub, which is called Foundry. Foundry is a place where we combine several directions. We will talk about a bit later. But first of all, I would like to emphasize about the Almaty. Recently, we have been in Silicon Valley, and approximately 20 venture funds from America told me that we are now entering the multi-hub world. What does it mean? That Silicon Valley from now is not the only place for IT development. We have cities like Bangalore in India, Shenzhen, and one of the cities should represent the region. So they said that the Central Eurasian region is one of the most evolving regions in the world. It combines several countries, including Central Asia, Caucasus countries, approximately 100 million people. And here in this region, we have only one city which could lead all the region. Its name is Almaty. It's a southern previous capital of Kazakhstan, most developed city, and now it's called like official IT capital of the region in terms of IT and creative industries. So here in Almaty, we have a very fascinating nature, climate, and very beautiful mountains. It's also a very good prerequisite for creating a new Silicon Valley, which is confirmed by the professors from Stanford University, because first of all, we need to create here in Almaty of course, infrastructure. The secondly, international expertise. And the third one, of course, the community. And community is created by also one of the projects that is nature of the region where people would like to come back. So for now, 70% of IT companies of Kazakhstan also are based here in Almaty. And in regards to our project, Almaty is very famous on his, very youth, energetic place. I mean, in terms of the human resource capital, very huge resource capital of, the human capital, which is not still realized. We have lots of startups now. In Kazakhstan, government doing everything to create the IT industry. The decree of the president of Kazakhstan to the People Republic of Kazakhstan, to the people, they said that the country should become an IT entity, IT state in 3 years' time. So they created a fund of funds for $1 billion US. They have created several regulations which give you zero taxes in Kazakhstan for all startup companies. And we have just created a new Ministry of Artificial Intelligence. I'm just saying that the IT industry, IT topic became the #1 priority for our country in Kazakhstan. So in terms of that, if the main topic in the world is IT and the main topic in Kazakhstan as well IT, we decided to open our own private IT hub. So we are based in #1 location of Almaty city. We have 6 directions. The first one is IT. The second one is creative industries. The third one is green technologies. The fourth one is commercialization of science. The fifth one is university startup movement. And the sixth one is the social inclusion hub for orphans, for people with disabilities and autism. So in terms of the IT industry, tomorrow in our hub, there will be approximately 18 venture funds, incubators and accelerators from all over the world. It's China, Europe, United States and region of MENA. It's Arabic countries. Then we'll have several banks, corporations and telecom companies, the entrepreneurship chamber and so on. By this, what I'm saying that in our hub, we're creating the place where all the startups will get their first and everyday connection with all the investors. Our potential partners are the company which is called Techstars and also the company called the Antler and several major accelerations from China and other countries. In terms of creative industry, we are supported by British Council and 18 creative industries organizations in Kazakhstan. The third one, green technologies. We are working together with the Ministry of Ecology of Kazakhstan and Ministry of Ecology of China. China is #1 country in the world which invests in the ecology startups and green technologies. 3 times more than America and 5 times more than Europe. That's why we are bringing to Kazakhstan, especially regional IT hub for supporting green technologies. And the final one, the fourth one, is commercialization of science. We are supported by the Academy of Science to 2,500 scientists, 4 centers of commercialization, including the United States one. We're also combining this direction with the universities. We are supported by 25 universities and 25 university incubators, business incubators, and 12 universities of Almaty. And the social direction I already told you. So actually, by creating this commercial hub, we're also creating a place where we could provide very social services. We believe that those people, for example, like orphans, in Kazakhstan, 15% of the population are from social inclusion. We could give them the opportunity to become a startup players or just to give them opportunity, path to the life by giving them the specialization in IT industry. So altogether, we are creating a huge hub in Almaty city, in the city center. We are very happy to work with our Indian counterparts, with all the colleagues which are now online. We are happy to be not only usable for your perspectives, for all your visions, what you provide, but we're also happy to work together with you. For example, if you would like to bring firstly here acceleration, incubation program, or any program from India or other countries, we're happy to cooperate. Because our main view, for example, in China, we're opening our own office, the foundry office, which will work on transferring the technologies between two countries, opening the market for startups and so on. For now, we have lots of students from India here in Almaty, and we very welcome them. They came here to study, to work, and so on. That's why I think that relationships between Kazakhstan and India are going in a very good well, and we are happy to work with that. And secondly, we are also inviting people who could be interested to become a co-owner of that hub, because we own not only building but all the project, and we are looking for a smart investor who will be also owning the building, owning our project as well, and so on. We are supported by lots of governmental officials, so we are without any doubt, the Almaty Foundry Hub will become one of the leading IT hubs of the region. So basically, all the ideas and projects from all these directions, which I mentioned before, the IT and so on, will come to us, and we will create also the venture fund, which will support them. So actually, it's one of the most image and main projects of entrepreneurship in Almaty. So we are happy to cooperate or even to invite you as an investor. So in terms of the future of our industry, I just monitored the information yesterday. I think the Indian guys are the second in the world for creating unicorns after the United States. So you've done a super job, but for now it's only beginning. As I said, our region is really evolving. That's why we just created, I think, couple of weeks ago, the first unicorn of Kazakhstan. On that, you could congratulate us, because it's a huge, huge event for us. Because psychologically, all the startups are now believing that they could becoming unicorns, and we have huge support also from international companies which are coming to Kazakhstan to open their offices, like Telegram, like Tencent from China, and so on. So it's a huge market for now. I mean, it's a very promising market, which could become a huge market in the I think 5 years time. So actually, this is the broad vision of our ecosystem. Thank you, Arjit. If you have any questions, I'm happy to discuss.
Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation. If you're near to your place, maybe you can show it to all the other dignitaries if you are there in your office. If not, I will highly recommend all of you guys to probably come forward, and maybe we can go with a business delegation to Almaty in Kazakhstan. It's a beautiful country, a lot of great opportunities. Personally, I can say that it's a great place to work. So let me give you my own kind of perspective when I talk about bringing people as a business delegation. We did that in Middle East earlier. We did that in Africa earlier. We are doing it in Europe at the moment, and happy to do that in Central Asia. We call it Central Asia, or maybe combination of Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and the related relevant areas nearby. We can always go for that. Whenever we do that, coming from running companies on my own. I started India's one of the first game development company in 1998, started working with artificial intelligence and blockchain for quite a long number of years now, in the year of 2000. I mean, people who knows me, they knows me. And definitely after that, we started our own accelerator, we started our own fund, we started our own ecosystem. WLS is one of them. And we are happily running it to bring values to countries. Hopefully, whenever we do that, hopefully we can have a delegation to your country as well. We are working on this. Let's see how fast and how accurately we can do that thing. And whenever I speak about a country, I always visit it personally to see the opportunities and the gap that is there, and then maybe we can go for a delegation. Yes, we have one quick question, and after that we'll hop into our next speaker. I can see that he is keeping himself mute, coming from Sri Lanka. I'm not sure whether there is a network glitch happening or what is the issue. He's keep coming, and then we are losing him. So anyway, there is a quick question coming up. Technically, the question is basically coming from Southeast Asia. The question is, technically, we can see a lot of game development companies popping up from Kazakhstan, and then we don't see a collaborative method probably. What is the good way of having a collaboration with game development companies in Kazakhstan with Southeast Asian market? Question to you, Jangir.
Okay, okay. So the main thing is firstly to contact, I think, our main IT hub, which is called Astana Hub. It's a governmental one, it's a presidential one. Approximately, they have 1,500 IT companies which are registered there. As I said, government is now providing lots of tax and other positive things for startups, and all of them are mostly registered in Astana Hub. So if you could contact them officially, they could open you a path to lots of startups and even governmental organizations from all Central Asia. It's like like a focal point for us, Astana Hub.
Sure. If they are connecting back with us and maybe becoming a partner, we can always think that what we can do together. Thank you so much for your input. Sure. Looking forward to have a collaboration with you. With this note, let me move to our next speaker, Mr. Prashantan from Sri Lanka. If you are there, if you can kindly turn on your microphone and your video. Yes, we can see you.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, thank you, and good evening to you all, and welcome to the presentation on IQ versus EQ. That is all about preparing ourselves towards a comfortable life in the 21st century, which we are heading towards. In that, we just move on to the thing. There are certain things we know that everything is in the world is changing except the word the change. So based on that as a key focal point, I'm taking you all to my presentation. So fine. Heart or head from IQ to EQ in the 21st century. Fine. So everywhere there is artificial intelligence, and we have been dominated in a way. It has become a part of our lives. So in that way, we just move forward with that, taking the technological advancement and the shift from traditional life to the technological life. And in that way, we feel that it is something we have to raise some questions, and there are issues, there are questions already raised by people. And with that, we just move on to the shift from IQ to EQ. So the logical thinking, reasoning, and memory. And we know that 21st century with the child, we are preparing the child towards 12 skills. So of course, the 12 skills are all 4 C's, namely communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. And moving on from that, 5th, 6th, 7th, that is information, media, and technology. And finally, we have the 5 the most important component. So they are flexibility, leadership, initiative, productivity, as well as social skills. So these 12 skills, they are very much in need for us to lead a peaceful and comfortable life. So now generation beta has popped up. Already we are struggling to educate the generation Gen Alpha. And with that, so we have to prepare ourselves with that. Along with technology, we have to go for we have to not think from with the brain, we have to touch our heart also. In that way, we start up with social emotional learning. So SEL has played a major role. In Sri Lanka, we have already started this measure and initiative, introducing cell practice into schools, higher educational institutions. Like that, it goes on with the help of UNESCO and UNESCO MGIEP. And it's a great success for us at the moment. And EQ, of course, measures emotional awareness, empathy, relationship skills. All these things, of course, they are very much in need of for leading a comfortable life in 21st century. And 21st century, it's all about human-centered, complex, emotionally driven era. So we have that particular part. With that, moving on to why IQ alone isn't enough. Going research based, so we say IQ explains only nearly 20% of career success. High IQ, good teamwork or leadership, but we just move forward to emotional and social skills determine long-term success. So it is never-ending process. So we have to move forward with that social and emotional skills. And why IQ matters in the 21st century. Automation and AI can replace technical skills. Of course, everywhere it has been replaced. And at the moment, even the human, there is employment, there is a gap in that. So we have to think of that also. So global teams demand empathy and communication. At the moment, whatever qualification we produce, the job market is in need of the team player. Team player, good communicator, good listener, along with our PhD qualification or whatever it is. So it has to be like that. And with that, leadership now equals emotional connection plus clear vision. So the clear vision, of course, we look forward, move forward with that. For the leadership, we have to think twice and think beyond these boundaries. With that, so benefits of EQ, emotional quotient. So thinking, going socially, emotionally balanced people with that social emotional learning. So we'll be having better relationships and teamwork. So there will be communication and collaboration as well. So with that, there will be a peaceful and positive human generation. Improved leadership and trust. So when preparing, when cultivating these habits like maintaining a very good rapport within the family, in the society, or in our workstation. So that will take us to the heights. So we'll be raising our hands high always. So improved leadership and trust, and high adaptability and resilience. So exactly the flexibility, we talk about flexibility under 21st century skills. So it is there, so there should be higher adaptability, and we have to be flexible in certain things, and there should be resilience as well, and lower stress and conflict. So when going with socially, emotionally well-balanced person, will be having the benefits like lower stress and conflict. At the moment, most of the people in profession, they are struggling a lot to balance both professional and personal life. They don't know how to manage both the things. Some, they have already quit their jobs or profession, and they are struggling a lot in their lives like that. So we have to have we have to know balance, how we can balance. For that, there should be less the stress, and as well as the answer is cell. Next, signs of low emotional quotient. So poor emotional control. So always becoming always easily emotionally we are affected emotionally. We are unable to control our emotions. Even the school system, they don't, we have to put this part into the curriculum. Each and every country, we have to put it more and more. Then only the children have to be trained how they can control their emotion. Fine. Inability to handle criticism. And always they will be, then and there, they will be hurt immediately when there is criticism. They don't know how to come over that criticism. So all these things will be there, and frequent conflicts with that in the workstation as well as home or in the society in which they live in. So in that, there will be conflict. There will be frequent conflicts, of course. And low motivation and empathy. And empathy that will not be there. So putting ourselves into the shoes of the others. So that shows this empathy. So empathy, we have to feel with our heart for another person. Then only there will be peaceful world or globe in our hand. With that, developing your EQ, emotional quotient. So practical steps. Of course, you have to go, we have to freeze, and you have to pause before reacting. Self-management. So whenever they are all of a sudden, you should not go for a reaction. So we have to wait, and we have to close eye or go for meditation or whatever it is. That will be listening the stress as well as possible negative aspects of it. And reflect daily, build self-awareness. We have to think of ourselves. Self-awareness is very much important for us. And reflect daily and listen to understand, not just to reply. You listen to understand, not for the sake of listening, but to understand with best comprehension power that should be there. And with that, practice empathy. What might they be feeling? And seek feedback and learn from it. And with that, with these ideas, so let's have a look at what goes with head and what goes with heart. So intelligent quotient, it's of course, it's logical, and that will be empathy. There, that will be first of all in heart, that will be empathy, that will be in the placed in first. And next one is knowledge. All of a sudden, knowing something, we just learn things, not to put them into practice. Whereas understanding is there. So with high comprehension power, we have to understand. We have to be a good listener to be a good speaker. Fine. Analysis there, it is all with the scientific method and everything, there will be analysis, whereas here we'll be connecting the people, connecting the ideas, connecting the emotions and everything, and we have to help others. And strategy here, there it is of course strategy, whereas we'll be looking at compassion. Compassion is another nice word which I love. So compassion should be there under the cell. Fine. With that, EQ in leadership, since we celebrate these leaders conference here. So leaders with high EQ inspire trust and motivation. Of course, not the managers, but the leaders. So leaders are always in the front in each and every field. So we have to inspire trust and motivation. So example, Satya Nadella, that is the Microsoft, emphasized empathy culture, boosted innovation. So according to that, so empathy culture boosted innovation. Innovation, it's not just with this binary code. It is all about empathy culture that is there. And emotional leadership drives engagement. So of course, there will be engagement. Whatever you do, you have to fully engage yourself with whole heart. Wholeheartedly, if you engage yourself into that, everything will be positive and successful. EQ in everyday life, as a closure, I'll be putting these things, handling family and work stress. So first of all those things will start from our family. We have to keep our family happy. Then only the country will be happier and the whole world will be happier. So understanding emotions before reacting, of course, building stronger friendship along with communication and collaborative skills, and with that, managing change calmly and positively. So we have to accept and adapt any shift or from traditional or whatever. But the thing is, keeping the thing, we have to touch the heart before doing that. IQ is important, but EQ determines how we use it. IQ is important, but EQ, emotional quotient, determines how we use it. EQ can be developed with awareness and practice. In the 21st century, the heart guides the head towards meaningful success. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for your patience. If you have any question, please ask.
Thank you so much. Yes, you are right. It is very much needed, and 21st century is actually having a big gap of humanity. It's not about only IQ and EQ. Probably the next generation or the present generation, like us. I'm in my 40s. Even I can say that lot many of people who are in their 40s, they became impatient. They lost the touch of listening to others, understand them, look at their eyes straight, face to face, and accept the fact that probably they are wrong in some way. That is a gap that is happening worldwide, and it is happening in corporates, it's happening even in startups, even with students. If you can maybe turn off your presentation, we can go with a Q&A. And next, I will be calling Christina from Kazakhstan again. Yeah, Mr. Prashanthan, if you can turn off your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. God bless you.
It's fine, but can you please turn off your presentation?
Sorry?
Can you please turn off your screen sharing?
Sure.
Yeah. No, you turned off your video. I'm talking about your screen sharing. Yes, now it is off. You can turn on your video, doctor. Yes. Okay, so if we look at the mindset, I would say, it's not a question, it's probably a thought. If you look at mindset of few bit of students who are mainly studying in colleges, nowadays we can see that people are more impatient. They forgot to probably respect elders, and it's happening not only in one particular part of the world, it is happening probably worldwide, and I'm very, very sure that you are probably facing it in Singapore as well. I'm sorry, you are from Sri Lanka. You're probably facing it in Sri Lanka as well. What's your thought on that? Is it the IQ? Is it the EQ? Is it the AI? Is it the more and more social media reels which they usually serve? What caused that trouble? What do you think? You're muted, doctor.
Fine. Thank you very much. Great question. Thank you for that question. So mindset, setting up mindset. Mindset is not the thing which we just go to school and get the thing, or going online and learning something. It's not mindset. Mindset, of course, it is developing a mindset is, of course, a gradual process where it starts from the family itself. And always building up mindset is of with two things. One is the positive aspect, the other one is the negative mindset. Of course, going with the positive aspect, because we say that the socializing agents, so they play a major role, especially the family, society, maybe the temple, religious sports, or the school. So these institutions playing as socialization agents, so they are playing their role in that. Only thing is, the mindset will be there if we put the children in that particular the best place to be, because there, for example, there are certain places where this always the competitive mindset is developed. Even for primary students, they will be having sports meet, and there will be only the winners the innocent, the kids, especially in preschools. I have observed certain things. So in that, there will be negative mindset. Okay, so all the time, winning is the only way to be successful in life. So that will be there put into that particular and that innocent mind. So that will be poured and watered again and again with such competition and all. So only thing is we have to go positive. Whatever it is, first of all, we have to go for positive. How can it be always? It's always simple. First and foremost, I'll be telling this. Only thing is the smile. Smile is just a tiny curve of lips. A tiny curve of lips which sits, everything sits straight in world. So smile, just a tiny curve of lips which sets everything straight, everything positive in the world. So with that note, I say always be friendly, always be positive, and you have to be a good communicator, as well as you have to be a good communicator and a good listener as well. Fine.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Doctor. I will now again move from Sri Lanka to Kazakhstan, and I'll be asking Christina to kindly turn on her microphone, and definitely the floor is yours, ma'am. All yours, 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Arjit. Good evening, everyone. It's a great pleasure to join you at the World Leader Summit and to share a perspective from Central Asia, Kazakhstan, a region that is rapidly becoming a bridge between East and West, connecting emerging financial ecosystems and innovation hubs. My name is Kristina Soboleva. I am CFA charter holder with over 16 years of experience in banking, treasury, and derivatives. And I'm the founder of CrossFX, a fintech solution designed to make foreign exchange risk management accessible to small and medium enterprises through AI-driven analytics and automation. Over the years, working with both banks and corporates, I've seen how difficult it is for smaller businesses to navigate FX markets. While large corporations trade through Bloomberg terminals and have dedicated treasury teams, small and medium enterprises often face the same risks with none of the infrastructure, and many of them operate in multiple currencies, but without access to real-time data, pricing tools, or experienced advisors. Decisions are made often on delayed data based on instinct, not information. And yet, these are companies that make up more than 90% of private sector employment in many emerging markets. That imbalance between market exposure and market access is what motivated me to build my startup. It's called CrossFX. And today I would like to show how emerging financial technologies and artificial intelligence are reshaping the way companies handle currency volatility, and how this shift is helping both small and medium enterprises and banks become more resilient and predictable and connected. Let me show you my presentation. Okay. Okay. You see my presentation, yes? Okay, great. So, for many businesses in developing markets, actually, currency volatility isn't a theoretical topic, it's a daily operational pain. And when exchange rates swing suddenly, profits, margins just vanish overnight. And unlike, as I told, that unlike big corporates and multinational firms, most small and medium enterprises lack treasury systems, professional advisors, and complex hedging instruments. They rely on intuition and informal advice. Meanwhile, on the bank side, FX sales desk just handle hundreds of SME requests through emails or spreadsheets, one quote at a time. It's a slow, repetitive, and of course there are also errors because of that, or just banks just refuse to serve small medium enterprise companies. As a result, hedging decisions are not accessible to that small and medium enterprises, but volatility keeps turning into uncertainty, and uncertainty kills the growth. So let's look at the scale of the problem. Between January and July 2025, pairs like CNY, KZT, Ruble, KZT, BRL, INR moved by double digits. For large trading desks, and it's just volatility, yes, but for corporates, for real business, for SMEs, it's disruption. Even 10% currency move can erase a quarter's profit margin. But today, things are changing. The rise of fintech, open banking infrastructure, and AI-driven analytics is making financial tools available and far beyond the traditional banking, like allied, yes, like big corporates. Artificial intelligence can now identify currency exposure in real time, estimate risk using macro and behavioral data, simulate hedging outcomes, and provide simple, actionable guidance instantly. What once required a full treasury department can now live like inside a cloud-based interface. And technologically, it's becoming like equalizer between SME that need protection and banks that can provide it. So, and also it's worth to mention that there is a powerful driver of change. It's a global move toward settlement in national currencies, especially across BRICS countries, but the same situation actually in other countries as well. This supports monetary sovereignty, but multiplies complexity. A single small and medium enterprise may now pay suppliers in CNY, receiving tenge or ruble or INR, and service loans in US dollars. So managing that exposure manually is like impossible. And this is where AI and fintech become essential to track exposures, forecast impacts, and recommend the right hedging product at the right time. Let me share one practical example from our own experience. CrossFX is an AI-powered like orchestration layer that connects SMEs and bank sales desks. Here's how it works. On small and medium enterprise side, the system provides pre-trade advisory, simple, understandable recommendations on which hedge type, like forward option or natural hedge, best suits their cash flow pattern and risk tolerance. Once SME accepts, CrossFX connects directly to partner bank via secure APIs. It retrieves real bank quotes from theoretical mid rates and automates execution, confirmation, and audit trail, reducing manual work on both sides. For small and medium enterprises, this means confidence and speed. They can hedge without needing a treasury team. For banks, it means sell desk automation, faster pricing, fewer errors, and higher throughput per manager. So we begin in Kazakhstan, and we're now expanding to other regions as well. Actually, this solution is can be used in different regions. Our mission is simple: to give smaller businesses the same level of clarity and control that large corporates take like for granted. Ultimately, this transformation is about mindset, apart from like technology. The future of FX risk management isn't about reacting to volatility, it's about engineering resilience directly into the system. AI and automation make that possible. Like predictive alerts instead of late reports, seamless execution instead of email chains, transparency instead of uncertainty. And when banks and corporates communicate through intelligent systems, trust scales, and that's what every emerging market needs to attract investment. In Central Asia and beyond, this shift is already happening. Regulators, banks, and innovators are working together to embed automation into the financial core, and we are not catching up. We're building forward. And to conclude, currency volatility is not just a market challenge, it's a design challenge, and the solution lies in AI-driven automation that connects corporates and banks seamlessly. At CrossFX, our goal is to make hedging as easy as a single command, intelligent, compliant, and bank executed. Because when infrastructure becomes intelligent, markets become resilient. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Thank you. This was like right on time, exact 15 minutes. Oh my God. Super professional speech. Thank you so much for the delivery. I'm just waiting for the questions. Okay, let me give all of you guys again a little bit of understanding from where these questions are coming. This entire event online is broadcasted on social media. Not only that, it is shared in several different university campus. There are students and professors who are listening to all of you. They are sending questions through 2-3 different channels altogether, and my people are accumulating all those questions, sending it to me with a filtered question format. Yes, I've got the first question for you. When we talk about, give me a moment. When we talk about the exact solution, the problem of SMEs, hedging, and of course, going for financial help from the bank is a big challenge for sure. But how your platform or you will take it forward from global perspective? The laws are different, banking structure is different. If you look at Asia, the structure is different. If we look at Europe, the structure is different. How will you come up with that? What is your thought?
Sure. Our go-to-market strategy, that's a great question, actually. And because it's a banking product, yes, connected to bank product, there is lots of regulations. And our go-to-market strategy is start with financial institution in that country, in separate countries. Because separate countries, as you told, yes, separate regulations, different regulations. And that's why we collaborate in each market in different institutions. Pilot in each and every country is different. So yes, we're piloting first in our local country, yes, Kazakhstan, and then it is adjustable to other countries as well, with compliance, of course, with regulations in other countries. But what we try to make simple is in different countries. So this structure of CrossFX is adjustable. So if it is difficult to get a license for separate features of CrossFX in different countries, we just can skip that feature. For instance, that in some countries, this advisory feature is very difficult to obtain the license. So it is, so we adjust that. If in other countries, it's difficult to attach to different banks through API, so we can adjust that. So that's why it's like adjustable system. But overall, yes, the problem is common for especially in emerging markets, and that's why there is interest in different countries to that product.
Okay, so like we have one more question that I can take, and then I'll go to our next speaker, Charmaine. The question is coming from all the way from US. It's early morning for them, but then we are happy that they're live and they're listening to us. If we look at the compliance level in the compliance sector, usually banking nowadays, due to multiple different issues that is happening politically worldwide, there will be more and more compliance problems and legal infrastructure will be updated. How far your platform will be ready and how exactly you can collaborate with the platforms that you are speaking? Oh my God, thank you so much for this question.
Yes, this is a very important question as well. So as I told, this platform can be divided into parts. So for those parts of the world where compliance is where it is impossible to put like AI consultant into the place, we can skip that and use only automation part. So automation is within the bank. So automation is also very important part of our CrossFX platform. The process which automates sales desk, bank sales desk, like procedures. And for that, it's not difficult to obtain this compliance permission, because this is just automation of current process, automation of manual process, yes. So that's why, so the answer is actually almost the same as to the previous question. So we can implement the CrossFX platform like partly, yes, partly in that regions where the full scale feature is not like acceptable. So we can partly like implement it in different markets.
Super. Thank you so much, Christina. We'll be more than happy to connect you with relevant people for business and
Thank
for
you so
queries.
much.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now let me fly my aeroplane from Kazakhstan towards South Africa now. Shermine, if you can please unmute yourself. You have been a dear and near. She's my partner from there, and of course, a great human being. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Arijit. And so it's 4 p.m. here in the most southern tip of the African continent in Cape Town. Thank you so much. I usually do not like doing online talking. I prefer to do it in person. And also, when it comes to collaborations, I prefer to be behind the scenes, the fixing and the sorting behind the scenes. Okay, so I'm just gonna talk a little bit about what I do as CGM training and consulting. My work actually focuses on entrepreneurship. So what I do is entrepreneurship education. So basically, it comes from, so I started my business essentially about 17 years ago as CGM training and consulting. And what made me go into consulting is that I just saw such a huge gap in the market with business support and business services. There just wasn't enough support for them. And coming from South Africa, I always felt that while we innovators in many ways, we're also very regressive in other ways. So I built my career basically over 30 years ago. I started in healthcare, and then I moved into business and entrepreneurship. And so CGM basically focuses on training and consulting. We develop educators, entrepreneurs, and ecosystem leaders. We focus on mentorship and consulting, where we actually support startups and institutions through tailored mentorship and advisory work. One of the most important things, the third leg, is global collaboration. So here we'd like to build bridges, love to connect with different countries, universities, innovation systems, or anybody globally or anywhere that needs assistance and help. So a lot of the work that I do or we do is based on, sustainable development goals, and especially goal 4, which is quality education, and goal 8, which is decent work and economic growth. So some of the highlights, what I've actually done since I've started over 17 years ago, is I've collaborated with over 60 universities and 40 countries worldwide, reaching more than 10,000 students. So a few of the major events we've had in 2022, the first Global Entrepreneurship Catalyst Symposium, that was a university in India. Then 2023 was another symposium in India. 2024 was Indonesia. And then we moved to the south of India to Kerala, and then again back to the top to Noida. In 2024, last year, we also did a very interesting 5-day international faculty development program in Kolkata. It was a 5-day international collaboration where we had, I think, over 100 academics on that program. And then at the beginning of this year, we had an international conference in Noida. And of course, and this is my ninth, I think, 9th or 10th international collaboration in partnership with World Leader Summit. So with mentorship and judging, I also participate with lots of international programs. So I've actually assisted with Philippines for an entire year, where I've actually helped with being a panelist and judge of student startups at the universities all over Philippines. Then I also I collaborated with the America's Black Ambition. So they focus on Latin and of course Hispanic and Black startups, where they actually fund almost $1 million. So it's actually a competition which goes in 3 phases, and that's I do mentorship and judging on that program as well. And I've also collaborated. I've been a partner with the AEIC at the American University in Dubai, where I do lots of guest speaking, panelists, mentorship with the students, and I think it's my 3rd year there. And as of next month, I think I'm actually one of the core committee members of the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center at the University of Dubai. So most of what CGM focuses on, so CGM is actually me, by the way. So I focus on global collaboration and connecting. I like to focus on global best practices and just having a global presence, and also using mentorship with a difference. And it was quite interesting that I listened to a whole lot of stuff today and a whole lot of topics from across the globe, and every topic that was presented just added to my knowledge. And sometimes, we think that we assume that we are experts in the field, and then someone else comes along and they present something and they say, oh my goodness, but I didn't actually think of this. So these online platforms, something like the World Leader Summit, brings people from across the globe, and we share knowledge, skills, and experiences on the platform, which we can take back with us to our countries, and we can actually use it. So I love these international platforms, because I think the more people start to collaborate globally, the more we can expand our knowledge and we can assist each other. So just a few things. With the entrepreneurship and education reform, we assist universities with entrepreneurship programs. And recently, I've actually started, I found that most universities, not only in South Africa, but globally as well, they focus mainly on the students. And I found that everybody's focusing on students, or they are focusing on startups, but very few people were thinking about all of those unemployed people that are out there. There's over 70 billion people unemployed. And even if I must just get into a little drop of that ocean, I would love to actually assist there. And I just feel that there is so much knowledge, skill, and expertise out there that we can really make such a difference. Because essentially, every unemployed person, if they just start an entrepreneurship journey, they will at least be able to employ 1 or 2 people. And, and that is how that ripple effect goes. So I would really like to do that. I'd love to do faculty empowerment. Someone said earlier on, I can't remember who it was, the universities offer programs, and also a lot of it is focused on the theoretical compound. We would love to collaborate so that we bring us lots of practical expertise into it, so that students are also exposed to industry experts and the practical exposure. And I think having university incubators and e-cells are an excellent idea, but I just feel that it is just not enough. Okay, then we have startup mentorship, yes, assisting startups and mentoring them right through to their pitch decks and to the networks. We have global networking and international or should I say cross-continental collaboration and community building. We're always talking business and entrepreneurship and AI and technology, but we also need to focus on our youth out there. We need to focus on women entrepreneurs, on healthcare, and a lot of the SDGs that we can actually take from, we can learn from, and we can use that, and we can expand on that, especially when it comes to our business ideas. My background is actually healthcare, and I actually try to encompass healthcare in a lot of the things that I actually do, because healthcare is actually one of the most expensive commodities. We have private healthcare, you have public healthcare, and unless of course you are in probably like the UK, US, or in the first world countries, then you don't actually have an issue with healthcare. But when you are in the developing world, healthcare and good healthcare and access to healthcare means a great deal to the people. So going forward for CGM, or for myself, I actually gave myself a goal for 2026. I want to get out of South Africa, and I want to collaborate and connect with as many more universities that I can, with many more communities, with community programs, to go out there and to empower youth, women, and actually get entrepreneurship going. Because as much as we say India, USA, China is running, the global entrepreneurship ecosystems, there is still so much more that we can actually do all across the globe. So that is that is actually one of my passions, or one of my visions for 2026. And I think Arijit's going to help me with that, where we're going to do a lot of work and collaboration together, just to get, just to get out there. And, we know that not everyone has got the funding to actually get into collaborations like this. So that is where I'd love to come in and connect and collaborate. You're most welcome to go onto my LinkedIn profile. I'm Charmaine Gangan. You can have a look at all the work I've done, and I will still continue doing. Not all of it is paid, but the passion of sharing information and collaborating is actually what gives me more satisfaction than actually the financial part of it. And that's all I have to say. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the beautiful, energetic presentation. Thank you so much. And yes, we collaborated, and definitely the collaboration will go in a very longer way. We can see the energy, and definitely. So before I go to our next speaker, she is there already. I can see that Kim is there in the Zoom, and I'll be happy if she can check her microphone and the video if it is working properly. Before she does that, I would love to share you a few bit of things which probably I have shared earlier what we are doing. So in terms of entrepreneurship education, I'll be sharing you what exactly we do. It will help maybe lot many of you. So this is Entrepreneur Space. This is our own private incubation model, where we have a model with multiple different mentors. We have business programs, we have acceleration program and incubation program. We have a segment where you can share your story and talk about what you are doing. If we like it, and if you are true and truthful, we'll be more than happy to share it with multiple different parts of the world. And when we talk about this, you can cross-check and verify me. You can see the number of footfalls that I have. In Google Maps, I have more than 32 million footfalls, so it's not a small number. Well, we work, we don't only talk. Coming to the entrepreneurship education section, this is what we educate with our mentors, with our resources, with the industry implementations. So Entrepreneur Phase have got pitching days, have got a complete full-fledged structure with legal compliance, structured education with technology and non-technology people. Probably this is a full-fledged session which we can take. But then I would love to share about our mentors who are coming from various different parts of the world. And when I talk about various different parts, that means various different parts. And I'm in love with the world who is collaborating with us, and then scaling up multiple different startups across the world. So hop into our next speaker. Before I go with my own kind of sharing, can I request Kimbiat to kindly turn off your microphone and your video if you are there? And then next, I will call upon Lisa. Or either or. If Lisa is comfortable, I can call upon her. If Kim is not.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi,
Hi,
Lisa.
how's it going?
All good, Lisa. So Lisa is from again Kazakhstan. Lisa is coming from a game development background. She is running a great game development platform, and of course you can see her here and how she is connecting the cosplay with the gaming world. Well, over to you, Lisa. The floor is yours for 15 minutes. We are eager to listen to you. Yes, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this chance to be here. And yeah, as you said, I'm game development, came from Kazakhstan. So my name is Lisa, and I'm ex-team lead on Fortnite, World of Warcraft, and XQ engineer in Devil May Cry. It's a huge companies in the video game industry. And now my experience over 11 years expertise, and I have a little bit, not little bit, I have a huge trouble in the video game industry, and I came here to tell you what is it. At the first, we should talk about localization. The localization video games, it's meaning the globalization your video game. It's not like about video games, actually. It's about every businesses in the world, because if you're starting just in Kazakhstan, for example, as me, just in Kazakhstan, so there's not really big market, and I should globalize my business, because this business, in Kazakhstan we have two languages, Russian and Kazakh, and there is not really huge market. So let's talk about localization. At the first, why video games is a business? The first video game came from 1971, if I'm not wrong, and it was a arcade machine. It's an arcade machine coming from, oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'm so nervous. I'm so sorry about it. And this one is a really big boom of arcade machine. Every people start to play in these games. There is not many games at all, so it's like a 10 or 15, because the development of these video games is so complicated at that time. And after this, two guys in 1971 released Computer Space. This really bomb. It's really huge. It's a really huge step for the video games. And after that, they made Atari. It's Nola and Tate founded this. I hope you know about this Atari, about this company, because they released a lot of video games, consoles, arcade machine, of course. And after that, because this is a business, they should globalize their video games. And after they released in America, in US, they thinking like, oh my God, there's a lot of countries. We should do a lot of things into another countries. For example, in Japanese, there's a huge culture about video games. China, of course, and every country is interested in video games. So, and after that, they Nintendo released Donkey Kong, because Donkey Kong, it's the first introducing the Mario. Do you remember this style of the pitch deck? It's Mario, because it's one of my favorite video games. So Donkey Kong released in Japan, and after release, they think, oh my God, this video game in Japan made a huge success. And after that, they started globalize this video game to another countries. To English, of course, the first one is English, because English speakers much more than Japanese speakers, and globalized to the French, German, and other countries. After that, they release this one. Do you know who is this? This is guy who he's calling Pikachu, and of course he came from the Japan, because Japan released a lot of cuties, mini They release the cutest animals, and they should globalize this video game also. And Pikachu, meaning sound, Pika, it's meaning the sound of the electric spark of the flash. And Chu, it's onomatopoeia for the mouse squeak. And his name is Electric Mouse. So this is localization for Pikachu because the name, it's meaning everything. Everything meaning everything. So in Japanese especially, in Chinese especially, there's special slang. Every words meaning different, depends of the context, and the context is really important. So after that, the video game localization markets start to be so huge because after Pikachu and the successful video games, they start to create Mario, Zelda. Of course, Zelda is one of the popular video game in industry, but this video game starts from Japan, and the first years of these video games working just only in Japan. But after that, of course, they are localized to another languages. So about the global market, another side, maybe you didn't know about it. So I worked on World of Warcraft, and I was surprised because I thought this video game just only for like one game for every market, but not. Just look at the top. There's global market. There's no no, you can see the bones, you can see the stomach and other stuff from the body on the characters. But in China, you can't do this. Of course, they right now the change and made of for me it's like a new video game just only for China market because they can't do the same stuff with the characters because of the China. They have rules and they have to be with this localization. So localization in the market, it's so I forgot I missed this word. It's so important. So it's meaning not just for the words, and it's not meaning just for the calling. Like we in video games we have a lot of slang, and this slang it's so important for the players. About competitors. So competitors. So do you know how many competitors for the video games to the video games? There's huge. For example, For example, hobby, traveling, the dreams, the walking on the streets, and video games right now should be so attention for this market because the competitors all the time they're not sleeping, they all the time making the creativity stuff because crochet is really important for the people because it's like a hobby. They spend the time, they spend the money, and the video games should be different. They should like take attention for every people. It's like it's another way to took and how to explain this correctly. They should steal your hobby and put your hobby into the video games. That's a strategy because it's a business. It's because video games like there's a lot of types. For example, mobile games, VR, PC games, console games, tabletop games, and everything. This part is everything is business. So and video games right now is one of the fastest IT industry in the world. It's around $500 billion in the last year. So and this, for example, sorry about mobile. I want to connect this part. So and why mobile? Right now, mobiles is 51% in the world. For example, have you ever played in the game with the three parts you should like connect in one line? So this one is a video game. Of course, it's mobile game. That's who cares? It's right now it's one of the huge growth market in the world, the mobile video games. So, and after that, the localization, what it's actually meaning. For example, you know the sentence "I love you." It's meaning like it's meaning a lot, of course. So, but for me, the love, it's meaning like it's a couple. They love each other. They like spend time with together. But in Kazakh, in national language in Kazakhstan, it's meaning "Men seni жақсы көремін." What that's meaning? The translation of this sentence is meaning "I see you so close to me." You cannot translate "I love you" in Kazakh because it's meaning different, and this localization is meaning different. And of course, in every languages, it's meaning totally different than "I just love you." And in Kazakh language, "Мен seni жақсы көремін" meaning a lot of things. For example, I see you so close to me, like right now, like it might be in the future, maybe as a part of my life. And this phrase "I love you" meaning everything and every different than in Kazakh language. And of course, in Russian, it's meaning "I love you," like "Я тебя люблю," but we don't know what that meaning, because if you ask everybody what this love "I love you" for you, what's that meaning, and every people said different answers. So why ChatGPT right now is so he tried to be the humanized at the first, because you easily can translate everything, but he don't understand context, because context is meaning so much. Why the video games right now made a really bad review of the video games if developers translated by the ChatGPT, because in these translations haven't soul, they haven't context, because ChatGPT, it's a tool, it's not like change the people resource for the computer. Right now it's impossible, maybe in the few times, but I don't really believe in it. So in ChatGPT, of course he can do, or she, but not right now, because the context it's really important. As I said, "I love you," and I don't know what that meaning for real, because it's "I love you," it's meaning a lot. Maybe I love to play video games. Is it true love? I don't know. Maybe I love to read the books. Of course I am, but what that's meaning? But the ChatGPT cannot understand the context. So if you think to spend money to translate your video game, or whatever, your, for example, book, or maybe your diploma for the university, so it's like it's a good idea or not? I don't think so. It's a good idea, because the stuff for like just translate this for me, like business stuff, maybe it's working, because there's a lot of special words, and its meaning it doesn't have mean everything. No, it doesn't. It's me. Sorry. It's like the special words in business, or maybe diplomacy. These words shouldn't have another context, because this is the special paper. But if it's art, oh my God, ChatGPT can do this. And yes, if you are creator, or maybe you are artist or developer, or maybe another creativity industry stuff, you cannot use ChatGPT as all. Like maybe it's like the first translation, like the people can just like translate the text for at the first time, like oh, I missed this word. Sorry. So, but after this translation by AI, the people should edit these translations, because AI can miss the context. So yes, spend money to AI's tools. It's a good idea, because it's faster than the people, the human resource, but not right now, like as a totally complete translate. And of course, the people should like looking forward with collaboration AI and people resource. let's talk about Black Myth Wukong. That's one of the popular video game in China, and this video game came from Hangzhou, if I'm not wrong. So why we are talking about this video game? So China really understand why localization is so important. The group of this developer studio goes to the Russia, special to the Russia, to find the people who can translate their this video game to Russian language, and they spend $200,000 for translate this video game just only in one language, because they understand the localization is so important, and if you translate don't correct, the context is lost. Because if you because Black Myth Wukong is really important video game, and because of this real myth of this Wukong, of this guy, about this guy, and this context, everything about this context should keep in this video game. And okay. So about Solid Rock, I'm a CEO of Solid Rock, and we are translating video games with the AI and post-editing with the human resource, because we know how it's important for video games. It's not like just about only video games. It's about the books and about the different types of the arts. So, but yeah, right now we're laser focused on video games, because we know a lot of video games who need it, and we got a lot of video games and we translate as 5 video games as now, and we have a lot of not a lot, 3 pilot with the 3 video games. So video game developers. So, and here is our LinkedIn. It's my profile. You can easily add me and we can chat with each other. And my Telegram channel, it's my personal, and solidrockai.com is our website. You can write there and check what we're doing, because the translation is not localization. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation, Lisa.
Thank you.
To be very honest, it was crisp, precise. I'll give you a little bit of input from my perspective, running game development company for last 27 plus years. She is absolutely right. Whenever we release any kind of game, it's a big challenge for any game development studio to go for localization. It's not about only language. It's about color. It's about the characters. It's about the experience. There is a lot. So when we talk about game development, people in India sometimes feel that it's a child's play. It's not. If you look at worldwide phenomenon, you will find out people over 65, 70s, 75, they play games, not just for entertainment, but to go for the real connectivity with their neuron and the brains to become active. There is a gaming technology. So we are not probably talking about only game development. There is a gaming technology which is pretty crucial and important across the world. And when we talk about AI nowadays, we are mostly talking about Gen AI. People are taking just AI as AI. I'm so sorry about this line of mine. Maximum speakers who are talking about the growth of AI in the last 3 years. I'm sorry, this is a growth of Gen AI, generative AI, which is happening for last 5 years, not 3 years. The AI, exactly the growth happened in last 40 plus years. And we, as game development studios, like Lisa, like me, like others, I can go on probably. I visited KBTU in Kazakhstan, and our next speaker was there with me as well. So there is a growth phase that is there for any studio, any startup. Lisa, thank you so much for your presentation. I have got 5 questions for you. I will just pull it only 1 or 2 for you, so that it is important to make it happen with the right kind of timing. We are already running 15 minutes late. So yes, the first question for you regarding you can turn off your screen sharing, Lisa. Just be with yourself, yeah, and you can turn on your
okay.
yeah. So when we talk about localization, how exactly you feel that you are open for collaboration? This question is coming from France. Probably a indie development studio is asking you this question. Are you open for collaboration?
Of course, yes, because we are a startup and we are our hands is open. Of course, yes.
Super. For all the other speakers and the audience who are watching us from various different parts of the world, if you are connected with her, that's fine. If not, write to us through our website or directly comment into our social media. And of course, connect with our local partners. We call them as ambassadors. They are there in your campus. Talk to them. They will connect us directly and we can connect back with any of the speakers that you're looking for. The next quick question, only the last one I will taking. I'm so sorry, Lisa, for this. We're running out.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. The second question coming is when we go for localization as indie studio, we usually upload our mobile games into the App Store. And in today's world, in Google Play Store, there are multiple different changes that actually happened. So localization is a big challenge if we target that in mobile gaming segment. What's your thought on it and how we can probably explore it together? This is a question coming from the IP is probably from Southeast Asia. Can't recognize the country.
Okay, that's a good question. The first one, as you want, like if you want to translate, like just give it to us the special files, like a JSON or other files, we can translate just only this one. So the second option, you can add us to your video game, and we do every stuff by with this localization and test this localization, because like a UI can't change because of the fonts and everything. And our second option, we can test LQA, LQM, and other departments of the video game. So of course, if you allow of this. And the third one, we can just only test your already translated files. So there's a lot of options, and we can like discuss about everything. Just text me in my DM me on LinkedIn or Telegram.
Super. Thank you so much, Lisa. And for all the audience and whoever is asking questions and looking for collaboration, in our accelerator, we also have an option. If you have great idea and you can grab the market, you have marketing capabilities, but don't have money to build a game, our studio is pretty open. We can go for a sharing model. Either we take an equity in your company and then build the particular game and then take it forward, or we can probably nurture you, incubate you in our private incubator, and we can definitely take it forward. People like Lisa, she is a veteran, even though she probably initially was nervous, but believe me, she's a great person to be in touch with you. A great human being, a great personality. Thank you so much, Lisa, for all your insights. I personally met her, so you can trust my words. You can be in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We have, thank you. Can you please hold your face on the screen? You are so fast, I couldn't take the snap. Yeah, thank you. Got it. Every speaker usually gets their picture after the summit after 5 days. So it's important to take the snap. Okay, thank you, Lisa. So we have our next speaker, Kimbiat. Kimbiat is also from Kazakhstan. What's happening? Do we have a line of speakers from Kazakh today? Oh, yes.
Yes.
That's the purpose. So we actually distributed days with countries with time zones. So if you look at the way we define the entire time zone before Kimbiat starts our speech, I'll give you a little bit of understanding how we accommodate speakers online. It depends on your time zone, your timeline, and of course, the global timeline. It's not that easy. So when we take a speaker from USA, we always keep track that they are in Indian time zone after 9 p.m. so that it becomes morning for them. So if we are getting a speaker from Korea, which will happen tomorrow, you will see how we accommodate them. So this is how we try to give a comfort zone to all our speakers and the global audience. So Kimbiat, with this note, oh my God, you are looking gorgeous. So go to the gorgeous Kimbiat. Thank you so much. 15 minutes.
Hi. Hi, Arjit. I see that you love Kazakhstan really, really big, with a big heart. That's why we have here a lot of the Kazakhstani people here. And of course, I think that your last trip to Kazakhstan affects on that too. And I'm really, first of all, nice to meet you again. And hi everyone who are just joining the event. I was connecting the 2 hours ago to these speeches, and I really like it. I want to start first of all with about the Kazakhstani ecosystems. I've heard that also Jahangir and also Lisa was mentioning about this a lot, because I really love the explanation of also of the Lisa that she explained about the meaning of the words, and I absolutely agree that if you want to understand some mentality or the ecosystem, you have to start from understanding the some local cultures and the mentality of the people. So the first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm doing for the lot of the years Kazakhstani digital events, and I'm in touch with the ecosystem at all. And we were opening also the Kazakhstani Expo IT exhibitions, like the building for the startups, and at the same time we are the part of the digital Almaty from the first year. That's one of the huge events with the 9 prime ministers and the SEO countries ministers also. At the same time, like that we bring 20,000 people at the one stage. I think that's one of the strong events of the last years, to be honest. And at the same time, of course, we have in Kazakhstan is a digital bridge. But before to explain about some like the events and about everything, I want to explain a little bit about the ecosystem of the Kazakhstan, how it's working. First of all, of course, we cannot do any event in any like the field without any ecosystems happening and building there. So that truly we can say that the digital bridge and Almaty is a result of that ecosystems, what's happening in Kazakhstan. Actually, to be honest, as Jahangir also mentioned, Kazakhstani ecosystem is started to build something like 5-7 years ago only actively. Before that, we didn't accumulated everything in Kazakhstan. But what is interesting, everything of this building of ecosystem started from the universities. Kazakhstan has 2 strong universities of the IT, I mean like the tech fields, which is Astana IT University, and the first of all of these, like the mother university, is the Almaty International Information Technological University. And after that, nowadays Kazakhstan has the common like the hub for the whole country. That's one of the biggest techno parks of the Central Asia, and we are fully cooperating with a lot of the countries. Which his name is the Astana Hub. Now the Astana Hub is collecting the 1,500 and more the companies in one place, and these years we see the results of them already, because we have the first unicorns, and at the same time like that we are working as a country for the growing of that. But at the same time, I want to highlight that Astana Hub has a lot of the regional like the affiliates in the Kazakhstan, and regional hubs, how we call it, and they are working very good on their purposes. And here I want to really make the focus about the one point is before the happening all these ecosystems, the first great results was Kazakhstani banking systems, and one of their samples is this Kaspi Bank. Because I really appreciate and I really like job they are doing, because they've started only in 2017 or 2016 officially, and they started by the application. And what is interesting now, we can using our home application to pay in any countries who support with Alipay also. So they are doing at the same time the big collaboration with full the markets of the Turkey. They're going to open the affiliates also in Georgia now, official banks, and they are working very close with the Chinese banks, what is also great. Let me explain a little bit. That's one application, and even what is interesting, if I'm not mistaken, the Harvard studies, they study and they teach the students with, in the case of the Kaspi Bank, because they really like the idea of this bank, what they did. In one application, you can use like the shop, what is a market, bank, the government services, and what is it, like that, knowing the bureaucracy of the world. In Kazakhstan, we can sell the car in the application just to change like the owner in 5 minutes, and also it's possible to marry someone in 30 minutes. Of course, if it's like the Kazakhstani citizens and etc. So in that case, yes, you just made the application in the banking system. So after that you receive the day, and if you don't want to visit the marriage home, I mean like the entity, so you can do it only in the application, and it's very easy working system. But now I want to explain how it works, because on the background of this banking system, as you understand, we have an e-governmental system. From the moment of the developing e-governmental system, Kazakhstan now under the UN ranking of the 2024 is in a 24th place in the world. Among the 193 countries, what is real amazing, and even the international partners, when they were coming to Kazakhstan, we were showing the expo situational, the center, which is called like the government in the ministry building. So now they are also in a very good terms. What is interesting, with the help of the electronic keys and with the help of such kind of the banking systems, we can receive more than 1,000 services online at home. That's one of the first steps. What I think, like my opinion about that, that's not new for the world, but this e-government system is a good infrastructure and the platform for Kazakhstani business going faster. That's already the results. And also I remember that Jahangir was telling that in 5 more years or the 7, the Kazakhstan will go even faster than they are doing now. And I absolutely agree with this moment. So in these terms, we are also making like our engagement on that. This year, I founded, and also we run the event, which is called Global Tech Wave Central Asia. We run this in the third city of the Kazakhstan. But actually, if you are in Shymkent, you don't have to never say that it is a third city. That's one more important moment. This city is called Shymkent. But let me explain like that why we choose from this city, because actually Astana, which is the capital, Almaty is like the biggest financial center. These two cities are very developed in terms of the IT ecosystems. But due to the huge territory of the Kazakhstan, we saw that we have to develop all this infrastructure and ecosystem in different cities of the world. That is why like that, not of the world, the Kazakhstan, sorry. So that's why we've started to develop also the regional cities. But actually this city has like that, the biggest city of the Kazakhstan and the biggest industrial zone, what is much better, I mean like for the companies to implement and to grow faster, to build ecosystems there. So after this event, what happened in the September of this year, we gonna like build now the game nations, which is like from the game dev. I have a partner. She's from board of directors of the Atari, and she's very interested in the Kazakhstan region. And as we know, the region, they knew each other for the 5 or 6 years or more. And we're also focused in India now, because there are really, each market had the gaps, each market has theirs like the pros, and we have to use it. And we have in our team one word: if you want to go for long, go together. That's why like that we always join such kind of the companies. We're open for the collaborations. And let me tell a little bit about the game nations. So we are partnering with the biggest companies of the world, which are the Atari, Ubisoft, Roblox, with a full like that filming parts, creative technologies, and at the same time with the worldwide like the Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and the university-based educational ones as MIT and the Utah, Stanford at the same time. So we are open for such all kind of the collaboration about that. Now we are doing in the game nations. As also Lisa was mentioning, game nations in the game development field in the Kazakhstan is, to be honest, nothing. I mean, like we have something like 30-40 registered companies. That is why that I think who choose it and are working on this direction in the Kazakhstan, they will be the first ones. They will be the strong ones on their own time about this, because they did a really great choice. And that's also, as Arijit, you've mentioned before, that it's a huge market of the world, not only of the one country. And what we are doing with the game nations is first of all, we are doing the mentorship programs, because as you know, like the Kazakhstani ecosystem infrastructure market is something like the 5 years. I can say the 5 because it's longer, but actually how we were working is the 5 years, and that's why we have to focus and help to our startups how to do the pitches what to do the focus and how to find out like the what to offer to who. That's like the gap what we have in the Kazakhstani entities, that they're not filling these gaps. But we're very positive. If we see the gaps, which means like that there is a questions what we can solve, and we have to work on that. So, and the second one, after the mentorship, we are doing for them the working on the making like the backend programs and the applications, comparing with ideas with who we can collaborate at the same time, and of course, what we can do like that helpful for them. For example, even if they have really great ideas, we can help even to find out the investments for them. And at the third stage of the program, we will work with them about international like the experience, to open and to connect them with worldwide like the experts with who they can work like the 2-3 months, something like internship programs. And of course, the fourth stage, what we're gonna do is like that the collaborations of the game dev with the like the filming, because that one is one of the strongest ones, like that to make the game dev not only really good one as a technically, and at the same time to make it more famous and to help it to explore and expand worldwide like the bigger. We are open. That's not only for Kazakhstani market. We will be, of course, happy if the Kazakhstani market works too. For example, now with the Indian market, we work because like the Indian market has a really good publishers, which Kazakhstani doesn't have. So which means like that we can bring the Kazakhstani companies and send to India, and at the same time, like that bring the Indian market players to Kazakhstan to organize these mentorships, and because we are doing actually not the local thing, that we are helping for everyone. I mean, like all the people who are sitting like in this call, in this event, and who are working on this field, they are working on making the world better. That's like the one target point of this. And at the same time, like that, of course, as I've highlighted before, the universities, now we are working on the opening of the university in the Shymkent, which will be the focus on IT. And we are thinking about to open the first faculty of the game development in Kazakhstan. So because not only in Kazakhstan, in the whole Central Asia and the CIS countries, there is no the game development universities. That's I think the one of the gaps what we have here. And at the same time, like that, making all of these things all together, we're making the really big ecosystem, because first of all, like the studying and the teaching the students, we are preparing the real good people, and after that, which means we can help them promoting of the startups and ecosystems building. And at the same time, there is a bigger questions like what we can solve for the Kazakhstani ecosystems. And when we are becoming like that all together, and the more it will be the amazing, I think. That's a shortly like about the Kazakhstani ecosystems and the innovations now. Like that, I didn't highlight the AI, of course. Like we're doing also, by the way, this year we've created AI ministry. But I absolutely agree with Arijit. That's not about AI, that's about the Gen AI. That's true, absolutely, because everyone is doing, even the first unicorn of the Kazakhstani ecosystem is a result of the Gen AI. That's a Higgs field. By the way, one of the great applications for the professionals. But we have to really clarify and highlight these moments. That's absolutely true. But I made it today like the more focus about the ecosystem and the game nations, like the game develop direction, because that's a really term and field where we work. Thank you very much. That's I think I fit in the 15 minutes. I hope so.
Yes, you are. Thank you
Good.
so much
Thank
for
you.
the lovely and beautiful presentation, and of course, giving all the insights and what is happening and what is your focus, what you want to do in the future. For anyone and everyone who are listening to us, of course, a lot of students, let me clarify one basic thing before we hop into Q&A. There is a concept in the student's mind that if you are an esports player, that means you are in gaming. Well, of course, you are in gaming, but you are as a player, you're not a developer. So there is a huge gap. Think of it. Your mom is cooking in the kitchen. So she is the creator. You are consuming. That means you are eating. Doesn't mean you are a creator. Okay. So there are
Absolutely true.
consumers, there are creators. So when we talk about creating an ecosystem, it is for both. So you need consumer as well as you need creator. But esports have got a different I would say, mindset and structure. And when we talk about AI, technology, game development, gaming as a technology have got much more bigger implementation. Example, in smart cities, there are various, I can go on. I mean, this is not my speaking platform, so I'll keep myself mute and shut up because this is your platform. I'm only the host. So a quick question to you, Kimbiat. I'll take only one. I'm so sorry. We have Dr. Gayatri next and then Sardor next. We are running 15 minutes. I managed to save around 5 minutes within that. So 10 minutes we are running a little bit of late, I would say. I'm so sorry about this. Okay, so a quick question to you. What is the exact gap that you see in Kazakhstan? When we research about your country, it shows a great resource hub for gold, mines, and oil and gas. But your tech or your education doesn't come up. Is it the marketing gap, or is there a real other gap that is there in the ecosystem? This question is coming all the way from UAE.
That's interesting. Thank you very much. I remember we were discussing about that. First of all, the gap is that's the first educational gap, of course, because I want to mention like even the Kazakhstan is focusing more on the engineers and technical department, not only the IT ones, because and as you know, for our country, it's only like up to 35 years what we are happening. That's why we don't have fully educational basis. That's a full, and the second one is management questions. As I was mentioning and highlighting before that before Kazakhstan had like the 7 years ago, yes, they had 2 megapolises, which means all these mining factories and all these ones, like they had head offices in the Almaty, in the Astana. So like that they were focused on the development of these cities. I mean, like that, which was the gap of the country, and only from the speech of the president from this year, they will start to develop the cities also. At this moment, like that, that factories and everything happening in Almaty and Astana, they were very close to the ecosystems, and they were very close to the innovations and the development. And at the same time, which is like that far directions, they have to implement closer. That was first of all like that educational. Secondly, it was the management questions of the Kazakhstan by the, I mean, the industrial parts. And the third questions is of course not knowing the sources, how to find each other. For instance, factors needs innovations, and the startups and the innovations of the companies, they need big factories. But in terms of the big bureaucracies, they can't find each one. We are doing some like that also the small events in the Kazakhstan, which is called like the prom tour, which means like the industrial tours in the Kazakhstan. But it's always like the small sizes ones. But at the same time, in terms of the bureaucracy, startups can never reach the first people who are making the decisions. That's a big real gap. So it means like that we have 3 gaps here. We are focusing on such kind of the matchings only on the big events, which means only 3-4 times in a year. But if we do such kind of the small events or the industrial like the tours or in all the regions of the Kazakhstan, like the monthly, I think that we can go faster. So I want to highlight that we have 3 kind of the questions here. That's educational. Second is like the management, and the third one is only that bureaucracy moments, like the technical moments, what we can do. But of course, everything has its solutions, and that's why like we are working on that. I hope I've satisfied with my answer for you.
Well, for the question giver, I'll give you a little bit of input. I'll not travel around the world. I actually travel half of the world, but then still, I will stick to only India. Think of it, India, every state is a different country. Yeah. So every state ministry have got their own kind of input, own kind of structure, and own kind of advisors. So it depends on those advisors. It actually implies in your UAE as well. Ras Al Khaimah have got a different input level, advisor level, legal structure. So as Dubai, so as Sharjah, right? So I can go on. Like if I go to Fujairah, that structure is different. Abu Dhabi is more different than Dubai. If it is only 2.5 hours drive, the structure changes. Not rapidly, but at least a little bit. That's what's happening in Kazakhstan. And I can vouch for it, for all the speakers. They are coming from Kazakhstan as well as from Uzbekistan. There is a vibrating community. There is a huge connection. Everybody knows almost everyone. So if you really want to expand and probably be in our business delegation, which we do almost every quarter, feel free to connect with us. Very soon, we are going to have a business delegation over there in Central Asia, and we'll try to cover Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and probably a couple of other countries altogether. So shifting from Kimbiat to another speaker, I'm so sorry. We have a little bit of 10 minutes. I'm trying to save that time. Thank you, Kimbiat, for beautiful explanation.
Thank you.
Connect. Feel free to connect with her. And then, of course, if you need more introduction, feel free to connect with our centralized system as well as write to us. Feel free to connect with me. Not a problem. We can always do a soft introduction. Now, going back to Dr. Gayatri. Dr. Gayatri, if you can kindly unmute yourself. Thank you so much. Thanks, Kimbiat. Please stay with us. Yes, Dr. Gayatri.
A very good evening to everyone and my dear fellow speakers. It is such an honor to be here with you today. My heartfelt thanks to Arjit ji for giving me this wonderful opportunity to represent myself on this global stage. This is my second consecutive year where I'm speaking at this prestigious platform, and I feel both humbled and inspired to be back among such remarkable minds. So let me give a quick intro about myself. I am Dr. K. Gayatri Devi. I am an associate professor from Aurora University, India. For the past 20 years, I have walked through classrooms filled with curious faces, delivered countless lectures, and I have spent hours mentoring young minds. And through these years, I have witnessed something profound. The world around our students is changing faster than ever, and so are they. So today, I want to talk about something close to my heart, how we can build emotionally resilient learning environments. Because education today is no longer just about delivering lessons or completing the syllabi. It's all about nurturing human beings, where we have to help our students to find balance, empathy, and strength in a world that often tests them in unseen ways. Especially the Gen Z and very soon Gen Alpha are going to step into a world that is very complex, uncertain, and often overwhelming. So, our role as educators and mentors is to ensure that they don't just survive this journey, but they truly thrive in that. In this era, academic knowledge alone is not enough. Emotional resilience is the ability to adapt, to stay grounded, and to rise after falling. This has become the new foundation of learning. So, let me begin with a thought that beautifully captures this spirit. Franklin Roosevelt once said, "We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future." And that is our greatest calling as educators. Building emotional resilience in young adults is like giving them a sturdy umbrella, the one that helps them face the inevitable storms of life with strength and grace. It is that quiet inner power. It is the ability to bounce back from setbacks where you can manage stress, and you will also be staying hopeful even when the things doesn't go as it was planned. Today's college campuses, especially, they are filled with Gen Z learners. These are the learners who are the digital natives who have grown up in a world of constant connection where they are used to getting instant feedback, and they are adapted for the rapid change. And very soon, the Gen Alpha, the generation who have been born after 2013, this generation is the one who is having AI as a sibling. They are even shaped more by technology, global awareness, and shifting social norms. Both these generation, they bring incredible creativity, confidence, and curiosity. But they also face unprecedented levels of stress, anxiety, and self-doubt. One of the main reasons behind this softening of emotional endurance is lies in the kind of parenting culture many of them have experienced. We often talk about helicopter parents. These helicopter parents are the ones who every move over their child that they make. They always keep on saying, do this, do that. Have you done it? Have you not done it? What's happening? And even they contact the faculty and everyone. And we have another category of parents. They are called as the lawnmower parents. They are the ones who clear every obstacle out of the child's path before it can even cause discomfort. While these care, it often comes from love, it unintentionally deprives the children of the very experience that build the resilience. It leads to failure, frustration, and self-repair. When every problem is solved for them, they don't learn to solve the problem themselves. So by the time when these people they reach the college, they find themselves emotionally under-equipped. They are facing a difficulty in facing the disappointment, criticism, or uncertainty. And that is where our role as educators become even more crucial. We have to gently rebuild what overprotection has eroded: confidence, autonomy, and grit. In this fast moving world, this emotional resilience is no longer optional, it is essential. For these students, resilience is not just about surviving the exams or deadlines, but it is about building the emotional strength to navigate relationships, uncertainty, and the pressures of performance. Resilience includes several vital abilities. First one is emotional regulation. It is the capacity to stay calm and express emotions constructively, which is this is one of the important quality nowadays. It is missing with the younger generation. They are unable to stay calm, but they also express themselves immediately, but it is not a constructive emotion. They want to taunt, they want to get pampered, and they want to get the things done in their own way. The next point is impulse control. This is the one of the major problem that we are facing in the classrooms. The students, they don't have the ability to pass and make conscious choices. They want to do it immediately in an instant and they want to get it done. Whether it is correct or not, they are not having that ability. The next one is the causal analysis. It is the skill to understand the problems and identify the causes, which is lagging, of course, and the empathy. This is the one of the main quality which I have to emphasize again and again in my classroom, where these days the children or the students are lacking in empathy. Empathy is nothing but recognizing and responding to the feelings of others. The students expect that we have to be empathetic to them, but the same thing, they are not expressing themselves. They are lacking this empathy. The next one is all about the realistic optimism, where you have to maintain the hope without denying any challenges. Next one comes the self-efficacy. It is nothing but believing in one's ability to solve problems and handle the stress. And next comes the opportunity seeking, where they have to reach out, taking initiative and embracing new experience. This quality is nowadays lacking in this generation. They never take any initiative. We have to go and call them. We have to prompt them. Come on, do this. Speak out. What do you want? How can I help you? Like that, we have to keep on prompting them and prodding them so that we can get whether they have understood something, what we have taught them or not. So these resilient students, when they are having enough resilience in them, or we can say the resilient, high resilient students, they exhibit courage, motivation, and persistence. They don't generally avoid difficulty. They face it with clarity and confidence. And this mindset leads to better learning outcomes, stronger relationships, and higher well-being. The most encouraging truth is this: resilience is not innate. It can be taught and nurtured through intentional environments and supportive relationships. So I just quickly want to say how we can help our students to develop the emotional resilience. First, we have to create a culture of emotional safety. Here, emotional safety means that there is no absence of challenge, but it just means the presence of trust and empathy. We have to build like having a culture like it's okay to ask, it's okay to err, it's okay if you're I often say to my students, there is no wrong answer. Whatever answers you're giving, okay, let us build on that, let us move to that. How you can say it in a different way, how you can say it correctly. That is what I often tell my students. And we can also have a beautiful norm like we are here to learn together and I'm not here to judge you. And as an educator, we should try to avoid sarcasm, public shaming, or favoritism. So we can begin the sessions with small rituals. We can say, hi, how was your day? How are you feeling? Why are you not? You look so dull. What happened? Or we can give some reflective passes, or we can go for some peer appreciation rounds also. So when the students feel safe, they risk more, ask more, and learn more. Eventually, the learning happens over there in our class. And the next point, how we can help the students is we have to build connection before content. So the students learn best from the teachers when they feel connected to. At the start of a term, always I try to invest first 2 hours of my class in relationship building. I usually start with sharing a personal story, what I have learned from the previous batches or when I was a student. And I try to learn about the students, what are their aspirations and concerns, or what they expect from this class, what they expect from this subject. And sometimes I use some icebreaker activities or some questions. What is the one word for how you feel entering this semester? Something like that. We have to spend a few hours of our uh, term starting. So when the students feel seen, they offer not only attention, but trust. Trust is the foundation of learning. And next step is to teach the language of empathy. The language naturally it has an emotional power. It can either open doors or close them. So instead of asking them, why didn't you do this? Let us ask them, help me understand what happened. Instead of saying you are wrong, let us ask, let us say how we can build it together. Let us explore this together. Let us do it in a different way. So this empathetic language, it helps to transform the correction into a connection that builds the resilience far more effectively than criticism ever can. And burnout. Next one is we have to address the burnout very early. How much fast and quickly we are catching this burnout symptom, that much easily we can save that child. Because burnout is not just a fatigue, it is an emotional exhaustion, cynicism, and it leads to reduced engagement. Some study shows that over 55% of the college learners experience burnout to some degree. So we have to watch for some warning signs like withdrawal, irritability, missed assignments, or emotional detachment. So we have to respond those students with empathy. What has been happening with you? What is how can I help you? In what way I can help you? Could I help you in some other way? Let us be more empathetic with the students, because sometimes the most academic help we can give is emotional permission to pass. Offers small adjustments. Let us give them some flexible deadlines, peer support, and some reflective breaks. Next, we can help them to cultivate a growth mindset, because the mindset shapes resilience. A fixed mindset will say, I am bad at this, whereas a growth mindset says, I am not good at this yet. So let us encourage reflection after a failure. What did I learn from this instead of why did I fail? Let us celebrate effort, persistence, and improvement, not just grades. When failure becomes the feedback, resilience flourishes. Next point which we have to integrate is the
I'm sorry, Dr. Gayatri, we are really running out of time. Like it's already crossed. If you can.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, quickly, I will finish it off.
Yeah, thank you.
Next one is the mindfulness. The mindfulness is just like a reset button. It is just 2 minutes of silence, deep breathing, and gratitude reflection that can lower anxiety and restore focus. So let me quickly wind up as we are running out of time. So emotional derailment often begins in small signals. It is a student's silence. It can be an averted gaze or a sarcastic joke where they are trying to mask their insecurity. These are not the signs of disinterest, but they are the calls for connection. So as educators, let us not only be the transmitters of knowledge, but let us also build the resilience among our students. We have to shape strong, compassionate human beings who can build a better world. Thank you so much for time. Thank you, Ajit.
Thank you, Dr. Gayatri. Thank you so much. Let me jump to another speaker. He's again from Central Asia, Uzbekistan. Sardar, if you're there, if you can kindly unmute yourself and then turn on your video. Super.
Hello.
Before he starts, let me give a little bit of introduction about this handsome gentleman coming from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and of course, various different part of the world. He built ecosystem. He brings entrepreneurs and startups in his platform and then give them opportunity to grow. So I'll not take much of the time, but then the mic is yours and the floor is yours, my friend. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arjit. Thank you, previous speakers. It's a great honor and pleasure to add value and share what we are doing and how we can be helpful to grow global business. And that's a great initiative, Arjit, to bring in these kind of leaders, world leaders from different parts of the world, and make it truly international. We love international. We cooperate. We help businesses grow, open the markets. So we're serving. Connect more than 25,000 business owners, and I would love to share today with you the region where I came from. Currently, I'm in sunny Tashkent, so just let me know if you can see my screen. Yeah. Okay. So you can see my screen. All good. Beautiful. Okay, before going that, I want to tell you shortly about myself. So I have 20 plus years corporate background as a C-level of great companies, multinational leading companies, responsible for CIS countries, the Silk Road countries. And for the last 5 years, I'm running my own businesses. First is Biz Network. I'm a founder. We're uniting more than 25,000 business owners across the globe. We are the experts of the services. I'm the founder of International Business Club in 20 plus countries, and I'm the regional partner of Venture Club, Angels Club, which is uniting more than 2,000 angel investors in portfolio of 16 unicorns across the globe. How we can be helpful as a business network? So we are consulting S&P 500 companies on to go to market and opening the doors to the right companies, to the right partners, making the introductions. And also our services is B2B, B2G, and B2C matchmaking. As an example, so Monday there's coming a big delegation from Pakistan to Uzbekistan. So we are helping to find clients there, in agricultural sphere. So we work with different countries, with Indians, with Chinese, with European Americans, the Turkey, etc. Different geographies. So we are the one single point to connect with right potential customers or clients or investors across the globe. That's almost in all industries, except some security and governmental and other sectors, but they are sectoristic. And we do GR. Help to organize also the meetings, the strategic communications, and also we help on a trade assistant, like going to new markets, export markets, or strengthening company startups within the country, but coming to new regions. As you mentioned, Darajit, India is, I mean, each state is each country, and that's the way of doing the same. In some countries, going to another region. Because you can be very good in one region, but for another region, you need the connections. With these connections, we're helping. This is our strength. So in terms of investments, we are doing three things. The first, we are the bridge between the startups and the funds. For both sides, we are helping to raise or find the good projects. Second thing, we are partners of the leading investment migration company, Swiss company, Hellene Partners, for other partners. So mainly working with the high nets. And also with our partner, with Victoria, we have VC funds investing tech startups. So far invested more than 250 startups across the globe. We are the early stage investors with a ticket size 250K and above as a follow-on investments. We do external corporate PR mainly for global brands to highlight and make a promotion like a Forbes, like TechCrunch, like New York Times, BBC, CNN. And we also help the companies to find the C-level executives or board members, like executive search. And we are heavily on business events. So for last 3 years, we organized more than 300 business events, mainly MICE. And annually, we are doing more than 100 business events in our geographies. And November is very active in terms of events. So we are the partners of the global expos, forums, summits, and would love to also add value to this network. This is our geography, how we can be helpful in which countries, starting from US to China, UK, Ireland, all the CIS countries, Turkey, GCC, India, Pakistan. And there is also QR code if you like networking and if you want to be connected with world leaders. If this platform brings, so you can scan the QR code and be the part of our global network, and it's absolutely free. This is helping entrepreneurs, the business leaders, the top managers to go to the world, get connected with the fellows, the business, the entrepreneurs, the investors, and helping to go to the next level of their business marathon. So today I'm going to also focus to the Central Asia, where is the 5 countries. For my friends, foreign friends, they call it stans. It's Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, which is the heart of the Central Asia. And this is a bridge between Europe and Asia. The region is showing the constant economic growth. This is on average, it's 4.8%. And one of the main drivers here is Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is driving this mostly Central Asian economy, but Uzbekistan is catching up. But in terms of if you see the growth of GDP, Tajikistan and Turkmenistan showing good growth. And the region is interesting if you see consider that together. In terms of population, Uzbekistan is leading, 37 million population. But if you consider the whole region, it's more than 70 million people living here. And what is good is average age is 28 years. It's very young generation, very active, 100% literally educated. And actively the region is attracting investments. So FDI, if we see the foreign direct investments, so cumulative, it's $440+ billion were invested. And also VC is also, venture capital is also developing, or we are mainly in VC business. So $95 million were invested to different startup initiatives in the region, with the leadership of course, in the Kazakhstan, in the race, in the VC race. And also, if you can see the trade turnover, one of the key partners are here, the Russia and China. I would like to share the Chinese trade turnover with the Central Asian countries. Of course, the biggest is with Kazakhstan. Almost half of the exports coming to Kazakhstan. Then the following up is Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. And from 2017, China doubled the trade turnover with this region, and the expanding its presence in the region with different initiatives, and mainly the natural resources, technology, and so on, IT. So I would love to talk about a little bit about the venture capital market, the startup ecosystem in this region. So in Kazakhstan, we have more than 1,000 plus startups with 50 plus active venture investors. We have several players like Astana Hub, Most, Nuris, Tericon, and so on. Uzbekistan, we have more than 400 plus startups with 25 active angel investors, and IT Park is a national player who is driving this ecosystem across all the regions of Uzbekistan. And we have, after that, Kyrgyzstan with 300 plus startups, 15 active investors, and the high-tech park, the Accelerate Prosperity, and other ecosystem players are helping to develop Kyrgyzstan's startup ecosystem. And of course, the Tajikistan with 100 plus startups with their IT park. We don't have so much information on the Turkmenistan, as Turkmenistan for most of information we have limited with the data, but still there's also opportunity. So if we go for the deal volume in Central Asia, so mostly it's coming to Kazakhstan. You can see that 71 million was in Kazakhstan investments. Uzbekistan is growing. You can see the growth of Uzbekistan. And for last year, there is one unicorn. The Uzum company became a unicorn startup. It's a fintech company. And catching up. If you can see the deal structure on an early stage, we see deals. Previously, it was up to 200K. Now, startups are raising up to 10 million USD on the different part of the stages. And if we see the sectors, of course, the AI is leading. After that, the health tech, enterprise software showing great growth. So it means there's a great opportunity in this region for these categories. If you go look into the Uzbekistan, so you can see how the VCs are growing. For example, if in 2021 there were the total capital of the VCs 29 million, but now it's more than 126 million already, and VCs are coming, and new international VCs are coming, investing to the region and opening their branches. So it means the technology activity is high and it's growing. So there is opportunity if someone would like to open or invest or would like to expand their startups in this region. So Uzbekistan is having great opportunities, and there is residencies in IT Park. So with a great startup support, there's all ecosystem. And you can see the ecosystem highlight updates, how we're going. And also there is a President Tech Awards with a $1 million prize that is supporting the winners with the different checks. It's a great opportunity. And also IT Park is also expanding. Now they have in Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and so on. It means they are attracting the best talents to the Uzbekistan in terms of investments, in terms of the IT technology. So this is Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan mainly focusing on the small checks. You can see more than 80% of the deals are done up to $50,000. So yeah, this is shortly about our region and investment and VC update. So I'll be more than happy to contact with you and be in touch with you with these following accounts. I mean, all social media like Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram. And of course, if someone would like to invest globally, it's iCloud. There's a QR code so you can scan and download the application so you can access to the global exclusive deals that you can invest with a small ticket with a 5K syndicated deals. Yes, so this is shortly it. Arijit, I would love to answer if you have some questions.
Super. I think I personally have a quick question. We already shared our logos with each other, and of course, your logo is there as a partner in WLS. A quick question: when we go for any kind of business delegation, this is probably a common question coming from lot many ecosystem players. When we go for any kind of business delegation, we handshake and collaborate with local partners so that things can mature. You already explained a lot about your platform and the countries wherein it is active. I'm really glad that it is there in India and a couple of other regions as well. What is the exact structure of probably making a business network in your clubs? I know you run it as a 5 a.m. club. I miss that.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, yes. Apart from 5 a.m., why don't you talk a little bit about when you do a business networking event, how exactly people can connect, how they can probably be in touch, and how they can enter into a particular local network. For all the audience, it is very important. Even we as WLS, even though we have 102 countries, we have accelerator, we have funds, we always collaborate with others. We never think that we will be doing it alone. So if you are an ecosystem developer or an enabler, you have to think in that line. So this question should be answered from the handsome brother of mine for all of you. You will understand how we as ecosystem players think. Yes, over to you, Sardar.
Yeah, thank you so much, Arijit. Yeah, we are very open for the cooperation because we globally cooperate with the Chamber of Commerce and different business clubs, the chambers, the embassies, ministries across the globe, and support them. So here is a QR code, so you can scan it, and this is mainly we do it for the Telegram, so we can be part of this community, and this is a great opportunity to make the introduction. So we put here the two languages, the English and the Russian, as we have in this part of the region, mostly Russian-speaking entrepreneurs and business people, but still you can make an introduction in English. So here we can ask any business-related questions if you need any help. So this is be the online part of this global community. This is the first how you can be immediately get the benefits, and it's absolutely free. The second thing, we don't sell here, we just serve here. So that's why it's important that you say what kind of help you need. So the second thing, and that we are, as the event organizers, mostly the mice, we have the social media where you can also follow our events. We do it worldwide. Already this year, we do the events in the UK, in Ireland, in Azerbaijan, Mongolia, Malaysia, Singapore, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and in January we're planning to come to India. So if someone would like to join the India, so we'll be more than happy to host you in India. After that, we're having the plans for Australia, Canada, US, and so on. So you can just simply follow up, and they can just write to our team. You want to be the part of some offline events. You can join as a business delegation, or if some business delegation is coming to our countries, so you can write it, and our team would love to be helpful and serve you to make introductions and organize the meetings online or offline with your potential clients. Yeah, this is a shortly how our platform can be helpful to your community, to this network, to this summit. We are very open for the cooperation and collaboration.
Super. Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation and, of course, the openness to collaborate, handshake, and, of course, grow things out together. Thank you so much. I will now move to our next speaker, Nidhi. Nidhi, I'm sure that you are there. Can you please unmute? Yes, you are there. Super. Super. Okay, so from Kazakhstan, let me come back again to India. Nidhi, over to you for the good of everything. Thank you so much, Nidhi, for coming and then willing to share your insights. Yes.
Hi, everyone. It's a privilege to be here at the World Leader Summit, surrounded by innovators and leaders who are shaping the future of their industries through creativity and purpose here. And thank you, Arjit, sir, to invite me. This is my first year speaking here today, and I hope to be included every year so that, we can all share our ideas. Today I'm here to speak about women leading change in the gaming industry. And my own journey in the ga- in gaming began in the most unexpected way. It was on the couch at home when I was 5, playing games with my dad and my brother. At that age, I wasn't thinking about career or technology. I was just simply determined to beat them at every level. My aim was to just win. But looking back at those moments, it taught me lessons in strategy, teamwork, and perseverance. The same traits that drive the game developers and leaders today. Fast forward now, it's almost a decade since I began working professionally in this industry, and today I'm a part of Crafton Gaming Incubator program, mentoring young developers building their world-class games out of India. It is incredibly rewarding to see new studios and creators emerging out of India, bringing their own stories and talent and innovation to the global stage. This industry has evolved in extraordinary ways, from consoles to clouds to local arcades and global esports arenas. But one thing that has never changed is the power of games to connect people and spark imagination. Yet, behind the joy and creativity lies a challenge we can't ignore. The global gaming industry is worth over $300 billion today, and nearly 46% of these players worldwide are women. But yet, only 21 to 30% of women today make the workforce in the industry, and even and lesser than 15% of these women are in leadership roles. So while a lot of women are playing the games, they are not leading it. And that's what we are here to talk about: how women are driving innovation, building inclusion, and creating impact that's changing the industry for the better. When people think of innovation, they are thinking technology, AI, VR, new engines. Today, you have PS6 coming out, you have Xbox. But true innovation is not only in the machinery, but it's also about perspective. It happens when different kinds of people come together creating something new. And if you look at, studies done around the world, when you see women developers who are fully integrated into core teams, creativity goes up by 9%, which is quite significant if you look at it. And not because women bring something different, but because the diverse team challenges assumptions. They broaden the lens through which we see the players today. In my own experience leading and mentoring developers, I've seen that when women take part in this design and decision making, the focus shifts. It is not just about what sells, but who feels seen, right? Inclusion and innovation is where real growth happens, from representation in characters and storytelling to accessibility in designs to narratives that reflect diverse experiences. It's not just about good ethics, it's about good business. Games that include wider audience enjoy higher engagement, loyalty, and retention. Innovation starts when we design not just for the players but with them. Now, innovation cannot in itself exist in vacuums. It needs to thrive in inclusive environments where people feel safe, valued, and heard. Now, if we take, because I have been working with Indian developers and in the Indian gaming industry, if we look at the women gamers in India, we make up to 44% of the gamers in India itself, which is almost half of the Indian audience. But only about 12% of in women are there in the workforce. And in technical roles, that number drops down to further 5-6%, which is, and l- and now imagine how less senior leadership roles would be available to women in that area. Now, if you look at this, the gap that represents it not only represents a big gap today, but it also represents untapped potential. It's not only about equality, but about innovation and market growth. If the market is consisting of 44% of gamers that are women, then why are women not making it for them? is the question that we are asking today. The key to fixing this is not just representation, it is creating pathways that allows women to enter these spaces. It can be through mentorship, it can be through sponsorship, right? And throughout my career, I have been fortunate to have mentors who have offered me wisdom and leaders who have led me to a path that I could take today. We must also create cultures of psychologically safe environments for women, not just women. I think it should be regardless of gender or background, who can contribute to these ideas where innovation and creativity with diversity can thrive. Now, with innovation, inclusion needs to align, and when both of them are aligning, the impact can be measurable, meaningful, and lasting. Research shows that companies with gender diverse leaderships team, they make up to uh, 35% more likely to outperform peers in innovation and profitability. And gaming is no different. Inclusive content has proven again and again that representation drives engagement. Players, they stay longer, they spend more, and form deeper connection with brands they see themselves in. But beyond metrics, impact is also cultural. When women lead gaming as creative directors, producers, founders, it changes how the next generation sees the possibility. Every woman who steps into leadership becomes a mirror of potential for someone else. I met someone at one of the gaming events that I went to, and she's starting out her own small startup building games for women. And when I spoke to her, she was, her first thing was, I'm trying to build games that my mom can play, that my grandmother can play, right? So this is what bringing women into the industry does. It brings in diverse set of player base as well. And in India, we are already seeing this transformation. We have initiatives like Women in Games and IGDF, diversity councils, who are creating mentorships and networks and scholarships for women-led studios that are slowly emerging and producing their own original IPs that are rooted in the culture. Women are also now starting to become more visible faces of the industry, like streamers, developers, entrepreneurs. So when inclusion is intentional, the impact of it compounds. The more you have representation, the more innovation, the more growth, and the more role models. Which, when women lead change, the industry just doesn't grow; it also evolves. Now, with the future of gaming that is being shaped by AI, AR, VR, cloud technology, and player driven design, technology is just not enough. The future belongs to those who lead with values, empathy, inclusion, and creativity. Imagine a gaming industry where leadership truly reflects the diversity of its players, where women not only contribute but define the direction of studios, platforms, and products. A young girl from Delhi, Seoul, or San Francisco can look at the credits of a favorite game and see their names look like hers. And that's the future that we want to build, nurture, and voice. So, I would like to, close this off with three simple actions that, call to actions. Mentor someone, lift someone up. Just if you meet someone, just encourage them, because gaming industry is predominantly seen as a boys' playground, right? So this is the mindset that we want to change. So I think it is very important that we start small. We start from our own daughters, our own nieces, and in schools, our colleges, we encourage women and mentor women that this is a path that you can take. Is this if you enjoy this is a viable career path. And if you're an entrepreneur yourself, then design for inclusivity. If you're building games for women, then it is great to have more women-led teams who can offer perspective, who can create that impact. And when they're represented, correctly, you can have a larger impact in your games and with higher retention. So that is something, these are two call to action I would like to leave the industry with. And because I have been blessed with this opportunity to be part of this wonderful industry, I would love to see more women, coming up and asking, how can we make this happen? How can we bring more games that can change?
Thank you so much, Nidhi, for the beautiful insight and, of course, your love for women. Even though I'm not woman, neither I am a woman from inside, but then I will give you a little bit of perspective. What we have done so far, it is not about only the gaming industry. Somehow, by the grace of God, we diversified. So Virtual Infocom as a group company, you can treat us as probably a Batman in the industry. Stay in the shadows and do the amazing work. A couple of examples I would love to give. One of the example in the northeast part of India, where I nurtured around 55 different women. One of them, she got grant from the government 2 years back, and I invited her in the city. She's from a village practically. Used to do a handicraft works, not gaming, handicraft works. She got the government grant of approximate 25 lakhs. So if I translate that in dollars, might not be very interesting and lucrative, but for India, it was a good grant. Now she is running 300 woman-led company. So it's not always that behind a successful man, there is always a woman. Sometimes behind some successful woman, some idiots like me always there. Yeah. So I can go on. There is another lady called Malamma Iyer. Malamma G is from southern part of India, who runs now 5,000 woman-led company, which is a social impact value that has been created. So I can go on probably. And in gaming, you are perfectly right. Even when we create any kind of game which is connecting woman mindset, we usually take woman as a developer. And of course, you are again right. We need more and more developers as women. That is needed. It is there as a gap. And if you have watched Lisa Arya, who was sharing her insights, working in those kind of big companies and now understood the pain point of it, those kind of impact creators are much more needed. I have a couple of questions, Nidhi, but due course of time, I have to skip a few bit of many. Regarding connecting her in LinkedIn, probably there is a email ID required, Lisa. You are trying to connect her, but then we will be creating a group. Rest assured, there will be a link which will go to every speaker. They can click on the chat link, they can join, and they can interact with each other. It's completely there as an ecosystem. Okay, coming back to our next speaker, probably Gary, if you are there from US, if you can kindly unmute yourself and then turn on your microphone. Nidhi, I have a short question I'll ask to you before Gary starts, but then I'll skip probably 6 of the questions that is coming up. There's a young lady.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say lady, she's a girl, 8.5 years old. Making, Gen AI animated and Gen AI video, music videos, and content, along with she does little bit of, I think, handicraft works, right? The question is coming from that tiny little girl. She's asking that what it takes to become a programmer. She learned everything on her own, utilizing YouTube and a couple of other channels. But when it comes to programming, she doesn't get probably an interest level. So what is your thought?
I think interest.
That's a 8.5 years, so like very, very tiny little one. Yeah.
Yeah, so she's very young to have interest in development already. And I think the reason that coding does not appeal to her right now, because probably she's using complicated or she's looking at examples of complicated coding blocks, right? But for children, if you look at, there are so many platforms out there where they can learn code blocks, right? Where they can learn how to code without having to learn a language. So that develops that thinking mindset in terms of how certain conditions would work, but it does not employ the complicated coding language that is probably required at a professional level. Maybe she can, start there, because that is fun to learn. That is gamified in that sense. And if that is a great, so they have, I will probably send you some links, because they also teach you how to make games, but you can also create various experiences, not just games, out of those small code blocks. It's just, playing a puzzle. So I have a few of those links that can really help her at her age to develop a coding mindset without having to engage with a lot of complicated code itself.
Super. Thank you for the beautiful answer. For the rest of you, feel free to send this question to the mailbox. You already have the email ID. We will redirect it to Nidhi, and probably we can have another Q&A round. For everyone, before I hop into Gary, he is an excellent speaker. For everyone, in each and every month in World Leader Summit, we have a leaders meetup, which usually happens. So you're most welcome to come, connect, network, communicate. Physical, online, both are available. So most welcome. We'll be happy to host you and ask these questions directly to the speaker. If they're available, we'll bring them as well. So now let me shift from India to US. I think this is morning, and we have an amazing speaker, Gary. Over to you, Gary, for the amazing speech. And of course, you enlighten us with your knowledge and wisdom. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Arjit. It's nice to be here. It's about 10 a.m. in the US where I live. I think about maybe 9:30 p.m. your time. So, okay, well, it's nice to be with you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be invited to this World Summit meeting for leaders. And honestly, it's an honor to be speaking alongside such amazing people. I've been intrigued by the things I've already heard. I thought I would just give a little bit about background about me, and then I'll jump into a presentation about leadership. That's going to be my forte today. I've spent a lot of time in different startups, but let me just tell you a little bit about me. So currently I'm a two-time best-selling author, keynote speaker on influential leadership. I'm a startup advisor. I'm the CEO of a company called Success Masters that over the last 20 years has owned and been involved in 20 different startups. I'm the co-founder and former CEO of a company called Trustegrity, which is a business networking community that I co-founded back in 2013 and grew nationally in the US. I exited during COVID, but I'm still very, very active in networking and have a lot of expertise there. So it's one of the loves of my heart. In my career, I had 25 years of high-tech software experience, also in commercial publishing, building top-tier sales teams, helping prepare a company to go public. So, and I also have an MBA from Northwestern Kellogg. I will preface that, however, by saying that I always give credit to my dad, who was an entrepreneur, who never worked for anyone, for giving me my first MBA. So, we don't always just get our education from schooling, but we get it from actual business application. And I did that growing up as a kid through the years, owning a store that my dad helped me buy at the young age of 22 or 23. So really have a lot of great experience and love for the people that have helped me in my life. So with that, I'm going to jump into leadership. And if you know me, if you don't know me, over the last several years, I've written some books. One is called The Power of Strategic Influence. I'm most well known for this book because it gets into the 10 success factors of how to become an influential leader. And it gives you a very, very step-by-step process for doing that. The second book, which came out last year, it's called To Become a Super Leader. It's actually an outshoot or offset of the first book, which I get into different competencies. And there's a success factor that I identify called how to leverage your competitive competencies. What are your competencies as a leader that help you to become competitive? And I'll show you how to do that. We've identified through over 1,000 interviews and assessments worldwide of leaders who say there are certain characteristics, certain competencies that you need to have to be a successful leader. We've identified the top 40, and I've narrowed it down to 10 so that we can talk about it in your life, how you can evolve into the leader that you want to become. So with that, let me just start with a little bit of disruption. I thought I would just have a little fun here, so have a talking point. That is, I want everyone on this call or this at this conference to imagine as a leader the following. What if every circumstance, every outcome, good or bad, in your organization, team, or personal life was your responsibility? I'm not just saying partially, not just when it suits you, but every single outcome. For really, isn't that the definition of what a leader really is? Someone who assumes responsibility for their organization. But there's a dilemma, as we all know, in leadership because it's not just about job titles. It's not merely just about achieving KPIs, achieving the target revenues, getting the team's output. It really kind of boils down to what I call influential leadership. Just recently, in the last few years, there's something called the Great Resignation that came up about worldwide. It was very, very strong here in the US, where people were leaving their jobs. They called it the Great Resignation. And the problem with this is that people were leaving for something better, but they didn't really know why they were leaving. Gallup, who does lots of polls about leadership, finally found out that the real reason that people were leaving was because they didn't like their leaders. They didn't think their leaders were influential. They weren't motivational. They didn't take them seriously. So they left a wonderful job in many cases because they didn't like their leaders. So leadership has to be taken more seriously. And I'm going to be talking today about the one competency that is a top 10 competency called integrity. I'm going to break that apart into two pieces. I'm giving you just a glimpse of what I usually teach about in just 10 or 15 minutes. And then later on, I'm happy to explore that in discussions, training with your companies. If you look for something like this, or if you want to know how to have your upcoming leaders, your emerging leaders, your wannabe leaders become influential leaders. So let me give you a scenario that might help. Every one of the people that I interview, and if you look at the back of my books, you'll notice that there are people that I interview. They're all highly influential leaders, very successful leaders, including a former president of Oracle, the current president of UPS. So lots of great and wonderful and very knowledgeable people that exemplify the things I teach about, so I put them in my book. Well, the scenario is the following. If you, as a leader that I asked for each of these particular interviews that I conducted, I said, please, for a moment, imagine that you were dropped penniless. You were dropped penniless into a strange city that you had no connections, you had no resources, you had no money, you had no roadmap, you had no ability to influence anyone initially. The question is, what would you do to survive and how would you thrive? Without fail, every one of the leaders that I asked that question to said, well, I'd have to depend on my skill sets. I have things I can do. I have things I can help people with. So that's what I would do. Number one is I would go out, I would start making relationships, I would start connecting with people, I would start helping people, even if I didn't get paid for it, so they could see the value I had in their community. Over time, you would develop a reputation, you would develop trust with other people, the trustworthy side of you as a leader, and people would then call you a leader, they would call you influential, and you would actually become a leader and make an impact in your society. So it's very important that we all understand that. So let me just, I've already talked about my two books. What I'd like now to talk about is what a great philosopher, Ralph Waldo Trine, said. He lived between 1866 and 1958. I believe this quote came from about the 1920s. He said one time, he said, individuals carry their success, or their failure with them. It does not depend on outside conditions. I want you to ask yourself, do you believe that? And as you think about it, let's go into a little more dialogue, and I'm going to ask you another question. As a leader, as a person, what percent of the time are events that occur in your life the result of your doing, and what percent of the time are events that occur in your life due to some outside condition? So here's the probability. You have to ask yourself, am I 10% responsible for everything that happens in my life? Am I 50%? Am I 70%? I want you to think about that as we get into it. At the end, I'm going to ask you the same question, and we'll see if your answer changes a bit. So let's define. I think to get into integrity, we have to define what that means. We're going to start with responsibility, then we'll get into accountability. What is personal responsibility, I ask you? And I'm going to quote a friend of mine named William Guillory, who I worked for years ago. He says personal responsibility is the following. It is the willingness to view oneself as the principal source of the results and circumstances which occur in one's life. Okay, so think of the probability that you asked yourself, what percent of the time am I responsible? He says, number one, if you want to be responsible, you have to be willing to view yourself as the principal source of all the things that happen. Okay, let's go to the next step, and that's accountability. Accountability is the action part of what integrity is all about. So what is accountability? Well, as opposed to the willingness to claim that you're the principal source, accountability says, I'm willing to claim ownership for the results. Wow, that's a big one to take. It's a big one to assume, especially when you feel like if something went wrong, you didn't cause it, somebody else did. Let's continue. What happens if we don't accept personal responsibility? What happens? Well, if you don't, there's results, but they may not be the results that you want. People use failure as a crutch. They start playing the role of a victim. They victimize. And another mechanism of being victim is to blame others or other circumstances for your outcome. Is that what leadership's about? And is that what responsibility is about? Let's continue. So when I wrote my book, the first book, The Power of Strategic Influence, I decided to create this tree, and I call it the personal responsibility decision tree. It's very simplistic, but I think it's dramatic when you think about it because all of us experience this. Something happens, there's a circumstance, it's a negative experience, it's an obstacle, we have an issue, we have a situation. You have, as a leader, the opportunity to choose at this point whether you want to be a victim or whether you want to be a victor. Well, obviously, a victim will blame others, as we mentioned. They'll resist change. They'll obsess over what they cannot control. Again, they come to a point where they say, I didn't cause this. I'm taking no responsibility for it. The other person has to solve this. And then you get into what I used to call when I was in wrestling in college and high school, a stalemate, where nobody's making any progress. You're sitting still. Nothing is happening. As opposed to the opportunity where you have to say, well, rather than be a victim, I'm going to choose to be what I call a victor. A victor has a reaction of saying, I own every situation, not situations. I own every situation as a leader. I'm adaptable. I can pivot when I need to. I'm resilient. I'm self-reliant. This person thinks as a positive thinker. They also strive to be present in all situations. And most importantly, they're willing to solve problems that they didn't really cause. I want you to think about that. Now, I'm going to share an example. In my newest book, Become a Super Leader, I had the opportunity to interview the people I mentioned, people who led big industries or companies that were the leaders in those industries. As I mentioned, UPS, you've heard of them, they're worldwide shipping company. The president of that company, Nando Cicerone, who started out as just a person helping load trucks, today is the president and responsible of the US market of about $86 billion. Huge undertakings, huge responsibility. And I asked him, I said, Nando, I says, as a leader, when I interviewed him, what do you think the most important criteria are for being a great leader? And in fact, do you feel that you might have a superpower as a leader that you think helps you run this massive business that you have? And he answered and he says, yes. He says, I think it's not to react. Well, I wasn't quite sure what that meant. I says, please elaborate. What does that mean? And he said, well, when something happens, good or bad, he, Nando, chooses not to be too reactive. What does that mean? It means that he chooses to pause before reacting. So let's take it a scenario. So number one, we all know in leadership or in a company, if something happens and it seems like a disaster at the moment, we have to calm everybody down. Listen, this is not going to destroy us. We can overcome this. Calm down, get back to work. We're going to get our team together. We'll resolve this. You focus on your job. We'll focus on ours. We'll become a team and we'll make this a better situation. So the thing I will say though, after things have calmed down, then you do have to get to work. The leader, the team associated with the leader get together. They think of what the situation is. They consider the long-term implications. Then they formulate a deliberate response instead of getting caught up in the urgency and the emotion of the moment. This way, they are able to handle the good and the bad situations. So let's continue. So that's what Nando said. I think it was a great answer. It really inspired me when he said that. So I'm going to give you now an exercise. I want to propose an exercise. Take a moment to recall the last significant setback that you faced. Maybe you're facing this right now. Here's the question. Do you or did you focus on what you could control? Number two, did you own the result? Did you adapt and did you move forward? Did you keep things calm? Did you not overreact? Did you solidify what the situation was, come up with a plan, and then in a positive manner move forward? It's so important that we do that. Now, I'm going to ask you on this next slide, if I can get it to work, who you might think this is. And if you look closely, you'll see that you might be able to see it in my notes, but I guess I didn't, so cool. So I want to ask you, who popularized the phrase, the buck stops here? Now, whether it's worldwide or not, I don't know, but in the US in 1945, during the World War II war, US President Harry S. Truman put a sign on his desk that said, "The buck stops here." Well, what does that mean? I'll come back to that next quote in a second. I'm trying to move down my presentation. Well, US President Harry S. Truman put this sign on the desk and he said, it's simple, but it's profound because by putting that sign on the desk, he is saying that the buck stops with him. From that time forward, this mindset became a principle that he lived by, one he referenced repeatedly, and he actually told people, he said, as the president, whoever I am or whoever he or she is, they have to make the mental choice to not pass the buck to anyone. I will tell you, however, that the buck has to stop with you as leader, and then you share it, obviously, so that the team can do things that a one-person individual cannot do. So, folks, that's a glimpse into what I teach about what strategic influence is about, how one of those competencies called integrity can break into something called responsibility and accountability, and how, as a leader, you have to own it, you have to stay calm, follow the direction of Nando Cesaron from UPS, don't overreact, assemble a team, to talk about deliberate ideas of things you can do to respond and attack this problem and overcome it. So I'm going to give you a summary now of some of the things that I hopefully at least got you to start to think about. Number one, yes, there is an uncomfortable truth that as a leader, that you are responsible for the outcomes of all outcomes and results in your organization. All the outcomes, whether you cause them or not, you're responsible. Number two, responsibility from my experience, from my writings, from my experience as a leader. I've led thousands of salespeople. I've led several companies. I've also helped a company go public. I know from experience that responsibility is the foundation of influence. I want you to think about that. Number three, is there a cost to dodging responsibility? Well, of course there is. When leaders shirk responsibility, the poison is, it poisons what I'm calling the well of trust. It's referring to the established and confidence and reliability of a business relationship that you've created. So we all know that if you lose your trust, people lose trust in you, you also personally lose the influence you had on those people. Number four, responsibility and the power of strategic influence. I say strategic because it's long-term, it's meaningful, and it's relationship-based. So I want to state this very loudly in this point and say that the influence that you receive as a leader is not given. It is earned. We as leaders have to accept the responsibility for things that happen. As you do that, as you solve problems, as you help other people, you gain influence. It is given to you and it is earned by the things you do. Next, call to action. I'll give you, as you leave this conference here today, as a leader, will you carry the mantle of responsibility? This is as old as leadership concept itself, and that is to choose to be a victim or a victor. I proclaim and I propose that you take the side of the victor. And I ask you, as a leader, will you carry the mantle of total responsibility, not only when it's easy, but especially when it's difficult or uncomfortable? And I'll just share one last philosophy. If you, as we've dictated here, see a problem, a circumstance, you choose to be a victor, you calm things down, you come up with a plan, you start to move toward it. I'm going to say, let's just take an example that your company, your headquarters building burned down to the ground. All of a sudden, no one has, hopefully nobody was hurt in the process, but no one has anywhere to work. All right, next thing is we go remote, we start working on it, we go back to our jobs. I want to propose that for every problem, every obstacle, every challenge, there is an opportunity. If we have to rebuild this building, we're going to say, wow, what's not in the building? What can we do to this building to make it a more collaborative environment? What can we do to make it more cohesive so that our teams feel like they're working together and as a leader that we're all involved in this together? I want you to think about that. Every problem has an opportunity. Now, I have a parting thought, and this comes from a man named W.H. Murray, who was a mountaineer. This is a person that climbed mountains. Think of climbing Mount Everest or some other tall mountain that has lots of risks. And think why he is saying this as a person who has gone through those kinds of trials. W.H. Murray said one time, until one is committed, there is hesitancy, the chance to draw back, always ineffectiveness. If you do not commit, if you start to withdraw, if you start to hesitate, there will be ineffectiveness. I will guarantee it. I think his quote, I'll let you read the rest of it, but I think it's very, very relevant to what we're talking about. So then I'm going to come back to this first question I asked you about responsibility. Again, after we've gone through this process, we've talked about in just a few minutes what it means to be responsible, what it means to be a leader. How do you become an influential leader? Now I ask you the question again, what percent of the time are events that occur in your life the result of your doing? And what percent of the time are events that occur due to some outside condition? Well, I hope after this brief discussion that you're leaning to the right, that you have more of a 100% responsibility attitude, mindset, so that you can lead, so that you can inspire, and so that you can become the type of influential leader that you want to become. So I tell you, thank you for this opportunity. Arijit, thank you so much. And I give you my contact information here if anybody wants to reach me. And I'm grateful for the opportunity and look forward to hearing the rest of the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. If you can kindly turn off your screen sharing so that I can take a picture of yours.
What do I do? I'm sorry?
Just turn off your
Yeah. So this is a little bit different format than I'm used to seeing. So share, and I'm going to unshare, I guess.
Yeah, just unshare it.
How do I unshare? I click the button. I'm sorry. I clicked on the application and there's a share button. There's not an unshare. How do you unshare?
I did that for you, don't worry.
Thank you. You're a good man. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we have a quick one simple question for you.
Sure.
1, 2, 3. Let me take your pictures first. 1, 2, 3, go. Yes, thank you so much. Sorry, we keep giving this picture as a memory to all our speakers. And I'm doing it without even letting others know. Becoming
Well, happy to do it. Happy to do it. There's probably better pictures than me, but okay. So
okay, so Gary, there is a quick thing. Probably it is coming from my mind. If you look at a proper leader, leaders are supposed to create more leader rather than creating more and more followers. And in my life of probably 2+ decades of entrepreneurship life, mentoring startups, running funds, creating ecosystem, what I have seen so far, many a times there are people who usually burn out from inside. And with that burning out mentality, be that a professor, be that maybe a leader, they sometimes have a tendency of not managing their time properly. There is no line in the world that I don't have time. Actually, you can't manage your time well. So coming back to this thought process, what is your take in this? How exactly you feel that people who are burning out from inside, they can manage themselves well?
Well, I'm a big proponent of time management. I'm very process oriented, and I think you have to be if you care about time. I think things are very sequential based upon the decisions you make, And I think if you want to get to somewhere that's significant, consequential, then you have to go through a process to get there, and you have to use good utilization of time. So I will tell you that there are authors out there that are experts at time management. Stephen R. Covey, who wrote the book Seven Habits of Highly Effective People. I knew him; he was a mentor, and other people that talk about it. So I'll tell you what I do. So personally, in my life, so that I don't bomb out, if something comes up and I can solve it in 5 minutes, I do it. Unless I'm talking to somebody like you, I won't do it during a presentation. But if I can do it in a minute or two or three or five, just do it. Get it out of your mind. Don't let it sit there. It's not a project. It's not even a task. Do it. If something's going to take up to 30 minutes, schedule it. But schedule it soon. And you might schedule it with a person if that's necessary. So I schedule it. It's going to take me 30 minutes to an hour to solve. I'll schedule it. I'll get it done. But it's something in my task element of what I'm doing. Now, if it's going to take longer than that, it's going to take days or even months, then I need to stop and say, okay, this is a process. It's a project. I need to get people involved. I need to create an agenda. I need to create the scenario of what we're dealing with, just like I was talking about. It's a challenge to our business, and we need to work through this. It might take tools in order to do that, to manage our documents, to manage our time, to have discussions, and then come back together and roll it up. I'm a big proponent of the roll-up philosophy in management versus top-down, authoritative type stuff. So my teams in the past, if we have to hit a goal, I go to them and say, I want each of you to think about it, come back with a plan. We're gonna put it into a comprehensive, report, and we're gonna say, okay, here's what the average of all of our thoughts are. Let's roll it up. Before I ever present something to management into our company and say I have this confidence level, I have to be confident. The only way I can do that is come to my people and say, help me be confident. Give me your best guesstimates. Give me your best proposals. Tell me where we're going, and we're going to consolidate that into something that we all believe in. And then as a leader, I can lead you. That way I can meet with you. We can consolidate it. We can talk about your time because you're going to be working on things that are significant that matter. So that's my philosophy. That's how I do it. I hope that helps a little bit.
Super input. And I will add a little bit. Remember that when our previous speaker was talking, and I was mentioning that I call myself an idiot. It's good to become an idiot. There is an English dictionary. The English dictionary says that it's a stupid person, but I usually write my own dictionary. So in my dictionary, idiot means I am determined, intelligent, organized, transparent person. So be that.
Wow.
Be that. It's always helps.
Yep.
Okay, so let me take you to another gentleman who is also coming from USA. For other people who are looking for connecting with Gary, he's already shared his details, but then still we have all the communications. Write to us. We'll be more than happy to make a soft introduction with the person. And if you're looking for his mentorship sessions, feel free to connect him directly. Coming back to our next speaker, Ovi.
Thank you, Arjit.
Thank you, Gary. Ovi, if you're there, if you can kindly unmute yourself. I can see that he's a young chap. And then next, I will call a gentleman from Mexico, Leonardo. Okay, Ovi, so stage is yours for 15 minutes. Kindly share your insights and your knowledge. Thank you so much.
Yeah, are you able to hear me? Okay, so first I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to be able to speak here today. And I'm sure I'm speaking for everyone, but this is a really great experience for me to be able to be speaking here. So I just wanted to start off by thanking you for that. And so just to get right into it, are you able to see my screen? Okay, perfect. So I am going to be presenting about a few projects that I'm working on. And this first project here is called Sim for Impact, and it is a student-led initiative to give early exposure to medical procedures and medical mannequins with the help of a company called Medical X. And what Medical X does is they basically work on medical mannequins that colleges and hospitals use for simulation centers for training. So what I'm working on is I'm partnering with them, and I'm giving students in college, in undergraduate, or even in high school experiences with these medical mannequins, high grade medical mannequins. And this all stems from the root cause, which is that medical errors are the third leading cause of death in the world, with them having over 2,000 or 250,000 deaths just in the U.S. alone. And errors can come from mislabeling medications, surgical tools that are left behind, poor handoffs during shifts to changes, and wrong site surgery. And most of these students and future healthcare workers aren't taught about it early enough. And this causes most of these deaths to be easily preventable. So this leads me to what I was talking about earlier, simulation. So what is simulation? Simulation is the rehearsal for reality, and it's a safe, controlled area where you can practice and learn the skills that you need to know in order to perform these sorts of high impact and high detailed surgeries. And this sort of simulation is very much needed for surgery and emergency care, along with neonatal resuscitation. And it most importantly builds the readiness before you step into the actual field so that there's less of a risk involved. So, as I mentioned earlier, I'm partnering with a company called Medical X. They are working on, like I said, the real life dummy simulation mannequins. And my experience there as an intern is I've I worked hands-on with multiple like of those machines that I was talking about and simulation mannequins, and I noticed that they're able to provide like real life vitals and tears and realistic blood and all those sorts of things that could happen in a real surgery or simulation zone. So it provides real readiness towards those sorts of real life experiences. And I learned how simulation lets these sort of medical teams and staff rehearse emergencies in a safe, controlled environment, like I mentioned earlier. Um, all of these like experiences that I was able to see and while I was working on site with Medical X is it showed me how like impactful and powerful this technology can be in order to practice and prevent further harm, like I said earlier, with the high cause of death being from medical errors. So why Sim for Impact? I created Sim for Impact to raise awareness to show that we truly need earlier exposure for these sorts of simulations because there's a real risk and cause involved with medical errors in the real world and the amount of deaths that come from medical malpractice and medical errors. And along with this early simulation comes early practice, which gives more cause and determinants towards creating a more safe and stable healthcare field. And it also mobilizes students to lead this change for safety. So this upcoming generation will have a change that they can make towards surgical procedures and medical like procedural changes as well. So my vision is to ensure that students will get an earlier look at these sorts of hands-on experiences, and so that it's not fully new to them when they're in med school or whenever they learn it for the first time. I want them to have early exposure, like I said previously. And as well as that, I want simulation as the standard, not as like some sort of special treatment that some universities and some colleges have. And I want students to be able to experience it and be part of this solution that I'm trying to create. So for this project, I have a roadmap, uh, and that is creating more branches throughout different countries and parts of countries that can help with youth-led workshops, hands-on simulation, hands-on facilities, and areas where we can host like gathering and workshops uh, in order for my dream to become a reality. So I'm trying to reach out to other students, educators, and mentors in order to create a single initiative that can grow into a network across schools and cities and countries as well. And I want to use materials that simplify but still deliver concepts that with interactive slides and the demos, like I said, hands-on experiences with Medical X. as well as the hands-on sessions being piloted with peers and local groups and real doctors that know how to interact with these sorts of simulation and can teach students like in groups or one-on-one in order to leave a mark on the students that can help hopefully change their perspective on how medical treatment and medical facilitation works to hopefully guide them through a path that intrigues them more. So I'm hoping to build many skills with the Sim in Fact workshops, such as teamwork, data interpretation, that can help with college admissions or admissions into medical school. Being able to have this hands-on experience earlier, and especially embedded like thinking, critical thinking skills within these students that are going to do our workshops. So this is where I need your help. I'm looking for some roles that I need to be filled, like such as outreach leaders and researchers. And this is where your help would come in because I'm really trying to work on this sort of outreach towards other people and to be able to promote my goal in order to help like reduce this sort of cause and what's happening in the medical field currently. And this is my I have a forum up if anyone is able to access it in order to help fill out a survey for the website. And as well, I has a website as well, but it's not linked here. Um, I can just type in the chat because the QR code is not working.
Thank you, Avi, for your project sharing. A quick input, if you know the future of medicine, which is based out of US, I'm there in the advisory committee. There is a group of young professionals. I can only see the PPT from you, but there are a group of young professionals who are actually making these things available. Probably you can be in touch with them. There is a membership service that we run for that. You can always join there as a member, and we can probably connect you with right kind of people who can make it happen with you.
Yeah,
Sure.
that would be amazing.
Yeah, I'm not sure about your exact purpose. I need to understand that first. There's a doctor based out of UAE as well. He's a pretty senior most person, very close friend of mine.
Yes.
So
Yeah, currently I'm talking to some doctors as well in order to create some outreach for this project.
okay. So if you're doing it, good luck, and we'll be happy to see
Yeah.
that if we can connect you as well with few bit of other people.
Thank you.
Let's see what we can do for you. But practically, WLS is a platform where you can probably talk about a particular subject and then maybe
Yes.
what you can offer. So I will move to our next speaker, Leonardo. Leonardo, if you're there, if you can kindly unmute yourself and then turn on your video.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
Arjun.
you. Thank you, Avi. Thank you so much. Yes, Leonardo. The stage is yours, my friend, and we'll be more than happy to have you on board with us. And please enlighten us with your knowledge. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm very pleased to be with you guys. Oh, sorry, wait a second. Oh, technical problem, one moment. Hello? Shit. Oh, thank you, sorry. Hi, sorry, as I was saying, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm very pleased and glad to be with you guys. And well, first of all, good night for the people in Asia, afternoon in Africa, and good morning to people in America. It's so cool to see people all around the world in different time zones, places, which is really, really nice because we get the chance of sharing information, knowledge, and collaborate to help people develop new skills. So that's very, very cool. I like it so much. Well, in my case, um, my name is Leonardo Morales. I'm from Shamanek Consulting Business. And we are a special consulting business that is focused in business law, intellectual property, and digital law. In digital law is where we have the cybersecurity area, where we help clients develop skills to know where to focus. As you may know, this is not just a physical world anymore. It's also digital. For so many years, the digital world is been scaling, but after pandemic, it grew so much. So nowadays, we can do anything in a computer, in a tablet, and we depend on the digital world. But what happens when you have stuff, documents, data? Is it secure or is not? How do you defend it? And why is the importance of this? That's why today my topic is cybersecurity and the importance of protecting data. First of all, what is cybersecurity? Well, cybersecurity is the practice of ensuring the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information by protecting networks, devices, people, and data from unauthorized access or criminal exploitation. Well, it sounds really tough, very direct on what we are trying to say. As you may know, there is something called cybercrimes, and the cybercrimes mostly are done by hackers, by people who develop malwares, viruses, that their main goal is attack the information of some place, some industry. For example, did you know that in 2009, Google suffered a cyber attack? Yes, someone will say, how is it possible if Google is very strong? How this happened? Well, in history books, this is called Operation Aurora. Why? Because it happened so easily. One of the workers in Google, without noticing, he opened a malware by clicking into an attached link in his email account. That was enough to make the malware get inside Google and put things upside down. The only way Google was able to stop this attack was by shutting down the entire system during Christmas. Nowadays, the cybercrimes are very, very, it gives a lot of money for the cyber criminals. According to the World Economic Forum, by the end of this year, cybercrime could reach $10.5 trillion. Imagine how much money it gives cybercrime. And people will say, well, what can I do to protect myself? Why are they attacking so much? Well, the main reason is data and information is power. Power to know what people does, where do they have their information, their things, their money, everything. How many times have we heard about cyber attacks in banks? They don't take the money, they take the information of people. Well, it happens because, as I said, information is power. And also, it can turn the world upside down. Do you remember what happened last year? June of 2024. CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity company that helped Microsoft. It had a technical problem, and that technical problem made Microsoft turn the world in a complete chaos. Airports, hospitals, banks, everything was in completely disorder. No one knew what was happening. Everything was out, which made people start thinking, do we have to, do we need to have everything in the digital world, or what should I do in case of a cyber attack? Or if a technical problem with the cybersecurity company that helps me? Well, first of all, what we need to do is always have a data analysis risk. Always be checking how our company is working by checking where the data is stored, who is taking care of this data, how is it taken care, and what defense do we have? Do we have antivirus? Do we have firewalls? Do we have a backup for this information? And in case there's a data breach, how do we manage to respond? Because when there's a data breach, the time of response is immediately. We cannot afford to lose time. The more time we lose, the more complications will be and the bigger consequences, not just for the company, but also for the people that has their data in that company, bank, hospital, whatever you want to call it. So that's very, very important to know how to make a data analysis in order to prevent any type of situation that may cost perhaps even the foreclosure of a company. For that, we want to tell you always take advantage of the data analysis or cybersecurity analysts who will help you take care of this risk analysis. They will walk with you all the paths, telling you like, where is a little problem here, or where do we have to take care of this? You need to check even the blind spots you didn't think exist. And that's what the cybersecurity analyst will help you with. What else? Well, we need to know that we have a plan B and C of backup information to prevent that our clients, that's the people that are giving their information to take care of, they may know that we are protecting it. Because we need to make sure that we don't lose everything in a data breach or a technical mistake like CrowdStrike. We need to have a protection in the systems, in the network, and make sure that the software that is working with the protecting data is always in the latest version. If you're working with an obsolete version, then it might turn into something that will cost you a lot of money and reputation. So just remember, protecting data in this cybersecurity world is completely important. As we know, the information of the people is in the network, but knowing how to protect it, taking care of, and always having in mind that cybercrime is growing faster every year, it's the way to start developing new skills that will help you prevent future problems. This is a very fast and quick conversation about it, but if you want to know more about this topic, you can always look for me in LinkedIn, or we can ask a couple of questions if someone is interested. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leonardo, for the beautiful presentation. And yes, it is important. Not only that, I can probably talk from the encryption level. So we don't practically are into exact cybersecurity as cybersecurity, but this is one of the interesting subjects which I have been probably studying through and going through for last couple of years now. A quick question to you. When we talk about cybersecurity, to be very honest, there is no full-fledged security in the world, right? So there is a question that came from all the way from Japan. When we talk about SSL as a gateway, if any website doesn't have any kind of payment gateway, what is the point of placing a SSL by investing money for nothing? And why exactly in web world without SSL that website is not defined as a legitimate website? Interesting question.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I always say to people, before you used to sign a contract with the devil. Nowadays, you just say, I agree. To what? You don't know, but you just say, put click and I agree. And that's, I believe, the 99% problem of everyone in the world. Because no one reads the terms and conditions and the privacy policies. And worst of all, if the web page you're entering is fake or real. Because sometimes web pages, you need to check if they have this code or that says that it's real, the little lock in the up part of the web page, or also check if the domain is correct. For example, as you may know, next year is the FIFA World Cup. FIFA hasn't put the tickets to sell for the tournament, and yet there are fake web pages selling tickets like crazy. And people, they don't know it, that they're fake, because they're just saying, oh, they're already selling tickets for the games. But they don't check if the web page is true, if it's fake, or if at the moment by clicking I agree, you're starting to share your information. You always need to read, to check. As I will say, sometimes by running, you get back again because you didn't know what were you doing. Perhaps another example quick. It was a trend early this year to use your profile picture in Facebook, Instagram, and turn it into Ghibli Studio style. Many of the applications that will help you turn your profile picture into Ghibli Studio, they were fake. They were just taking your data and you didn't know it. You were just being, oh, I want to be in the trend. I want to be like everyone, very cool, very, yes, but you gave access to your phone, to your laptop, tablet. So you need to always read, check the web page if it's true or fake, and be very careful with. Otherwise, it's not you. It's also your family and the closest people to you that may be in harm.
True. In fact, I would love to share a couple of things. For example, in some countries where GDPR rule is really, really good, that can actually protect you. But then, unfortunately, in probably 90% of the cases, people don't care about how they share their data. And he's right. If you are using any kind of social media application without even knowing that whether they're fake or real, you are losing your retina. And what can happen when you lose your retina? You're gone. To be very honest, you're
Yes.
gone.
Yes, and now that you mentioned the GDPR, actually, to the person in Japan, Japan is the only country that the European Union has recognized that their personal data laws are the same level as the GDPR. So if you're in Japan, you're a little bit more safe than the rest of the countries in the world.
True, true. And in fact, see, I'm coming from the technology background. It is pretty important and pretty, I would say, silly to see that how people want to go with the trend. In fact, we are working with artificial intelligence for last 25 plus years. Maybe in Gen AI for last 4.5 years. I don't remember the exact year when we started working with Gen AI based videos and pictures and musics and whatnot. The main challenge is people go to ChatGPT, try to write maybe a content, then placing it into a video generation platform, feel that that is their property. It is not. You're actually giving the copyright to the content creation platform until unless you are making it completely unique. Then your video or your music is your music. And the main challenge is when you try to do that with a trend in Facebook or I don't want to name them or any social media. You try to see whether you can be young, you can be with some tiger, you can be with some trend, whatever it is.
Yes.
There are applications who are actually stealing your data. And it is not only your data. Your data means your friends' data as well. So whoever's there in your social media, they are all getting affected. Without knowing half-baked knowledge, you are making all of them completely insecure. So it's a very
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, for example, in Italy, ChatGPT was banned in 2023 for these kind of reasons, because you're giving away everything.
Yeah.
And actually, now that you're saying that, also what you create in ChatGPT or other AI applications, they've been struggling with copyrights because where's the authenticity, or also the AI is developing skills from something else before creating what you want. So you might be breaking copyright laws from other countries. So it's kind of crazy. And also I'm reading here in the chat that it was banned in Russia and China, ChatGPT. So it's crazy because AI is also perhaps one of the main challenges for cybersecurity. Definitely.
Long discussion, my friend. Probably will be more than happy to have you in some other session as well. Happy to have maybe a very closed training session. So if you don't know, for all the audience, I never ever promote our own platforms, but then this leads to tell about, at least share about this platform. We run a platform called deeptechknowledge.com, wherein you have human trainer as well as AI trainer, both working hand in hand. There is an AI model. Of course, as a ecosystem developer, I don't call myself as an investor. Rather, I call myself as an ecosystem developer. I helped multiple
Okay.
startups to create their platforms, sometimes pumping in some money, sometimes giving our server access, sometimes very, very nominal kind of market access. We'll be more than happy to explore all those opportunities. Cybersecurity in education, we usually give training to several different colleges and universities on technical front. Happy to shake a hand with you and your training programs and see that what we can do together. So with this note,
Sure.
let me close today's session, today's World Leaders Summit. We have been live for quite a long number of hours now, from 3:30 p.m. Indian time to 10:21 p.m. Indian time. It's been a while. I'm really blessed and happy that all our partners, all our ecosystem players are playing their active role. It's been 6 hours plus long time. So feel free to join us tomorrow, same time, 3:30 p.m. Indian time, and we will run the second day of World Leaders Summit. The third day is assigned for startup pitch, and only it is happening inside our Zoom platform. It's not going to be live. No one is going to watch it because of community and, of course, India purpose. So feel free to communicate with us, connect with us, and then let's see what we can do together. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day, blessed evening, blessed night, and blessed morning. Thank you.